I'm 63 years old. I started smoking when I was 15. I smoked for 45 years. I started vaping 3 years ago. I switched using menthol flavour. I'm your neighbour and friend. I'm a grandfather, a father and a brother. I'm an adult and I have the right to make informed decisions on my health. I'm an adult and have made the choice to be smoke-free. Fact, my health is not for sale. Fact, I am proud to be smoke-free. Fact, nicotine is not the enemy. Fact, vaping saved my life.
So it's been a very interesting conference for me. I've seen a lot of people whom I've not met before and heard a lot of perspectives that I've not heard before. So thank you for those. I'm going to be talking about something which many of you might not want to know about, which is, are there actually negative effects of nicotine? And let me just reassure people that nicotine is a minor contributor to the harms of cigarette smoking. So I have no argument with nicotine for harm reduction, but I think there are some important things we should know about it and look at the evidence and I'll talk more about why that is an issue in a second. My disclosures, I want to make these clear because I know some people have strong views about this. I have consulted with pharmaceutical companies that market smoking cessation medications. I do believe in smoking cessation medications. And I've also been a paid expert witness in litigation against tobacco companies regarding nicotine addiction. So the questions, the main question for me is that the harms and risks of nicotine are an essential consideration in assessing the public health impact of nicotine-based harm reduction. As I said, I think nicotine is much safer than cigarette smoking. But there are questions that come up. So if you are a lifelong vapor, should you feel secure about vaping lifelong? Should you think about quitting vaping? If I'm a physician and I have a patient who is a vapor and quit smoking, which I would congratulate them, should I encourage them to stop because of health effects? So there are some questions about health effects of nicotine that are relevant, even in the context of supporting harm reduction. So what I'm going to talk about is what we currently know about the safety of long-term use of nicotine delivered without tobacco combustion. And I would say that my perspective about this is changing all the time because papers are written all the time. So my talk now is different than the talk I gave 2 months ago in some respect. The first point I need to make is that nicotine has got structural similarities to acetylcholine, which is the main neurotransmitter in the brain and the body. So the nicotine acts on nicotinic cholinergic receptors, which are present in the brain, or neurons, and non-neuronal tissues. So nicotine affects virtually every organ in the body. One of the problems about this is when we look at studies in cells, nicotine affects almost every cell, almost every organ. There are many animal studies. And these sometimes are done in isolation outside of the sort of total body homeostasis. So we need to consider the limitations of animal studies. From my point of view, they provide biological plausibility, but where possible, we need to get confirmation of any harmful effects in humans. Now, so I will try to do that where I can. Some of my comments will be technical. I'll try to explain them in a way that are understandable. This is a summary of just the main pharmacologic effects of nicotine that have been concerned. There are others which I'll talk about later. So the main one is that it facilitates neurotransmitter release, especially dopamine, which underlies addiction. And that's the pleasurable parts of smoking and the parts that people like about smoking. There's also sympathetic neural stimulation. So the fight or flight, it activates your sympathetic nervous system, adrenaline is released, and so it's got a stimulant effect, which also some people like. It could also have some adverse cardiovascular implications. Nicotine does some other things. It suppresses the immune system. So in several animal models of immune-related diseases, it actually improves outcomes, but could also be a risk for, say, infection. It's a cause of oxidant stress, which can cause cell damage. It can cause dysfunction of endothelial cells. Those are the blood cells that line blood vessels, so that blood vessels might not dilate as well. It inhibits apoptosis. So apoptosis is a term for cell death that is sort of programmed and is often beneficial. So if a cancer cell is present, you want to kill that cell, and nicotine has got effects that may block the killing of cells that should be killed, which is a bit of a concern about cancer. And some nicotine effects promote cell growth, including angiogenesis, which is generation of new blood vessels. Again, these are effects that have mostly been seen either in organ systems or in animals, and it's hard to say how much of this occurs in humans. So this is my current perspective, and this changed from my last talk, about the major safety concerns of nicotine and the probability that these are real. And the probability is based combination of biological plausibility from animal studies and human experimental studies, plus human data. So addiction, I think, is definite. Cardiovascular disease and reproductive toxicity is probable, and so I would disagree with Linda Bold, and I'll explain why. I sort of disagree, but not fully disagree. Infectious disease and cancer, I say possible, and COPD, there's some biological plausibility, which I'll show you, but I have seen no evidence at all in humans, and so I say that is unlikely, but could change tomorrow. So I'd like to go through each of these and make some comments. So nicotine and addiction. I think you all recognize that nicotine is essential for tobacco addiction, but also other factors enhance addictiveness. For example, we know that flavors and tastes are an important part of reinforcement from smoking. We know that inhibition of monoamine oxidase, which is an enzyme in the brain that breaks down dopamine. If you inhibit monoamine oxidase and you give someone nicotine, dopamine lasts longer, and so you have more reinforcing effects. So that can enhance the addictiveness of nicotine, shown in animal studies. The speed of nicotine delivery to the brain is a key determinant of addiction. So smoking cigarettes is more addictive than snus in general, although Lars showed some data suggesting that self-report is similar. Also, the adolescent brain, at least in animal studies, the adolescent brain seems to be more vulnerable, and nicotine in at least rodents interferes with the maturation of the prefrontal cortex, which is involved in judgment and executive functioning. And so there are concerns about youth using nicotine affecting behavior and later drug use behaviors. Here's something which I call nicotine addiction cycle. This is similar to addiction cycle for opiates or whatever. So it says a person smokes a cigarette, you get rapid absorption of nicotine in the bloodstream and the brain, so you get an effect within a few seconds of smoking a cigarette. That produces arousal, mood modulation, and pleasure, which is why people smoke cigarettes. Then even within a day, there's some tolerance to these effects and physical dependence, which means when you don't have the drug, you have withdrawal symptoms. So people have withdrawal symptoms, and then they get a craving, partly for positive effects, partly to manage withdrawal symptoms, and so they self-medicate and they smoke a cigarette. And for a given person, if they're not constrained, their intake of nicotine is about the same day to day to day to day. So a person gets into the cycle and smokes in a pretty consistent way. And if you change products, they will still try to get the same amount of nicotine. Some comment about daily exposure to nicotine, because I think is interesting. There are ways biochemically to assess exposure to nicotine. And what are some of the things we know? Well, we know that Swedish snus users and former smokers who use e-cigarette only, based on cotinine levels, which is a breakdown product of nicotine, and a measure of nicotine exposure, have about the same intake of nicotine as regular smokers. So snus users, e-cigarette users only, and smokers take in about the same amount of nicotine per day. In experimental switching studies, we've done, Lynn Dawkins' group has done it, show that when you switch a person from an e-cigarette with one nicotine delivery to another, there is a fair amount of titration. So people adjust their behavior to take in about the same amount of nicotine per day. So let's go on. One comment, this is a little bit of a diversion, but I want to make this point because I think this is important. This addresses the question that's come up about should e-liquid nicotine concentrations be regulated? And this has to do with titration questions. So I show you 3 products. The top one is an advanced generation high voltage battery device. The second is a tank device, and the third one is Juul. And the top 2 are cotinine level, nicotine concentrations and cotinine levels. I don't have cotinine levels in regular Juul users, but we know from the pharmacokinetics that nicotine delivery is good. But I want to make the point that if you use a device with a nicotine concentration of 4 milligrams per mil, a high voltage battery device, you get the same cotinine level as someone with a device that's 22 milligrams per mil. And probably the same with the Juul. What this means is to get the same amount of nicotine, which people will get, you have to take in 10 times the aerosol to get the same amount of nicotine with a 4 milligram device compared to a 50 milligram device. To me, there are concerns, which I won't talk about here, but concerns about the toxicity of aerosol constituents. And if that's the case, we actually would be much better using higher nicotine devices with less aerosol exposure. So the idea of regulating upper limits of, say, 20 milligrams per mil, to me, doesn't make any sense from the safety point of view. So let's just put that on the table. Some comments about nicotine pharmacokinetics, and again, I'll use e-cigarettes as a comparison. Here's studies from our laboratory, others have shown the same thing, that nicotine pharmacokinetics with e-cigarette use can be similar to those of a cigarette, but also quite variable. Some cases are quite low. But if you look at regular use patterns, these are data from one of our studies where we just let people use ad lib for 90 minutes. We record whenever they puff an e-cigarette, look at nicotine levels. And what most of our vapors do is they take intermittent puffs. Sometimes they cluster 4 or 5 at a time. But the curve here is much different than cigarette smoking, where you see 8 or 10 puffs every 40 minutes. You see big spikes and falling off. So the blood level curves are quite different. And so the nature of the reinforcement and the addictiveness could potentially be much different. This looks more like you would see with snus in a sense. So some comments about the addictiveness of e-cigarettes versus regular cigarettes. And I take these data from the US PATH study, which is a nationally representative study in the US, data just published, involving 32,000 adults in 2013, 2014. One of the measures that I use, one of the things I think about for the addictiveness of the product is what percentage of people who have tried it have become regular daily smokers. And you can see here, this has been true for years, that about 23 or 25% of people who try cigarettes become regular smokers. For e-cigarette use, 7% of people who use e-cigarettes become regular e-cigarette users, suggesting that the intrinsic addictiveness of this as becoming addicted and using it for nicotine is less. A second study from PATH that was shown here looked at 3,400 cigarette-only users and 156 e-cigarette users and looked at some of the data that we look at for extent of dependence. And we find that time to first use, not for cigarette, first use, for cigarettes was 20 minutes on average, for e-cigarettes was 30 minutes, suggesting less dependence. And if you ask people, are they considered themselves to be addicted, strong cravings, difficult to refrain, really need to use, the odds ratios were always much stronger for cigarettes than e-cigarettes. So these data suggest, even though nicotine intake per day is the same, that something is different about cigarettes and e-cigarettes makes cigarettes more addictive. Well, that's just that comparison. Now just a comment about youth and the gateway question. These are data from the US 12th graders looking at the extent of e-cigarette use by smoking status. And just focus on the red bars, which are e-cigarette users who were never smokers. First, you can see that 93.5% don't use e-cigarettes at all. But of those who use e-cigarettes, the vast majority use 5 days or fewer per month. That is not the pattern we see with cigarette smokers and kids. When someone starts smoking as a kid, they smoke much more than 5 days a month. So the escalation pattern among youth looks much different. So my comments about youth addiction risk is that, one, the pharmacokinetic profile is different, lower peak nicotine levels with usual patterns of use. I mentioned before, cigarette smoke, I think, is more addictive than nicotine per se. Youth epidemiology finds much experimentation, occasional use, and also the use of non-nicotine liquids. And from my point of view, the progression of e-cigarette use to cigarette use, which I think is well documented that occurs, but I do not think that's mediated by nicotine addiction. I think these are often polysubstance users. Once you smoke in the US at least, many e-cigarette users smoke marijuana, and once you smoke one thing, you're more likely to smoke something else. So I have no doubt there's some progression from e-cigarette use to regular smoking, but I do not think it's mediated by becoming addicted to nicotine from e-cigarettes. Okay, so some comments about the cardiovascular safety. So first, this is a list of the cardiovascular toxins in cigarette smoke. And there are many of them that are important. One comment I just want to make about my dear friend Mike Russell's comments that you smoke from nicotine and die from the tar. That made sense at the time, but actually we're probably dying more from the volatile organic compounds. So things like acrolein and whatnot, there are actually many things in the gaseous phase that are even more toxic than the tar phase. It's just a minor point. I think Mike was right in principle. So oxidizing chemicals, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, particles, heavy metals. Nicotine may play some role, but clearly it is a minor role compared to everything else. The main thing from my point of view in terms of nicotine concern has to do with sympathetic neural stimulation. Again, this is fight or flight. So this means that heart rate increases. We know that if you're a regular cigarette smoker, your heart rate is 7 beats per minute higher per day on a 24-hour average. Same thing's probably true with these cigarettes. Blood pressure goes up, cardiac contraction increases, there's constriction of blood vessels, including in some people coronary blood vessels. Arrhythmias, heart arrhythmias, irregular heartbeats, which in some cases can be fatal, those are augmented by adrenaline, which is increased by nicotine. Catecholamines can cause lipid abnormalities, which can increase cardiovascular risk, can play a role in insulin resistance and diabetes. We heard something the other day about snus and diabetes, very interesting, and there's biological plausibility that nicotine could contribute. And inflammation. While nicotine per se has got anti-inflammatory effects, if it activates the sympathetic nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system can have pro-inflammatory effects, which makes it very complicated in terms of the net effect. But these are the concerns. The figure there are from data from one of our studies looking at adrenaline excretion in the urine in a crossover study where we had dual users either smoke cigarettes or use e-cigarettes as desired or abstain from both. And you can see that adrenaline release is the same for e-cigarettes as regular cigarettes. That's a nicotine effect. Seems pretty clear. Here's a complicated diagram which I use to talk about the cardiovascular safety of e-cigarettes, but if you just focus on the nicotine side, to summarize what I said, nicotine activates the sympathetic nervous system, causes catecholamine release, increases the work of the heart, which increases the demand for blood and oxygen. It can constrict coronary blood vessels. It can also constrict other blood vessels, which reduce the blood flow to the heart. So there's more demand, less supply. And that can cause what's called myocardial ischemia, so not enough blood supply to the heart. And then if you're also releasing adrenaline in the context of ischemia, you have a greater risk of sudden death. I'll explain why that's important in a second. So we've heard a lot about snus, and the problem about understanding nicotine from smoking is that there's so many other things, there's no way to dissect nicotine from smoking in smokers. But snus gives us a nice opportunity to say, what does nicotine itself do? Given the limitations that it's not inhaled, but the levels of nicotine intake are similar for snus compared to smoking. So the snus, you've heard a lot about that. Here's a summary of at least my reading of snus. Again, similar daily nicotine exposure, but slower absorption. Studies have looked at platelet activation of blood cells, which is an important part of acute cardiovascular events, does not seem to occur in snus users. Carotid intimal thickness is a study that's done with an echo tests in the blood vessel in the neck, and the thickness of the carotid intima is sort of a marker of atherosclerosis, non-invasive marker. It has been well shown that cigarette smokers is a dose-response increase with smoking and carotid intimal thickness. With snus, there's not. So it does not look like snus accelerates atherosclerosis. Case control studies show no increase in the risk of myocardial infarction or stroke, but a small but significant increase in case fatality. Now, this may have some confounding, but it has biological plausibility as well, because if you have a heart attack and you also have more adrenaline because of snus use, that could potentially increase the risk of a fatal arrhythmia. So there is a plausibility there. One study, which there's only one study, but this is very bothersome to me at least, as a study which is shown in this slide, the Arafalk study, which looked at people after a heart attack and looked at the follow-up in the next, I think, 2 years, and looked at those who were snus users or smokers and those who quit snus or continued to use. And what you can see in both cases, the people who quit had reduced mortality and people who continued to use had increased mortality. I know that there's some concern about confounding here, but to me this raises concerns that if you have cardiovascular disease, I'm not sure that I would advise someone to keep on using nicotine. Again, to get back to the questions I asked in the very beginning, are there some people who it's probably not a good idea to use nicotine? And I think if you have cardiovascular disease, you probably shouldn't. Assuming you're not a smoker. If you're a smoker, nicotine is better than smoking. So my summary for cardiovascular disease is there is biological plausibility, there's epidemiological evidence that nicotine may contribute to acute cardiovascular events. Short-term nicotine use poses little cardiovascular risk, many studies of NRT, and vaping as well. And long-term nicotine use may be harmful in the presence of cardiovascular disease. Reproductive toxicity. We heard a lot about this in the first session today. And it's a very interesting question. As I understand Linda Boll, I'm not sure she's here, but she was talking about nicotine use in smokers. And I agree with her, nicotine use in smokers is not harmful. The question I'm addressing in this talk is whether nicotine use is intrinsically harmful if you're not a smoker. And I think the evidence is likely that it is. Animal studies overwhelmingly show that exposure to nicotine in animals, rats mostly, show impaired neural development, brain development, and impaired and altered behavior after birth in rats. Monkey studies show nicotine exposure impairs lung development and causes some impairment in lung function later on in life. But what's most convincing to me are the data on snus. You've heard there are several studies suggesting that snus use without smoking is associated with a risk of preeclampsia, spontaneous abortion, preterm birth, and lower birth weight, which are not good. So I show you this figure from a study of England, and this gives the odds ratio compared to no users whatsoever. So for gestational age, smokers have about a 3-fold odds ratio. Snus users 1.25, slightly increased but not significant. If you look at preterm delivery, both cigarette smoking and snus have significantly increased ratios compared to not users. And the one which is most interesting to me as a cardiologist is preeclampsia, which is hypertension at the end of pregnancy, sometimes associated with seizures, adverse birth outcomes. Cigarette smoking, the one good thing about cigarette smoking is that it reduces the risk of preeclampsia. But snus increases the risk of preeclampsia. Now, why is that? Well, the current thinking is that carbon monoxide, while it does some bad things to the heart, is also a vasodilator, so it dilates blood vessels. Nicotine constricts blood vessels, because carbon monoxide may reverse the effect of nicotine vasoconstriction. But if you have snus use unopposed, you can have vasoconstriction, and that could lead to preeclampsia. So my bottom line is I'm fully supportive of the use of nicotine in pregnant smokers to get them to quit smoking. But I do not think it is a good idea for pregnant women who are not smokers to use nicotine products. Nicotine and cancer. it's going to be hard to see some of this text, but let me just summarize. There are nicotine receptors on many cells, including cancer cells. Nicotine can enhance cell growth, including cancer cell growth, and also angiogenesis, new blood vessels, which play a critical role in metastasis of cancer and spreading of cancer. Almost done. Stimulation of cell survival, we talked about that. Animal studies show enhanced tumor growth and metastasis. Human snus shows no evidence of cancer causation, except maybe pancreatic and esophageal, which, if that's the case, is probably nitrosamine. But two studies here. One on the left shows if you implant lung cancer cells in a mouse and you give them nicotine to drink, and you follow them for 16 days, the mass of tumor is substantially increased. The one on the right is interesting. This is a new study about prostate cancer in humans. Interestingly, prostate cancer is not a smoking-related cancer, but if you have prostate cancer and you're a smoker, your survival is less. This study suggests that the effects on prostate cancer mortality and all-cause mortality, once you have the diagnosis, is increased both by snus and by smoking. So if nicotine is promoting cancer, this would be consistent with that. So I got two more issues to talk about. I'll do very quickly. Nicotine and infectious disease risk. I won't go through the mechanism here. Let me just show you this one study that raises concerns to me. This is an e-cigarette study in mice. So it's treatment of mice for 2 weeks with an e-cigarette containing nicotine. There was no control in the study without nicotine. And then they inoculated the nose of these mice with influenza A virus and looked at survival. The top two lines are a lower dose of virus, the bottom two lines are a higher dose of virus. And the e-cigarette treatment resulted in increased mortality at both doses, suggesting that there's some effect of e-cigarettes with nicotine on immune defenses. And I don't have time to talk about which ones. My final slide for data, then I'll conclude. Nicotine and chronic lung disease. I never thought there would be any connection. There are many potential effects, as I've listed here, which I don't have time to talk about, that could implicate nicotine in the pathogenesis of chronic obstructive lung disease. But I want to show you data from one study that is very concerning. This was a study that looked at, again, e-cigarettes, looking at e-cigarettes with no nicotine and with 18 milligrams per mil nicotine. 4-month exposure to rats. They looked at a lot of the cell function, inflammatory responses, some of the inflammatory markers, other markers, and the nicotine-treated animals had markers consistent with those abnormalities seen in chronic lung disease. But most strikingly, this slide, if you look at the rightmost, the 18 milligram per mil nicotine, you'll see that the airways have much bigger spaces. So there's loss of lung tissue, and the bigger airway spaces are characteristic findings of emphysema. So in these mice that got e-cigarettes with nicotine, but not the same e-cigarette without nicotine, showed emphysema changes. And this is why I think it's very important to get data from Sweden, for example, to see, is there any evidence at all that this might be the case in humans? So to wrap up, I apologize for going long. Nicotine can potentially have effects on every organ system in the body. Addiction is expected with regular use of nicotine, but its health consequences are determined primarily by the delivery system, cigarettes being the worst. Nicotine is much less hazardous to cardiovascular health than smoking, but may contribute to acute cardiovascular events, particularly in the presence of cardiovascular disease. Nicotine is a reproductive hazard and should be avoided during pregnancy, except when it's used for smoking cessation. And I want to make that clear. I'm not against anything to get people to quit smoking. There is a biological plausibility for nicotine to promote cancer, to enhance infectious disease risk, and contribute to chronic lung disease. This risk is likely low based on the safety of Swedish snus, but I think we need more data to know if this does pose any significant human risk. And the last thing is, because users titrate nicotine dose to desired effect, nicotine doses in non-combusted products should not be limited. In fact, higher nicotine content products might be safer due to less exposure to other chemicals that carry the nicotine. So thank you for your attention.
I'm doing it every day. after 10 minutes, after 5 minutes. If I quit that, I feel like headache very badly.
I was feeling very bad about myself, that what am I doing to myself?
I feel like hell. I feel like hell. My mind will not work.
I started smoking when I was at a youth club.
Lost from the start.
I was 8 years old.
6.
But I'll fight till the end. Ignite the spark.
I'm not able to quit.
Stitch up the ends.
It has bound me to smoking.
Light up the dark.
It's hard to continue to try.
Fight till the end.
There are health issues, but they can be controlled. A friend of mine once told me that if in case you're smoking like 5 cigarettes a day, drink 1 glass of pineapple juice.
It's having a lot of water and then puking it out. So I purify my body every day. That's why I think I haven't faced any problem.
I used to smoke a hard cigarette, then now I'm smoking a light cigarette.
You should do running every day, so it will not affect your lungs at all.
It's not actually the cigarette that gives you what they say, the disease.
No consistency between the two medical institutions. One place is really proud of you and acknowledges that, vaping is healthier, and the other place treated it just like it was still tobacco. There's just a lot of confusion.
What we've found globally is that you can see very clearly a very high lack of knowledge that needs to be addressed.
One of the challenges that you have is a population that is not informed. This is what the nicotine does. It's a stimulant, it excites you. What are the side effects? We don't even know that, even as doctors. And part of the problem is where the scientific community thinks the general population is too dumb, and instead of giving them the information, they give them instructions of what to do, what not to do.
And we still do this in public health. We exaggerate the harms or the risks or the effects because we're trying to get people to change their behaviour. But I've learned that's not the right way to do it. We need to stick to the truth, and we need to give people true and accurate information.
Whether it's Diet Pepsi, an e-cigarette, a combustible cigarette, a piece of meat, let us get into the habit of people being informed about what they put into their bodies and how their body interacts with it. So we now need to deal with it, dismantle it, and talk about raw data, scientific information, and evidence.
If you're going to encourage somebody to either go onto a nicotine replacement therapy, a medicated solution, or to a wide range of harm reduction options, they clearly are going to have to feel comfortable that their risk is going to really come down and not just leave them at the same state they would be if they were smoking. They know how dangerous it is generally, but they don't know what are the best solutions. Putting those in their hands would actually be a big step forward.
I know about the risks. Just a few years ago in South Africa, they started putting it on the cigarette packs. When you buy your packet of cigarettes, it's in front of you, but yeah, we just don't stop, we just go on smoking.
While the focus, probably rightly initially, was on the higher level policy interventions that government can take and that have mass-based impact, there wasn't much consideration given to cessation and virtually none to harm reduction.
The ideal life is nobody eats too much, nobody drives a dangerous car, nobody drinks, and nobody smokes. But that's not going to happen because there's always going to be people who would love smoking, who would love drinking, and who would love eating.
Never tried quitting it. I've heard of my friends that tried quitting, went on programs. 6 months later, they're just back on the cigarettes again.
And if we cannot eliminate the drinking, eating, and smoking, then the realistic alternative is to look for measures to reduce the risk of those habits.
If I'm alone in the house cleaning, I will look, where's my cigarette? That's my
It's my companion, it's a friend of mine. Yeah. And if I don't have, I will do anything to go get one. Or ask the neighbor for one or go buy me one.
I don't think there was a day went by when I didn't miss smoking for some reason, and it wasn't the nicotine. A lot of people think, well, it's because you're addicted and all that sort of thing, but it wasn't. It was all the other things around it. You know, the fact that it was a social thing, the fact that all my friends were still smoking, and I missed the whole thing about it. It was something that I enjoyed, and I think for every day that I was given up, it felt like a loss.
In many parts of the world, high associations with coffee or the first meal or drinking or socializing or being with friends, those things give context to what we're doing. I think the assumption that we often make that there's going to be one solution that can be determined by, let's say, WHO sitting in Geneva and saying what is best for the world is simply not going to work.
We can't go in, especially if you come from a different culture, go in and tell them what to do. We must develop their capacity for them to apply their worldview to the problem in an ecological way, to understand all of the influences, and then they will then tell us what they would do. How would they fix it? That's what's fascinating. That's what we need to find out.
A lot of it has to do with what has culturally been acceptable over years, what's been on the market, what have people grown up with, what do they know the most about? And you've got a long history of how people have associated with certain products.
In order to be worshipping your God, you must do what gods do. Many of them did use tobacco or related forms of smoking.
The whole world of tobacco control needs to actually start taking a more segmented approach to what we're trying to do, moving towards what matters for them as an individual. And where do they get their identity from? And the more we start doing that, we're going to start finding that the simple one-size-fits-all notion, applying it not just to one country, but to all countries, needs to be broken down quite dramatically if we want to make progress.
Ignite the spark, stitch up the ends, light up the dark. Fight till the end.
I thought even I will not get addicted, but it becomes an addiction at the end of the day.
I don't want to smoke. If I had another substitute of smoking it, I would not smoke.
And once you've found those tools, and they may not be the same as everyone else's, but look for a tool that works for you, and basically continue to try. Never give up.
Fight till the end.
So I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to address this very interesting symposium. My task was to talk about the use of nicotine to help smokers quit. And let me start with the usual declaration of interest. I have no links to any tobacco or e-cigarette manufacturers. My research into these matters has been funded by all these august public bodies. I'm going to talk about things which are more theoretical and sort of looking at the field from the distance. I'll cover 2 episodes in the story of trying to give smokers nicotine. To help them avoid smoke-related death and disease. The first chapter was the launch of nicotine replacement treatments, and the second chapter, many years later, is what we are going through now with consumer products which are aiming to do the same thing. You may all know this story of nicotine replacement treatments. Ove Feno, a scientist with a pharmaceutical company in Sweden, came up with the idea that if you give smokers nicotine, it may help them to stop smoking.
he was alerted by a friend of his to the fact that submarine crews, Swedish crews who couldn't smoke, resorted to oral nicotine. And the same for air crew, actually. And that generated the idea that, right, so they want nicotine, they don't have to smoke, and of course, nicotine on its own is much less damaging. And so he came up with the idea of giving them nicotine through some other route without tobacco, and that's how nicotine chewing gum came about. He developed a gum which would deliver nicotine to bloodstream in 1971. The first paper on this was 73. Mike Russell got involved, and you may have heard that name. There was a Mike Russell oration. He was a scientist in London, and he demonstrated the uptake of nicotine from these products into bloodstream and the effects on withdrawal symptoms, cohort studies of smokers, and eventually with Martin Jarvis and Martin Raw, the first studies, randomized studies showing that this approach helped smokers quit. The gum was approved in 1980. In the US 4 years later. The US seems to be always a bit behind the UK in these matters, not in other matters, but in this definitely. And you may notice that it took some 10 years from the product being developed to be launched on the market. That was, you may think that's a long time, but it was remarkably fast. Nowadays it would be at least twice as long. Much less radical medical improvements take much longer. Our National Institute of Health Research estimates that from the moment you get the pivotal study published, that's randomized controlled trials which show that a drug works, to get it on the market is 17 years. And of course, from the moment you develop the drug, getting it to testing on animals and then humans and then randomized controlled trial and getting it published, that will be another 15, 20 years. So the research in medicine is developing extremely slowly, and there's if this was another talk, I would tell you about largely pointless regulation which is responsible for this. It just shows you my grumpy nature here. Now, the first reactions to this idea of giving smokers nicotine was a surprise and astonishment and alarm. Isn't it like giving alcohol to alcoholics? You won't help people stop using addictive drug, and you're giving them the addictive drug. Doesn't it enhance rather than curtail nicotine addiction? And of course, possible dangers and children. Nicotine chewing gum was the first nicotine replacement product, and it's clearly targeting children, and so there were all these concerns raised at the time. And manufacturers handled it very well. There was a strong medicalization, numerous caveats. It was prescription only. You can only use it when you stop smoking to avoid overdosing. The dosing was terribly low, but that had sort of political placating effect. So the soundbite was you're only getting half the nicotine you get from cigarettes here, and not the other dangerous chemicals. But the fact that you're lowering nicotine dose seemed to have been important. There's no reason to lower nicotine dose, and it would be much more effective if the nicotine dose was higher. But that was possibly a sacrifice worth making. Consumption limit, you can only use 15 pieces of this gum a day, not anymore, and so on. There were also dozens of randomized controlled trials funded by the company who produced nicotine replacement treatment, then independent researchers did it as well. And it just led eventually to these products being accepted as safe and effective. Some other key additions, while I'm talking about the history, the patch was launched in 1991, so there was a long period of time between one product and the next. And that was a different company from the one which launched the first product. And then there was one other interesting development, the nasal nicotine spray, because that delivered nicotine faster than through the buccal mucosa, through the lining of your mouth, or through the skin. But there was a price to pay. This was aversive. And so people had to overcome this initial unpleasantness. Then it was more effective than the other products, but that was actually outweighed by the fact that most people were not willing to take something which initially was unpleasant. After that, everything returned back to buccal absorption and basically modeling the pharmacokinetic profile of nicotine absorption from nicotine chewing gum. Now, health scares emerged at the time, similar to what we have now, but it didn't take root. So there were case studies of people who suffered myocardial infarction while having a patch or chewing a gum. They were smokers for 40 years. They have a cardiovascular disease, but it was still assigned to the nicotine replacement. And all these things which Neil went over about blood pressure, heart rate, endothelial dysfunction, and so on. There were concerns about what happens if you use it for more than 3 months. Oral cancer risk was also written about. But at the time, there were a limited number of people who really were vigorously opposed to this. Media were not all that interested. Pharmaceutical companies handled it very well. And eventually, objective studies and common sense prevailed. And as I said, NRT has been generally accepted, or practically universally accepted, as safe and effective. Now, why didn't the companies develop something more effective? These products are effective, but the efficacy is very low. I can only guess. I don't know what exactly their thinking was. It could have been very difficult to come up with faster nicotine delivery, but actually it isn't. We know that, for instance, a modification of nicotine inhaler, which in the classical form delivers very little nicotine very slowly, but if you put several of these cartridges together and inhale through that, you get much faster and much bigger nicotine hit. But the companies wouldn't want to go that way. Licensing new products via what's called bioequivalence is easy, because you say this is exactly like nicotine chewing gum, and then you don't have to go through all that difficult process we were discussing. So that may be one of the main reasons there. Perhaps also a fear that if there was a product which is much more effective, much more appealing, then non-smokers could pick it up, and it could trigger this backlash we see with the second wave of nicotine replacement products. So we're now in chapter 2 of this story, and we now have a better product that actually has a population appeal and could, in theory, work on scale large enough to eradicate smoking. So this is not just helping a few percent of smokers quit. We have something which may actually remove smoking-related death and disease. However, there's a cost. It would maintain nicotine use in the population. And it's quite likely that if it's effective enough and really mimics what cigarettes do for people, you will get non-smokers picking it up and becoming lifetime nicotine users. And that triggers a very strong feeling and backlash. And also this time, the pharmaceutical industry is not on the side of the angels, but rather opposed to this new development. And the old objections are now revived, and some new objections are generated as well. Nicotine itself has become a major risk, particularly this adolescent brain issue. And I hope we'll have some time in the discussion to hear from Neil more about it. Over decades of careful examination of health risks of smoking and wide publicity of this, adolescent brains never came to it. It was, lung cancer, heart disease, lung disease, but it now dominates the discourse. Suddenly, the damage to adolescent brain is the main risk of smoking and of nicotine devices. And because it's such an important issue and because it's such a dramatic, big effect, it justifies denying smokers an easy way out of smoke-related death and disease, because we need to protect children from this danger. But the claim is based on animal studies, 2 types of animal studies. One's concern animals which are dosed with very high, actually close to lethal doses of nicotine continuously through very early in their life. And of course, it damages the animals in a number of ways. And this has unclear relevance for what happens when people smoke. And then you've got this gateway experiment where mice, this is by husband and wife candles, a very influential study, mice on nicotine for 7 days. When they were then given nicotine and cocaine for 4 days, they tried different schedules. 1 day on nicotine, it didn't work. 7 days of nicotine did. Then they go to the chamber where they get cocaine more often. And that can be interpreted as nicotine somehow enhancing the attractiveness of cocaine. Of course, there are a number of different explanations of it. We know that nicotine in these animals causes nausea, and they're unwell, they're actually poisoned. They can't vomit, unlike humans. So these animals may have appreciated cocaine more because it somehow alleviated the aversive effects of nicotine. It could be whatever. But it's a long jump to say that this shows that if you give adolescents nicotine, they will become cocaine addicts. But that's more or less how it's interpreted. And yet, we do have evidence that this is not happening. The prevalence of smoking among young people in the United States and Europe declined about 5-fold over the past 50 years or so. And so if nicotine was increasing the probability of cocaine intake, you would see that. There would be a decrease in cocaine addiction. And there is, of course, no sign of that. But generally, about this adolescent brain damage, there's plenty of humans using nicotine, and there is some place where we can look. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. It may well exist. But we could look at the humans. We don't need this rather far-fetched animal analogs. So where should we look? Well, we have a number of countries where only adolescent males smoke. In China, much of Asia, much of Africa, there's a huge gender difference in smoking rates. And then there are other countries where there are no such differences. So in countries where you have all these young males smoking and no young women smoking, if it somehow affects mental health, you would see that difference there and not see them in the other countries. And it should be relatively easy to look at. And the other way we can look at it is what I already mentioned, this dramatic decline in young people smoking over years. And you could then track whether there are changes now in depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, or whatever is meant. By the way, people who talk about this adolescent brain are always very vague about what exactly they have in mind. Are we talking about schizophrenia? Is it about antisocial behavior? Is it about drug use? What actually is it? What do they mean by this adolescent brain damage? But anyway, I hope somebody will have a look and actually publish these things. Do we see on population scale the effect of smoking on these other things? Because we have these two clear ideas where we should see it if it exists. Now, back to what's supposed to be the core of my talk, which is whether nicotine helps smokers. And there has been these 3 ideas that it actually doesn't promote it in the past, and they are revived again. And so I'll cover them one at a time. So there are people who say if somebody switches from smoking to vaping, they didn't really stop smoking, or they didn't really quit. They remain hooked on nicotine. And this is, of course, nonsense. The rational goal of tobacco control is to avoid smoke-related death and disease. Whether people continue to enjoy something or not is neither here nor there. The question is the health risks of these things. And somebody who stopped using combustible tobacco, of course, stopped smoking. They stopped smoking. In the trial we recently published, which compared nicotine replacement treatment and electronic cigarettes, a large proportion of people who successfully stopped smoking with e-cigarettes continued to vape 1 year later. 80% of them vape. Here are some figures which were not in the original paper, so you get at least some factual information in this musing of mine, that not all of them were vaping nicotine e-cigarettes. About a third were now using nicotine-free, but the rest were still using nicotine ones. Now, that would be bad if there was a health risk, and there probably is, not massive one, but there is, but you have to do it for decades to see that risk, and if they didn't vape, they would avoid that risk. But on the other side, it help them stop smoking. It most likely prevents relapse. We know that from people who use nicotine replacement treatment, at 1 year they are less likely to relapse. Prevented weight gain to a large extent, prevented them feeling miserable for a long period of time, some of them, and may maintain some enjoyment or whatever other reinforcement they used to obtain from their smoking. So these two sides need to be balanced. There is then the issue of e-cigarettes actually undermining quitting. And you have people who, with serious face, will tell you e-cigarettes not only don't help smokers quit, they actually make it more difficult to quit. This is based on a paper by Kalkora and Glantz, which put together several studies, and some of them showed that people who failed to quit with e-cigarettes would still be less likely to quit a year later than other people. But that's simply because this is a self-selected group who just demonstrated that they are no good at quitting. So they will remain no good at quitting a year later. But we have massive evidence now that giving nicotine to smokers helped them. There's over 130 randomized controlled trials of nicotine replacement treatments, and e-cigarettes and the other alternative nicotine products are just a form of nicotine replacement treatment. There's no reason why they shouldn't work when nicotine replacement treatments work. We have massive population data, which I won't have time to go over, which show that people are quitting with e-cigarettes. And we now have also randomized controlled trials actually with e-cigarettes showing the same thing. Nevertheless, there is one trial which is being quoted as showing that e-cigarettes don't work. And so I don't know how much time, do I still have time? 2 minutes now. Okay, so I'll skip that one trial and you can look it up on the slides later on. But it's being used to claim that e-cigarettes don't help, but it actually doesn't show any such thing. So the final thing is that many of the people who try to quit with e-cigarettes will become dual users. Not all of them quit. Not all of them abort e-cigarettes. Some will now use both. And the anti-vapers would say they now have the worst of both worlds. They have all the risks of smoking and all the risks of vaping. And it's a bad thing if you have dual use. Now, it's true that dual users maintain their nicotine intake. As Neil was describing titration of nicotine intake, this is a real phenomenon. But they reduce other toxin intake, provided they vape regularly. Of course, if somebody vapes once a week, that won't affect their smoking. But among dual users who vape regularly, you have a significant decrease in toxin intake. So there is a definitive harm reduction just from dual use. And it doesn't detract them from quitting. It may, if anything, improve their chance of quitting in the future because they're using the product, which keeps improving. So if what they have at the moment is not sufficient enough to help them quit, the next generation of the product or trying a better e-liquid or trying a different flavoring or stronger concentration will eventually move them along that line, which is more likely scenario than that it somehow undermines their quit attempt. So in summary, in my last minute, when nicotine replacement treatments came about, they faced objections, scares, concerns, but evidence and common sense prevailed fairly quickly and decisively. This time around, we have something much more important. The nicotine replacement treatments, I don't know if you heard about the Eurobarometer data, which monitors smoking behavior in Europe. Only 7% of quitters, people who used to smoke and successfully quit in Europe, did so with medications, including varenicline, bupropion, nicotine replacement treatments. And of course, at least half of them would quit anyway. So these products did not really make a big dent in smoking prevalence. They did help a lot of smokers quit, but in terms of big picture and smoking prevalence, they didn't really do that much. Now we have something which in theory could actually not just reduce smoking prevalence, it will remove smoking prevalence. So a tremendously important potential gain for public health, but it's facing much stronger agendas. Powerful players like WHO and FDA are trying very hard to stop the progress of the thing. And I can't finish with a positive message like saying it's only a matter of time when common sense and evidence wins again. I think this is going to be a long struggle and much harder than it was the first time around. Thank you for your attention.
Here we get to nicotine. Now it does not intoxicate. Its primary effect on the brain is to slightly increase focus and attention, maybe memory. So it's another $10 word is it's a nootropic. So people in the biohacking community are looking at it as a way to enhance cognition, which is another community that we advocates need to start talking to, because they don't have any of the hang-ups that tobacco control people do. But whatever it does, nicotine enhances cognition a little bit, but it also apparently has benefit for adults living with ADHD. Now that's 1 out of 32 adults. It's a lot of people. And a lot of them are self-medicating with nicotine, either the deadly kind, like cigarettes, or a safer nicotine, and they don't even know why. There is a lot of research on why it's extremely difficult for an adult with ADHD to quit. Because guess why? Because immediately they're missing something. But the drugs you can take for ADHD, they have a lot of side effects. So what if nicotine has a lot less side effects? And I mean safer nicotine. Nobody should smoke. That's not a good solution. It has side effects like cancer, heart, and lung disease, which are probably good to avoid. But so I'm cut to the short. We've missed out on decades of research that should have been done on the potential benefits of this natural product from a plant, where we could know a lot more today about its benefits for people living with Tourette's syndrome, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia. There's just scattered little papers that studied 15 people here and maybe 50 people there, but it's not conclusive evidence yet, but it is extremely strong. And as I looked at all of that evidence, it was like, wow, where was this? Even I, a former smoker, came to this with a lot of the hangups that people have about nicotine. It has truly been demonized as much as heroin, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, when they poll doctors in America, and 70% of them say that cancer or that nicotine is a carcinogenic, or 80% of the doctors polled say that nicotine is carcinogenic, that's sad.
We find the same thing in other countries. It's also 80% of Indian doctors who think the same thing. So basically, the old saying, 4 out of 5 doctors, the 4 out of 5 doctors are profoundly misinformed. They believe something that is demonstrably wrong, that if they just went, if they went to the International Agency for Research on Cancer, which is part of this organization, they would learn that nicotine does not cause cancer. It's on their website. So how did we get here? How did we get to a place where the tobacco control field has made people stupider?
Good day. This work titles Nicotine Risk Factors, a systematic review of preclinical toxicology evidence. Under the coordination and leadership of Dr. Gustavo Olaiz, and with the participation of Dr. Luis Hernando Hernandez and me, Dr. Felix Vicuña. This work was done with the resources mainly contributed by Philip Morris Mexico, Products and Services. This work describes in a systematic and exhaustive review the degree of information of the active nicotine molecule regarding safety, toxicity factors, acute, subacute, and chronic, carcinogenic, mutagenic, and teratogenic potential, based on solid preclinical studies, and compile existing information on its mechanisms of action and ways investigating potential uses and benefits in mechanisms of prevention, treatment, or rehabilitation of biological process and functions. Our methodology was supported in a prismatic quality assessment from the general review process of the different database. For example, Web of Science, Elsevier, Ovid, PubMed, Lilacs, and others. We obtained 706 articles. After reviewing the titles with the defined inclusion and exclusion criteria, 264 were left and 61 of them after the critical reading of the abstract. A first general reading of the select articles included 25, which were analyzed according to the defined criteria, so that in the end, 18 articles were included. We found consistency in the results, but not in the interpretations. The effects in different methodological designs often seem contradictory. In some cases, there is evidence of proliferation for certain cells. In other experiments, under similar conditions, but in different organisms or markets, the reported effect is totally opposite, and inhibition is reported. We also found action of pharmacological interaction with products of cytotoxic action such as cisplatin, which could be interpreted as a drug interaction, as a cellular protective action against the cytotoxicity of the drug that is interpreted as blocking anti-cancer activity. In conclusion, the deleterious effects of most alkaloids are closely likely to dose, exposure time, either alone or in combinations. The initial expression profile of nicotine receptors differs from patient to patient and possibly determines the predominant effects of nicotine. The effects of nicotine activate various signaling pathways and routes. Therefore, more research is needed to better understand the potential toxic effects and the uncertainties about the long-term effects of nicotine use. Although nicotine is not a drug itself, it has shown interesting effects that could change our view of use, especially because of its neuroprotective and anti-inflammatory potential without neglecting the dose-response relationship. It could have a potential therapeutic effect besides to heat support in cessation if administered properly. This has been consistently reported in studies in recent years. An important challenge is the management of its addictive potential and that we detach our vision of associating nicotine exclusively with tobacco consumption. Finally, we highlight that there is not adequate characterization of the safety levels about nicotine properties, since most studies are related to the side effects of smoking and the exposure to tobacco smoke, which has obstructed a scientific analysis focused on the molecule. Thank you.
We'll turn now to Dr. Derek Yuck. Derek is a global health advocate of over 30 years experience. He was previously, of course, the founding executive director of the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. Before that, at the WHO itself, he was cabinet director and executive director for non-communicable diseases and mental health, in which capacity he was deeply involved in the development of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Derek has also authored over 250 peer-reviewed articles, served on numerous prestigious advisory boards, among other accolades, too numerous to mention. And Derek's going to be talking to us today about the origins and decline of the FCTC. Thank you, Derek.
Thanks, and a real privilege to be with you all today. And let me commend particularly KAC, Jerry and Harry for the incredible leadership that they've provided in getting the kind of material, the kind of mobilization that we now have, that is one of the few serious counters to some of the stuff we're seeing coming out of WHO and Bloomberg-funded entities. So, I was reflecting, what do I really have to offer? And I think often just a little bit of a historical background may help people fill in some gaps that they may not be aware of. And I lived a lot of them, so I know what was actually happening in some of the periods. Not all. I was too young for the 1962 report of the Royal College of Physicians that actually started it all. But let me go back to 1970. 1970 was a very important year. It was the very first time that a resolution came to the floor of the World Health Organization where it had wording saying that smoking kills and action is needed. It was based really on two major international reports, the Royal College of Physicians report of 1962 and the Surgeon General's report of 1964. And remember, both of those reports were led by doctor-based organizations. It was the Royal College of Physicians from this country that was the very first call for serious international action. And I'm going to come back to that all these years later. Very interestingly, the resolution, there was a bit of a debate and it passed, and an advisory board was set up. And most of the members, in fact, all of them, have sadly died. One of the original members of that task force is alive and at 90, still active. Many of you know him, Lars Ramsden, the person who almost single-handedly has carried the banner for one of the key components of reduced risk, namely snus, over the decades, often at considerable critique, and finally to be vindicated when the FDA authorized generalized snus as being appropriate for the protection of public health. Mea culpa, during the years I was at WHO, and he and the Swedes would come and bring their data, we said, well, this is just industry stuff, must be dismissed. Well, since that very first resolution, there were many resolutions. In fact, in the content areas of WHO, there are very few areas where you've had as many resolutions on a topic as you have for tobacco control. And they were slowly building the basis of what became the components of the Framework Convention. So after a few years, you had one on advertising and efforts to try and ban advertising. You had others looking at smoke-free public places. You had focusing on kids and children. You had issues related to taxation and what was the appropriate approach going forward. I think what was interesting is that over those many years, it was 25 years, there was a slow build-up among governments that this was in fact an important public health issue. And remember that for the world, the dominant issues they thought were mainly infectious diseases or issues related to undernutrition and hunger. There was virtually no interest or support for serious chronic diseases and their determinants. Things like cancer, cardiovascular disease, mental health, chronic lung diseases were not a priority, whereas measles, tuberculosis, undernutrition and so on were the priorities. And in many reasons, that was probably right, because that is what we were seeing the epidemiology drive deaths and disease, particularly in the low middle income countries. But tobacco led the way in saying that this next set of decades is going to be one dominated by chronic diseases. And the number one risk factor, tobacco, better be top of our list. Over that period, there were a few governments who showed leadership right from the beginning. And they included the United Kingdom, they included Norway, they included Canada. And I mention them because people often don't realize that without the support of the Canadian government, there probably would be no framework convention. It was the Canadian government that provided the support to the WHO to have the staffing, to do the analytic work, to originally have some of the stuff. And of course, the other interesting thing is that the governments who pushed hardest for regulations and legislation were those that had the best regulatory capacity to enforce them. And if I was to say, looking back, the one error that we all made was not to think more deeply about how does this piece of legislation or regulation work in a low middle income countries? Was there an explicit focus on saying, if you ban sales to children, but children are selling to children in low middle income countries, how on earth is that going to be enforceable? Or how are you going to enforce many of the tax desires in a country where there is zero capacity for addressing illicit trade or customs strength? That was never an issue within WHO. The thought about the implementation problems was put on the governments, and hopefully somehow miraculously they would deal with them. They were never funded to do it. And that's why we are at the position we get to today. So this build-up happened. By 1998, the start of the negotiations happened. And I would say that one of the biggest things that if we look back to 1998 that was interesting is that we led the negotiations by bringing the tobacco industry into the hallowed halls of WHO to ask the scientists what did they think they would have in their armamentarium to address harm reduction and the product itself. So we had BAT, Philip Morris, one or two other companies, JT, actually present, can you imagine this, in a WHO building to WHO officials plus external consultants on the record. And their presentations were what they were at the time, 20 years ago. They were not too impressive. The level of science hadn't developed. And our view was really to listen to them to say, well, that's the last time we listened to them, and that's what happened. And WHO walked away from the potential to say maybe the innovation cycle was going to continue. If you fast forward to where we are now, we have colleagues, Roya Gahali, out of a program out of Oxford, a leading patent attorney and lawyer, has put out a report showing that in the last decade, 75,000 patents have been filed in the area of reduced risk products, most of them related to harm reduction products that form the components of e-cigarettes or heated tobacco products. And some of them even going further, looking at adjacent uses for nicotine or for the heating devices to improve public health and medicine. Despite all that, if you read the text, the word patent and intellectual property does not exist once in the structure of the Framework Convention. At exactly the same time that was being negotiated, the hottest issue in Geneva was patents and intellectual property related to HIV/AIDS drugs, where the WTO was in a major battle with a number of the companies, and my own country at the time, South Africa and Brazil, were pushing hard to actually make sure that access to science and technology would save lives, and eventually that won out. How is it possible that we were so blinkered? And the reason is because we never in our wildest dreams imagined that true innovation, transformation of the core product that was killing, would actually be transformed through science, technology, and innovation to no longer kill and held the potential to accelerate an end to smoking. If we jump to 2005, by 2005 the treaty was adopted. 180 countries signed on very quickly. And I went back to my comments I made at an SR&T meeting in Prague that year, where I was asked, so what do you think the road ahead is going to be? And I really raised three concerns. One was complacency, that the energy and the excitement, difficult to imagine, around building a treaty, getting text, and some of you in the audience were there with us in different ways, would dissipate fast. And instead a bureaucracy would take over, a bureaucratic mindset would take over, the passion would be gone, the focus on people, on smokers, the focus on cancer, heart disease, and many of the actual diseases would actually would disappear, and the vague term tobacco control would take over. The whole purpose of the Framework Convention is to prevent diseases and death, specific diseases, specific causes of deaths, but we don't talk about those anymore. And what happened is the American Cancer Society went quiet and sort of walked away. The American Heart Association didn't really do much more because they didn't feel they were part of the objective. So the first thing I said was complacency, and I fear that did set in. And 15 years later, we see the signs of it. Secondly, I raised the fact that by 2005, we were starting to see the emergence of what could be harm reduction products which could save lives. We needed to keep our eye on the ball. We needed to engage with that community, regardless of where the science was coming from. And I didn't really know much about it, and made the comment, wrote about it, and went on with my life. The third one was there would be no progress without serious money and investment by low middle income countries and by the international development community into tobacco control. That never happened. I would say, luckily, and I mean it sincerely, Bloomberg did come up with a lot of money for some of the elements, and I think for that, you've got to actually praise him, that through the Bloomberg philanthropy, you probably have more activity in a number of countries related to taxation, even though the progress has been incredibly slow and bad. Raising awareness, putting tobacco on the map. None of that would happen if you didn't have the dollars. The problem was the enormous damaging blind spot on the tools and the means to end the actual killing and the deaths. So let's jump to 2015, which was the next year of significance to me. And in 2015, I was asked by Spectator Health here in the UK to write a piece on what was going on in the e-cigarette world. I was at a group called Vitality, who many of you in the UK will know. It gets you active and incentivizes healthy behavior, and there's a great dashund to try and persuade you to join the cause. And we were not making progress enough on tobacco, doing well on activity. So I undertook the challenge and reviewed the evidence, and I was shocked that I'd walked away, I'd been out of tobacco control intensively for a decade, and what had happened was millions of people were using e-cigarettes across Europe with great success. Snus, the data that we'd seen before, was starting to actually spread well beyond Sweden. The death rates were down. Swedish men were now dying by far at the lowest rate of cancers. And this all suggested that the harm reduction world was about to start seeing a dramatic increase in interest. Of course, I was late to the party. I had many colleagues, people like Clive Bates and Dylan Human and David Sweener, had been warning this was coming and we weren't paying enough attention. But most in public health dismissed all that. And that was the reason, that was the fundamental reason I went ahead with the foundation. It was because we never before had a technology opportunity to bring the deaths down. And I knew then that if we succeeded, we would actually make the biggest public health impact that we would ever be able to make in our lives. And who on earth would not want to be part of that? So we went ahead. And now let's jump to 2021 and where we are and where we go forward. First of all, one thing we all learned in the pandemic is to look at the projections. You know, every day these grim projections, you know, the numbers have gone up, the deaths have gone up, and people didn't just talk about them. In some parts of the world, they actually looked at the projections and said, we better double down on masks and social distancing. We better increase our vaccine. There was action based on the projections. You heard what Harry said. 1 billion people are set to die this century if we continue with our trends. 8 million people are dying this year. The thing about tobacco control and the outcome is that it's much more secure to project future deaths because the epidemiology of what happens when you smoke and later die is pretty certain. So when you see projections, you better act on them. But where's the action? Oh, isn't it interesting? We have 8 million people dying this year, and if we continue, blah, 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 blah. Instead of saying, my God, we've got to reverse these trends. We've got to have greater passion, greater activity. And I think that, I hope, is the lesson that people take from the report, that the chance to act remains here, but the results will only be seen 15, 20 years from now, which means we have to tolerate delayed satisfaction in this game compared to COVID, where you see the changes almost overnight. So what are the positive signs? I think the Royal College of Physicians report this year, going back to it, all those decades later, is now leading the world with physicians saying use e-cigarettes as part of your armamentarium. The commonest way people are quitting is through e-cigarettes. Use them. And I'm sure that when they look at the other opportunities, they will see the same. That message needs to be globalized. Nowhere in the world do you see the smoking rate go down among the general population before it first goes down among the doctors. And the gap is usually a decade. Nowhere in the world. Look at China. The smoking rate among doctors is 50%. The smoking rate in men is 50%. In Indonesia, the figures are 60, 65% for both. If the doctors don't lead, the population will not follow, the population will not act. We have forgotten about the doctors. We've forgotten about their leadership. They played decisive roles before, and they need to return to that role. Second, the FDA. I'm sitting in the UK. The FDA still matters. It's probably the most powerful regulatory science body we have on the planet. It's something we look to for pharmaceutical decisions, for drug decisions, for medical device. I sat on some of their global food safety. We know that their global safety standards become the global norm. There are virtually no examples of an FDA decision that does not become the global norm. There are one or two, but they're peculiar. So the question is, how long will it take for the US government to actually talk more rigorously and vigorously about the authorizations they've had for snus, for VUS, and for IQOS, all authorized as appropriate for the protection of public health? Usually what happens is the US government makes a decision, it authorizes its embassies to actually get out and tell and explain to the people in country why they made this decision. What is the underlying science? What's the benefit to the population? They should be proud of it. It's a fantastic decision. Don't let it sit in the US and fester. Let it become part of the global debate and the global norm. Combine that with the Royal College of Physicians report and the Doctor's Voice of the UK, and you have two incredibly important countries respected around the world in a position to actually influence the debate. On the user side, as Harry said, never before did we think we'd have 100 million people using the range of products, from snus to heated tobacco products to e-cigarettes and a wide range of other vapes. Their voice clearly needs to be more activated and allowed to be present. Remember what we learned from HIV/AIDS. It was when the patients and the people who had AIDS who spoke up and organized and said, nothing for us without us, action followed. That's starting to be said in this community, but I don't see the passion, I don't see the organized focus and discussion yet, because those voices have been so dampened down, the smoker has been so stigmatized, the smoker has been so excluded from the debate, deliberately expunged from the debate, that they no longer seem that they have a voice. And then on to the companies. We are so cautious and careful about saying, we don't talk about company X, Y, and Z, and you don't want to. Well, let's just take one very quick look, and I'm nearly there, Will. To take one quick look at the internal combustion engine debate. What's going on there? You have President Xi of China saying he wants to end the sale of the internal combustion engine, I think he said within a decade. You have President Biden making similar comments about where he wants the US to be 15 years from now. Of course, China can do a lot by control. The US has got to stimulate market forces. What are the companies doing? Well, many of them are way out front. If you've got companies like Swedish Match getting 40% of their revenue from reduced risk products, PMI is now at 30%, BAT is at 12%, that's a pretty good starting point from zero not too long ago. Why aren't we getting out there and saying they are the equivalent of Ford and General Motors and Volvo, all actually saying we want to end the internal combustion engine? And what is happening to them? Governments adjust their regulations to make it easier for them to actually get out and make it easier for consumers to buy these products. But that isn't all. We have the equivalent of Teslas. We all praise Teslas doing a fantastic job, but nobody says Tesla should be given even more praise than GM getting out of internal combustion engine. Tesla's been on the front end, but it's no longer the largest contributor to reduced risk products. So who are the Teslas? Smur, a country coming out of China at us around the world with a market capitalization far greater than Juul. Most people never talks about them. Relax, another company based out of Singapore. And of course, Juul. And remember, between them, initially, none of them had any tobacco industry ties. Juul, of course, does. The other two don't. But is that the point? The point is they are leading the way out of combustibles with products, with marketing, with strategies. Surely the government should say, let's make it easier for them. And the way to do it is to make sure that you have your regulations proportionate to the risk of the product, something I think we'll talk about lastly. So let me just end by saying, when I look forward, I hope that we recognize that this will be a holding year. The best that can be achieved at COP9 is not much. We hope it's a year of relative silence. It's a year of a lot of noting and nodding, but it's a year when the member states finally start seeing that if you've got 100 million users, if you've got FDA authorizations all over the place and many more to come, if you've got the Royal College of Physicians and doctors starting to see it, if you've got the distortion on the knowledge of nicotine that you have, surely the time's come to change course and actually address what could be preventing the largest cause of death in the world. Thank you.
Richard Pruin asks, how can the UK, as one of the major funders of the FCTC, take back control? Won't they find it an uphill struggle without support? Would anyone like to take that? Derek, perhaps?
I've always been amazed that governments who have the commitment to do something can do it. Now, the UK is uniquely placed in a number of ways. First, it is a major funder. So it's got the leverage of its funding. Second, it's got a track record, second to none. It is the global leader, and it needs to act like the global leader and share that. Thirdly, it plays a central role in the Commonwealth. And within all the WHO structures, many people don't know, but the Commonwealth countries, the old Commonwealth, and praise the Queen for that, actually still have a political connection and link. So there's a natural affinity to the 40-plus countries that meet every time there's a major WHO meeting and try and get a Commonwealth alignment, where the efforts, maybe they exist, to actually discuss within the Commonwealth structures the UK approach as being the way forward, since it is based the most on the science, it's led by the doctors, it's having an impact in the population. The numbers are showing that. So there are many opportunities. And the question is there the political will and leadership to do that? Is this a topic that's risen high enough within the global health arena? And I do fear that the reality of the pandemic has meant that 99% of leading governments are going to be devoted to putting their energy behind the pandemic. But here's an opportunity for, in the post-Brexit era, for the UK to show a very different type of leadership in the global sphere, where it's credible, it's aligned with their background, it's aligned with their data.
My name's Adrian Marshall. Question to the panel. Is there more that the tobacco industry and the nicotine industry could be doing to help to sort of break this impasse with the WHO and those in the sort of WHO orbit? Clearly, we've seen different strategies from different companies, acquisitions, new products, public statements of intent to end selling cigarettes, acquisition of medical device companies. Are these helpful? Do they actually, are they counterproductive? And are there other things that perhaps the companies themselves could be doing to try and demonstrate that they deserve a different perception?
Interesting one. Thank you. Who would like to take that? Derek?
Yeah, this is an incredibly important question. And, I can draw upon my experience when I was at PepsiCo, when I got asked that question by the CEO, Indra Nooyi, what can we in the food industry do together, knowing we are vicious competitors, and I still say the best competitors in the world are Coke versus Pepsi, knowing that Pepsi is the superior brand. But, and they got together around a couple of things. They agreed, number one, the 10, 12 top food multinationals needed to come up with a marketing to kids program that was sharp, that they were going to have externally audited and they were going to report to WHO on, and was going to meet the WHO criteria, plus the industry could certainly do that. There's nothing stopping them doing that. Some of the leading companies have got voluntary codes that are way beyond the text of the Framework Convention, and always will be, because member states keep dragging things down to a lowest common denominator. That would be a sign of incredible faith. It's unlikely to be done by all the companies. So who are the coalition of the willing? And I would say we know who they are. They're the companies I mentioned earlier, including the leading e-cigarette companies. That's one area. And it's pragmatic, it's serious. It takes the kids' issue not off the table, but it shows deadly seriousness. Because if a company says we are going to do X, it doesn't just then become an NGO thing. It becomes a thing for the way investors look at the companies. It becomes very serious, and they tend to act. The second, I think, is the area of information and knowledge. Again, we found this in the US. There was a real need to have a mechanism for companies to share what did they know about the underlying science in a way in which they weren't going to undermine their proprietary right to the information. Industry knows a lot about the consumer that the public health folk often have no clue about. They also have a body of knowledge that is now sitting at the FDA or going through the FDA processes. There have been documents that have gone into the SHARE report, outstanding documents that are beyond the ability of the public sector to really absorb them. How do they find a vehicle, a mechanism of an academic institution with the right legal oversight to actually craft on a regular basis what is the emerging science from the industry, which can be checked in terms of the methods and then gets put out as advances by the industry? And again, it would be the same coalition of the willing. And I could think of some other areas, but those two, getting the science and the information out to bridge the gap that we have between those who really know and are doing high-quality, cutting-edge science, which happens to be in industry, and those sitting in the public sector who are still looking at the size of pack warnings and what's the optimal size. Closing that gap will actually have a big impact on policymakers going forward.
Thank you,
Great
Derek.
question. Thanks for it.
Yeah, I mean, we have a problem that is killing slowly 3 million Australians. And as we speak, 1 Australian is dying right now. Actually, 20,000 Australians die each year. So during this show, maybe 5 or 10 or maybe 20 Australians have died while we speak because of smoking. So when somebody wants to take a precautionary approach and wants to create such a complex environment for someone to access these products, and it's actually for someone that otherwise would be smoking, I just simply think that this is kind of draconian and it's just painful, especially when I saw it in my mom. If somebody tells my mom, yeah, you can keep vaping, but get a prescription, get benzene nicotine exported from place B, and then from place B, get these and get customs questioning, you showing your prescription, go to a pharmacist, get a pharmacist to order that online, and all these gymnastics for you to get your vape. And it's something that is saving my mom. It is frustrating, especially when I wouldn't do this if maybe cigarettes would be prescription, and then I say, okay, at least there is symmetry. And let's keep that symmetry because, okay, at the end of the day, it's the same. But there is the asymmetry, which is so uncomfortable because that same mom needs nicotine. Her brain works with nicotine. She's just not going to give up. Even after having 2 heart attacks, COPD and all those things, she's just not going to stop. You know, she's like, I will die smoking. That's it. I don't care. She would simply say, you know what, I can't vape anymore. You know, I just simply go back to my beloved cities, you know, my loved ones. I had good times, bad times with them, but at the end of the day, they are the only thing that was always with me. So I will just simply say to them, why you want to create such a stringent method that will actually cause a lot of restrictions for smokers that can access those cigarettes everywhere? I will understand that you're following that approach, let's say for heroin, and then you want heroin to be given in a pharmacy, and that happens here in New Zealand. Methadone is given in a pharmacy, but you don't sell heroin injections in a gas station. You don't sell heroin injections in this kind of environments. It's not that easy to get heroin. You can get it on the street, but it's not that easy. It's a bit of a hassle, and it's quite difficult to access it. So that's pretty much what makes me so uncomfortable. And yes, there are concerns about quality. There are concerns about to make sure things are effective, efficacy. Okay, yes, those are genuine concerns, but never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because such a huge elephant is it's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just I don't know is killing people right now. Right now, there are many Australians dying as you speak. So when you take that cautionary approach, that cautionary approach is killing people.
Hello, and welcome to the second session of Fighting the Last War. I have with me here distinguished panellists, Ethan Nadelman and Jerry Stimpson and Natalia. Where is Natalia?
She'll be on the screen, I think.
Natalia Novopova.
I'm here.
You're there.
I'm here.
Good, good that you're here. Now, the second session this afternoon is to talk about challenges in making the FCTC an inclusive international framework convention. And in order to do that, I think we need to start off with the fact, what exactly is inclusivity? And now, I think the FCTC, as we heard in the earlier panel, it did actually start off as an inclusive. As Derek showed us, the tobacco industry was invited to talk to the WHO in the early days. Consumers International was also part of the involvement there, which included the voice of consumers, and the public gallery was open to people to watch. But something has happened to that inclusivity as time has gone on. We then looked to the FCTC and the Framework Convention on Climate Change, as both being very similar framework conventions. And they both started out in the same way, negotiated by the world's 193 governments, and they ended up with treaties. And I think from that you can all see, if you turn your television on, COP26 and what's coming from that treaty is evident and aware. But when it comes to COP9 that's coming up from the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, it's not noticeable. Why is it being left out? Why is there no significant media or anything in relation to this particular conference? And that comes back to inclusivity again. And then we look at the FCTC for the third thing, is to look at, it does include harm reduction and it does include human rights. We heard earlier this morning the fact of some of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights giving rights to health, as does the FCTC, which recalls all of these human rights things, the right to health. It even opens with the determined to protect public health. And yet the things that are protecting human health, such as safer nicotine products, are being ignored. And what do we do about bringing that inclusivity back? And lastly, I would say the big elephant in the room is nicotine itself. And part of the challenge, as we're going to hear from these speakers, is also covering nicotine. If you are going to be inclusive in this debate going forward, it is important that everybody truly understands nicotine, its importance, and why it is relevant. And I think there is, as many of us know, a lot of confusion between nicotine content in a bottle and nicotine absorption and delivery. And in order to have inclusivity and equality in the debate, everybody needs to know and understands these terms. So with that sort of opening in mind, we will start with Ethan Nadelman. And Ethan, as many of you know from having read his bio, he's taught at Princeton and Harvard. He's been a drug harm reduction activist since the 1980s. He started the Drug Policy Alliance. His TED Talk on why we need to end the drug wars has received huge acclaim, and he's just starting a podcast called Psychoactive with Ethan Nadelman, which I'm sure you'll all want to tune into. So without any further ado...
Okay, Jeannie, thank you.
Nathan.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to be speaking on this issue of tobacco control and tobacco harm reduction. So let me just start off by saying I'm no expert on FCTC. I'm not going to come up with special, here's how we deal with this or WHO that. The reason I've been invited to some of these gatherings is because of my decades of experience in drug policy reform and advocacy for harm reduction with respect to the illicit drugs. And one of the reasons, maybe the dominant reason, I've always been sort of sympathetic to a harm reduction approach across the board. It just makes sense. To me, harm reduction is a pragmatic approach. Harm reduction is the place where public health and human rights intersects. Harm reduction is fundamentally consistent with, common sense, science, public health, compassion, you name it. And that also holds true of tobacco. And so I've always been generally sympathetic to it and kept my eye on it. But a few years ago, Jerry invited me to his global forum on nicotine in Warsaw in 2017. And I had to look more deeply at this issue. And what struck me about this issue is that so much about it reminded me of what got me interested and engaged in the struggle for drug policy reform back in the late 1980s, which was really the height of the drug war, certainly in the US, and to some extent the height of the global drug war. And back then in the 80s, as I was a graduate student and assistant professor, and I was studying and reading and writing and interviewing people in government and all of this sort of stuff, and what struck me was that the more deeply you read, the more deeply you studied this issue, you realize that the science, the economics, the public health, the human rights all suggested that drug policy should be going in this direction, towards a reduced reliance on criminalization, more intelligent reliance on regulatory approaches, acceptance that people use drugs and we have to reduce the harm. But meanwhile, the public, including the elite opinion and the media, and the politicians, not just the conservatives and the reactionaries, but the people who consider themselves progressive, were all heading in the opposite direction. And it was this huge and growing gulf between what good science, evidence, common sense human rights said should be good drug policy and where, in fact, drug policy was headed, right? Now, I look today at the fight over how to deal with tobacco in our society, in my country and globally, and it seems to me the same thing's going on. The more you read the science, the evidence about tobacco, about now all of these safer nicotine products, about how and what enables people to quit, how addictive cigarettes are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you realize that we should be heading in this direction, in the harm reduction direction, the public health and human rights direction, the science, the evidence-based one. But yet at the same time, we see everything moving the other direction in public opinion and media, right, and government. And what's particularly galling for me, as somebody who's played a leading role in drug policy reform efforts in the US and to some extent around the world, many of the same political figures who are my allies on advocating and ultimately winning battles to legalize medical marijuana, marijuana for all adults, needle exchange programs, methadone maintenance, harm reduction approaches, safe injection, reduced incarceration, reduced criminalization, they're the ones sometimes leading the charge for bans on safer nicotine products, for bans on e-cigarettes and what have you. And it makes me wonder how true their real convictions were to some extent in this. Now, I know that part of the problem of what's going on here is that you have this variable that's somewhat different now, right? Which is with illicit drugs, there were the big evil narcos out there as there are today. But, they weren't playing, they were supplying the market, they were corrupting governments, but they were analogous to, but somewhat different from the role that big tobacco and to some extent the other nicotine producing firms that are legal today are playing. Yet at the same time, there's this way in which, I have to say I'm really impressed at how savvy the tactics have been of what I would call the tobacco prohibitionists, of the anti-nicotine fanatics. Because what they've done is to sort of create a catch-22, right? Where there is essentially at this time, they know that they cannot win on the evidence. They know they cannot win the public health argument. They know they cannot win from a human rights perspective. Therefore, what they are engaging in, and by the they I'm talking about here, especially coming from the US, Michael Bloomberg and his funding and his money in this area. And the guy's done a lot of good on broader public health and even harm reduction with illicit drugs and overdose prevention, and a lot on tobacco control and anti-smoking. So God bless him for all the good work he's done there. But when you saw him make that commitment a few years ago, on national television in the U.S., committing $160 million to ban, he said he wanted to ban flavored vaping, but in point of fact, he was also at times quoted as saying he wanted to ban all vaping, right? And then you see him being interviewed, and why you do this? Well, every parent in America should know, he said, that if your child vapes, they could lose 5 or 10 points off their IQ. Really? Now, where'd you get that one from? Now, then I looked at some of his rhetoric, and I realized Bloomberg was a bit of an anti-marijuana fanatic as well. Was what caused him to support policing policies in New York that resulted in 50 to 60,000 young men of color being arrested each year for simply having a little marijuana in their pocket. It was probably one of the major variables which caught up with him when he wanted to run for president and kept him from going any further in that regard. But when you look at, he was basically taking the old anti-marijuana rhetoric about the adolescent brain, about the gateway theory, each of which might best be described as an ounce of truth embedded in a pound of bullshit, right? And he was applying it to the area of tobacco and alternatives to tobacco. So this raised a fundamental question for me. So here you have somebody who is essentially an ideologue on this issue. He is somebody who, when you look at the science, is anti-public health, anti-human rights, right? I mean, that person, yet that same person is spending hundreds of millions of dollars to ban flavored and maybe all vaping. That same person is given at least, almost over $100 million to the foundation associated with the World Health Organization, over $100 million, to the foundation associated with the Center for Disease Control in the United States. And it raises the question, what does conflict of interest mean, right? Now, on the other hand, I see with respect to big tobacco, right, you now have an almost McCarthyist-like approach. And for those of you in London who don't really know what I'm talking about, Joe McCarthy, the famous fanatical anti-communist in America in the early 1950s, and they held congressional hearings, and the question was, are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party, right? And they demonized and they persecuted all sorts of people, from teachers to politicians to members of the State Department, the military, you name it. But this guilt by association of any way, regardless of who that person really was, regardless of their accomplishments. And so I now see what's going on is I'm engaging in this area as sort of a kind of with fresh eyes, coming from the illicit drug area. I'm meeting these remarkable academics in the US, UK, and other countries around the world, many of them who were real champions and leaders in fighting against big tobacco and smoking and all the duplicitous and evil activities they engaged in throughout the 20th century and even into this century. And if any one of them takes a penny from any form of a big tobacco company or even a vape company that's poised against big tobacco or even a foundation that's associated with it, they are being smeared, character assassination, as if they're no different than the hack scientists who worked for big tobacco some decades ago trying to prove that cigarettes were not addictive and that they weren't dangerous. Right? I mean, that is a McCarthyist-like tactic being pursued with major organizations and sometimes in the US government, right, with Bloomberg's funding. Right? So I'm looking at where is the true conflict of interest here. To me, question one can, and sort of, it's scary because when you talk about conflicts of interest, people can be so simplistic-minded about it, like, oh, did you do that? Did you take that money? What have you? But in point of fact, when you take people who have spent their lives fighting against big tobacco, fighting to reduce the harms of tobacco in our society. And now you see the tobacco control community splitting between tobacco control advocates who see harm reduction as playing a very important role in reducing the harms of tobacco, and on the other hand, tobacco control advocates, all of whom were allied some decades ago in opposing big tobacco. But this other group is now shifting the goalposts, shifting the priorities from being against smoking and against tobacco in the bigger way to being like essentially trying to create a nicotine-free society, what we would call the abstinence-only ideologues when we're dealing with the illicit drug area. Now, I flip back now to my illicit drug background and stuff like this and how we moved. I didn't mean to put it that way, my illicit drug background. My involvement in advocacy around trying to change policies around illicit drugs. You know, we had to be clever about the tactics we pursued. You know, in the late 1980s, early 1990s, the notion that we might begin to embrace harm reduction policies in a majority of the countries around the world, the notion that marijuana might actually become legally available and we would just stop arresting people for it, the notion that we would reverse these trends, I mean, all of that just seemed quixotic. It seemed quixotic, as in some respects right now, the battle for tobacco harm reduction globally seems a bit quixotic, right? I mean, here we are in the UK, one of the few governments that, at least relatively speaking, is good on this issue. But where you have, you know, a US government, you have governments from around the world, even governments which see harm reduction, you know, benefiting them. You know, Sweden, where snus has been such a really fantastic contribution in reducing the harms of smoking, will not provide leadership on the harm reduction thing. You look at Japan or Korea or other countries where IQOS and similar devices are resulting in dramatic drops in smoking, right? And once again, these governments will not represent it. You know, I mean, it's a little bit, I mean, so all you have are the more repressive-minded governments that are really out there pushing constantly and caught up in this thing that we can't support harm reduction because big tobacco is supporting harm reduction. Well, come back to basic principles, right? The core, the essence of harm reduction, right, is in some respect the acceptance in the illicit drug area that there's never been a drug-free society. There's never going to be a drug-free society. Therefore, our objective should not be to get rid of drugs or to try to build a moat between ourselves and these drugs or our children and these drugs, because that can't be done. Rather, the challenge is to learn how to live with drugs so they cause the least possible harm and, in some cases, the greatest possible benefit. That's the essence of harm reduction. Well, now put that over on the tobacco issue, right? You know, tobacco, I mean, we know something about tobacco. It's an incredibly powerful, addictive, compelling substance, right? That not only hooks people in all sorts of ways, but also gives some people pleasures and things that they enjoy and somehow enhances many people's lives, even if you keep smoking it long enough, it's a 50% chance it's going to kill you. Right? We know it took off like wildfire when it came out of the Americas into Europe and around the rest of the world. There was something compelling about this substance, right? We know that, that even as Will pointed out earlier this morning, that even as the percentage of the world population that smokes has declined, we're still stuck at that kind of billion-plus people smoking every year. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of others using tobacco in a very unhealthy oral form in India and other lower-income countries. Therefore, I don't see us moving in the direction of a nicotine-free society. It seems to me the objective has to be to accept that tobacco is here to stay. And that while there were societies in the past that didn't know about tobacco prior to the 1700s, it's highly unlikely that we're going to evolve into a tobacco or nicotine-free world. And that therefore the challenge is to learn how to live with tobacco and especially nicotine so it causes the least possible harms and in some cases the greatest possible benefits, right? That seems like the pragmatic strategy. Right? Now, I flash back an illicit drugs thing. I remember 1998, the United Nations General Assembly Special Session on Drugs. And what was the motto of the UNGAS around drugs in 1998? A drug-free world. We can do it. Which sort of makes you wonder what they were smoking when they came up with that slogan, right? We will cut opium production worldwide by 50%. Well, we're 23 years past that date and it ain't happened. In fact, quite the opposite. It was a ludicrous objective. And we also know that the pursuit of that objective has generated, illicit black markets worth hundreds of billions of dollars each year. It's empowered criminal organizations and corrupted governments and led to massive levels of homicide and violence. It's resulted in drugs being more dangerous than they otherwise would be. It's helped spread HIV and Hep C and all of the negative consequences that flow from a heavily criminalized prohibitionist approach to drugs. We know that that's what's happened as a result. And the drug policy reform movement has been trying to roll that back to remove marijuana and now psychedelics from the global prohibitionist framework, to push for decriminalization of all drug possession, to push for more regulatory approaches, so that we can begin to move these drugs out of a prohibitionist framework. They call it a global drug control framework. It's not, right? What we know is that prohibition does not represent the ultimate form of control. Prohibition represents the abdication of control. And that's essentially what we've had, is a drug market, illicit drug market, that's been out of control. And therefore, to pull these things out and to try to reduce, to decriminalize, to deprohibit the system, not by going towards a free market, but towards a sensible, mindful public health approach that reduces the cumulative harms of drugs, right? Well, the same thing has to be true with nicotine. When we see governments that are banning e-cigarettes around the world, right? When we see all of the other, whether it's the flavored things or maybe all vaping devices, all of these measures, first of all, there is going to be a black market for these things. And we know that people are going to adapt in ways that are going to be harmful to their health and ultimately going to be, non-beneficial, right? So it seems to me that the challenge is how do we somehow the slogan, the best defense is oftentimes a good offense, right? When people are attacking foundations and others, or researchers and academics, for taking money from big tobacco, when there is almost no government sources and no independent philanthropists in the way that George Soros or some others played that role with illicit drug harm reduction beginning in the 1990s, the other side, the antis, have us in a catch-22. But the question is, when people have proved their bona fides, is it legitimate to discredit them solely because they are taking money from that source? And conversely, when an ideologue is providing overwhelming money to pursue an anti-public health policy, do they need to be called out persistently for doing that? Right? So I'm just going to finish up by saying these last couple of things. As Jeannie alluded to before, the big elephant in the room here, I think, really is the future of nicotine. It is the future of nicotine. And the biggest obstacle, I think, that those who favor, and when I say tobacco harm reduction, I'm talking about people who favor tobacco control in which harm reduction plays an important role. The biggest obstacle right now is the huge majority of people who believe that nicotine is far more dangerous than it is. In American polls, you see majorities believe that nicotine is what causes cancer, or why cigarettes cause cancer. A majority of doctors even believe that, believe it or not, as if they never learned the science, right? We have now in America, majority of people believe that e-cigarettes are as or more dangerous than cigarettes, right? We have a majority of people who believe that what happened a couple of years ago with the whole E-Valley thing, with people, people landing up in the hospitals with these lung diseases and 50 or so dying and thousands being hurt, which happened to be about illicitly produced tainted THC cartridges that people were vaping, had nothing to do with e-cigarettes. So there's massive misinformation which is propagated with the support of Michael Bloomberg and his foundation, but also the US CDC, as well as politicians who should know better, some of whom actually do know better and some who don't, right? But that issue is when we look down the road and say, what's the big game here at stake? On some level, what we're talking about is, do we want to persist in a world where probably 1 billion people continue to smoke for decades? The proportion of the population will decline that smokes, but roughly 1 billion people continuing to smoke for decades to come? Or a world in which the number of people who smoke tobacco and consume it in other very dangerous forms drops dramatically, but where the number of people consuming nicotine in safer forms, but that doesn't mean 100% safe, it just means safer forms, is 1 billion, 1.5 billion, or 2 billion. What's the end game of the vape companies and big tobacco? They don't want to eliminate the market for nicotine. They want to shift people now into continuing to consume their products, but at least in a healthier form that continue to serve their bottom line, right? Now, it seems to me that's the big name of the game. So long as people are fundamentally misinformed and miseducated about the realities of nicotine, there's no real way for the harm reduction movement to move all that much further. That has to be corrected. And that's a public education effort. Now, how do you do that? I mean, I'll finish off by saying this, one of the things, I'm going to California next week where we'll celebrate the 25th anniversary of the first medical marijuana initiative, right? And that was something that, if you ask the question, how was it that the United States, which for almost a century was the evil empire of the global drug war, nonetheless became the leading pioneering champion of ending the criminalization of cannabis? Well, a good part of the answer has to do with a strategy we figured out 25 years ago, which was by starting off with the incremental step of legalizing marijuana for medical purposes, right? And moving forward and using that issue to help transform the broader understanding of what marijuana was and who the marijuana consumer was and what the science was. And, as people began to understand that people could use marijuana for beneficial purposes, it began to be less demonized, a little more accepted, and all this. Financial interest did not play any big role in the marijuana reform movement until just 4 or 5 years ago. Almost all the major breakthrough success was done without their role whatsoever. And so there needs to be innovative strategies, outside the box strategies, at helping people rethink nicotine. There needs to be a much greater investment and push one way or another in terms of looking at the positive benefits for nicotine, right? Whether it's Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or the whole host of other diseases. If one has to look at the medicalization of nicotine, and this might be an issue where, tobacco control can unite element, some elements of medicalization that might help provide a movement towards greater acceptability. But one way or another, we have to move away from the notion. We have to challenge the basic abstentionist mindset and prohibitionist mindset of trying to create a nicotine-free world. Because I got to tell you, I'll be damned if after having spent decades of my life rolling back the war on drugs and the criminalization of various illicit drugs in my country, that I'm going to go to my deathbed watching a brand new drug war spreading around the world in which the new target of prohibitionist policies and police agencies, it happens to be nicotine and tobacco products. And my fear is we could indeed land up in that direction. I'll stop there. Thank you.
So now let's turn over to Professor Jerry Stimson, who is a professor of sociology associated with Imperial College and the London School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, as well as a leading advocate during the 1980s and continues on drug harm reduction, and very significant in bringing that about in the UK, and of course involved in setting up this very conference. So over to you, Jerry, to talk about what we've learned, what we have learned and what is next for tobacco harm reduction.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. I didn't know in 2010 that I was entering into a crazy world of tobacco control. I'd spent, as Jeannie indicated, a lot of my life working on drugs harm reduction, and I became interested in tobacco harm reduction around 2008, 2009, 2010, and I thought, well, wow, here is the solution to the world's smoking problem. I thought it ticks all the boxes. It fits all this kind of world health and public health boxes in helping people to change, putting control in the hands of people, and it seemed to be such a simple solution. And I thought, well, wow, all my public health colleagues are going to agree with me. But I soon found out that even though many of them were pro-drugs harm reduction, pro-drug law reform, when it came to tobacco, there was another hat, very different beast. So some of those friends of mine who'd been very active and taken great risks in pursuing drugs harm reduction, when it came to tobacco and safer nicotine products, very different view. And it's a crazy world. I mean, I thought I was heading for my Well, I've retired a couple of times, and my last retirement was 2010. I'm not sure when my next will be, but all my team say I should never retire. But you know, since 2010, there's really sort of strange things happened. I mean, I find myself on a WHO blacklist. You know, I find myself with an entry in Tobacco Tactics, the University of Bath Tobacco Tactics website. And of course, you know, amongst our friends, you know, if you have an entry there, you know you're doing the right thing. And there are some people in the room who are saying, why don't I have my own entry on the Tobacco Tactics website? Anna Gilmore, please give me my page. And, you know, there are the niggles and the hurts. You know, I've got friends who are banned from speaking to me because I'm working in tobacco harm reduction and I'm funded by the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. There are people who are banned from coming to the Global Forum on nicotine for that reason. I mean, this is pretty crazy. So there are many groups trying to stop tobacco harm reduction. They will slow it and there are setbacks, but I think the end of combustion is in sight for tobacco, just as it is for fossil fuels. I mean, THI is being driven by three things: the new nicotine technologies, consumer interest, and good regulation. Those are the three drivers. And perhaps that's why public health has a problem with this, because public health is quite happy. I mean, I was a left-leaning public health social scientist, you know, well, you know, all that stuff that I had to leave behind a little bit. But, you know, public health is sort of happy in telling what people are doing, then getting a bit annoyed when they don't do it, but feels very uncomfortable when people start doing things without being asked to by public health. And I think that's one of the issues here, the sort of lack of ownership from by public health and by the medical establishment, because it came from a very different direction which they couldn't easily control, and so, you know, the response is to raise the concerns, raise the fears, the FUD, fear, uncertainty and doubt. So, positive side, tobacco harm reduction is here for good. It's an easy fix that will have a massive impact on world health. It's a free gift. I mean, it's the companies that meet the R&D expenditure and the manufacturing costs, and it's the consumers who put their hands in their pockets to buy the goods. So it's one of those classic but often unremarked upon health interventions that doesn't require government expenditure. When I was working on drugs and HIV prevention, HIV/AIDS arena, all the time you're trying to persuade governments and foundations and so on to come up with the millions of dollars to launch interventions to help people to change their behaviour. This doesn't need any money at all. Harm reduction, tobacco harm reduction is simple. It requires appropriate, acceptable, accessible, affordable products and regulatory frameworks which ensure product standards. And tobacco harm reduction saves lives. We don't need randomized controlled trials to show that lower risk products lead to less harm, just as we don't need RCTs to prove that avoiding petrol and diesel is better for the environment. Nor do we need to treat smokers for their addiction, just as we don't need to treat people for their addiction to driving cars. So, the sooner we move from harmful to safer delivery systems, the sooner we'll reduce smoking-related harm. But what a mess this has become. I called this talk initially sort of going forwards and going backwards, you know, because some days it looks like we're going backwards, other days there are things that are good. But many days the prospects have looked bleak. The Australian government's bizarre plan makes nicotine for vaping only available on prescription. That's kind of like going to my GP to get a prescription to go to Starbucks, and I don't want to do any of those things. We've got the FDA in the States, which is pursuing a rule-driven bureaucratic nightmare, which is leading to the massacre of nicotine products, of small businesses, and the consumer choice. It seems to me the FDA doesn't understand nicotine vaping products. Several European countries are considering flavour bans and taxes. The WHO continues its campaign against vaping, including scandalous image. I mean, this is kind of kiddie vape porn. Have you seen those WHO images of kids vaping? You know, all this moral panics about kids vaping. The only people who portray kids vaping is the WHO. This is absolutely and the campaign for tobacco-free kids. And it's wholly inconsistent. The WHO position in this field is wholly inconsistent with its adoption of harm reduction for other health issues. The campaign for tobacco-free kids, riding on its $160 million from Bloomberg to fight flavors, has succeeded in pushing falsehoods about the supposed danger nicotine poses to America's youth. I don't know what there is about the preoccupation with kids in America. In 1971, my late friend Jock Young coined the term moral panics for these sort of scares about kids and other things. And the US seems to have had recurrent moral panics about kids, whether it was juvenile delinquency or rock and roll or internet screen time, violent video games, and now nicotine. So it's kind of surprising that anybody in the US gets to adulthood unharmed, or maybe they don't. So, and then you've got this foul campaign from the Truth Initiative. I mean, anybody who calls an organization the Truth Initiative and hasn't read 1984 needs to go back to that book, to the Ministry of Truth, or go to Russia and Pravda, a newspaper called Truth, completely the opposite. Calling something the Truth Initiative, and they now have this foul campaign, the fake product called Depression Sticks. It's a false account, it presents depression sticks, a vapor device falsely claims that nicotine causes mental illness. This campaign harms young people. It's muckraking fantasy. So what a mess these organizations have created. I hope that one day there'll be class actions against these organizations from people forced back to smoking because of this propaganda. But it's not all good news. Not all bad news. Did I say good news? It's not all bad news. There is some good news. Despite all the discussion about bans, the number of countries banning hasn't really increased. There are 36 countries that ban vaping products. The majority either regulate them or don't do anything. Going forwards, we have, as you've heard from Derek, the FDA issuing PMTAs for general snus, IQOS, and a small number of e-cigarette products, but of course the denial of the marketing orders for many e-cigarette products. And bizarrely, a few days ago, approved a discontinued oral nicotine product. Anyhow, those PMTAs for snus and for IQOS are important. Going forwards, we know that safer nicotine products can become rapid substitutes for smoking cigarettes. Sweden, many years back, reached that 5% smoking rate, which is taken as indicative of the elimination of smoking, and has the lowest tobacco-related mortality in Europe. In Norway, women under the age of 25 have an extremely low rate of smoking. 1% of young Norwegian women smoke, but around 15% of them use snus. It's been a substitution of snus for smoking. Japan, massive decrease in cigarette sales, a drop of around 40% since the introduction of heated tobacco products. And going forwards and looking positive, the UK is progressive, and I think we've succeeded in normalising vaping, but of course we still ban snus. So in London streets, you'll see people vaping rather than smoking. There are vape shops in even the smallest towns. There are no laws preventing vaping in public places. It's up to the owners of premises to decide what to do. But even here, in cricket clubs, they often make the wrong decision. I mean, the wide open space of the Surrey County Cricket Club, of which there are some members here today, you're not allowed to vape out in the wind there because they decided that vaping is somehow incompatible with watching cricket. Drinking isn't. Okay, so not... In the UK, e-cigarettes are controlled by light touch regulation. They're included in the annual NHS Stop Smoking campaigns. A few NHS hospitals have vape shops. There's no moral panic about vaping except amongst a tiny number of public health dinosaurs who've been a bit quiet of late. The number of vapers has increased steadily as the number of smokers has declined. For all that, there are some troubling signs. The recent report for the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Smoking and Health, written by ASH and the Spectrum Consortium, has no positive recommendations on e-cigarettes. They're discussed, but none of the recommendations are positive about e-cigarettes. The only recommendation in there, or the two recommendations, one is the ability to ban supposedly kiddie attractive flavours. So what is going on? Because the ASH surveys show that e-cigarette use amongst young people is almost absent here. So why is ASH importing a moral panic from the US? I don't know what's going on there. So as you've heard, and as we show in our report, anti-THR sentiment globally is nourished by big philanthropy. I don't think it's a kind of a command and control thing that we have to fantasize, but certainly the money goes to those who are anti-THR. And if we can just look at this this photo shows the relationship between WHO and one of the largest funders. As you can see on the slide, it has Bloomberg philanthropist, it has Michael Bloomberg and Dr. Tedros from the WHO against a backdrop of Bloomberg philanthropists and WHO logos. You can't see the slide because
it's not yet showing.
I know it's not showing because we're not allowed to show it. We use the photograph. The next slide, please. We've got a cartoon of it done by our cartoon team in Warsaw. We use the photo. There's a photograph on WHO social media, shows Tedros and Bloomberg shaking hands, both smiling, against a backdrop of logos, Bloomberg Philanthropies, World Health Organization, Empower. And it's used by WHO in promoting their work and their relationships. We've used this photo in the event promotion for today. And a week ago, I had a letter from Bloomberg Philanthropy lawyers threatening legal action if we used the photograph in our work. So these are stupid niggles, stupid nonsenses. And in fact, if you go to page 41 of our report, you can find the link which takes you to the photograph on the WHO Twitter account. So I can't show it to you, but there you go. So there are little stupid niggly attacks like this, but there are malicious attacks as well. I've mentioned the bans on friends speaking to each other. The pseudo-investigative journalists fed money and stories by the Bloomberg-funded groups at the University of Bath and at Vital Strategies. Bath has contracts with journalists on smoking and THR work. It includes what I call academic apartheid, the no platform and the exclusion, and some of it is clearly bonkers. The Centre for Good Governance in Tobacco Control prohibits participation in its events for those with tobacco industry contacts to the 4th degree of consanguinity. Now, you need to look up what is the 4th degree of consanguinity, because it goes sideways to your relatives, but it also goes back. So the 4th degree of consanguinity goes back to your great-great-grandparents. So there's a kind of a transgenerational theory of contamination going on here. My great-great-grandparents were born in the 1820s. I don't even know their names. I had to look it up on Ancestry Plus to clarify what I was saying. I don't even know what they got up to. So this theory that you can't engage with events because of your links with the tobacco industry are clearly mad. There's an event next week, an FCTC report being launched next week. It's announced on Twitter today. You go on there to join the online event. First question, have you got links with the tobacco industry? So what is all this about? You have events and you ban people. We don't do that. We welcome everybody. So this over-interpretation of Article 5.3 from the FCTC is really become a part of a pathology of tobacco control extremists. It's what Clive Bates described as a homeopathic concept of contamination. And unfortunately, many academics are complicit in this. They don't protest these aggressions. I don't know if they're bullied, scared, unwilling to rock the boat, or perhaps they agree wrongly that Article 5.3 applies throughout academic advocacy, work, and private life. So, what of the upcoming Framework Convention on Tobacco Control Conference of the Parties? Well, COP is shrouded in secrecy. It's antipathetic to those companies that are now part of the solution to smoking, paranoid about the public, driven by anti-THR rhetoric in conjunction with the World Health Organization, and steered by a relatively unaccountable secretariat. The Framework Convention itself is wide-ranging. It includes supply, demand, and harm reduction, the neglected area, and it's flexible. Built in is the need to respond to scientific developments. But throughout the history of those meetings, harm reduction has been neglected to such an extent that, in fact, I think now that WHO and FCT have lost ownership of the harm reduction element. As Derek Yak says, the FCT is frozen in time. Many have called for it to be abandoned or significantly revised, but states have no appetite for this. So what has to be on the agenda is change through its interpretation and implementation. First, parties to the convention, the countries that own the FCTC, must press for changes to the 5.3 guidance. Second, FCTC, WHO and COP deliberately ignore that third pillar of the convention, harm reduction, and indeed campaign against it. So I think governments must press COP to give harm reduction its rightful place as is mandated in the convention in 1D. Third, there's a lack of transparency. There are two framework conventions. There are only two framework conventions. One is on climate and the other is on tobacco. And the contrast between the climate COP26 event next week and FCTC COP9 is stark. The head of the FCT Secretariat has just tweeted about the parallels between the FCTC COP and the climate COP, saying that we're both battling big industry. But what she forgets is how different the FCTC COP is from the climate COP. If you go onto the climate COP website, it invites you to get involved. Most of the proceedings are online. 2,500 organizations are admitted as observers to the climate COP. FCTC COP has just 21 observer organizations, and there are attempts to join as observers, and only today we heard that NNA's bid to get observer status was rejected, along with the International Network of Nicotine Consumer Organizations. But admitted as an observer is the Tobacco Control Research Group at the University of Bath. So consumers no, anti-THR people, yes. COP observers, as was mentioned this morning, include a whole range of groups, business and industry, farming and agriculture, and so on and so forth. Many of them are exhibitors and sponsors. Most of those groups are welcome at Climate COP. Most of the groups who are welcome at Climate COP are banned from Tobacco COP. So, and as we know, FCTC COP richly excludes the public and the media. And despite being virtual this year, the proceedings are not online. So, things have got to change. Taxpayers pay for COP and for the FCT Secretariat, and the UK here is key, and we've been pressing UK politicians and government to do something there, but it doesn't look very positive. But the fact is that the UK pays 70% of the FCT Secretariat voluntary and project money. And as one MP remarked to me, if we pay that much, why don't we get to appoint the head of the FCT Secretariat? So there's beginning the thinking there that things have got to change, and that the UK, now it's unbound by the Euro bloc vote, can be a force for change. That's what we hope, that UK and other countries can take back control of COP. But the indications in an answer to a parliamentary question last week are that the new minister for this, that, and everything else, I don't know, the minister in charge of this is adamantly not going to rock the boat this time around at COP. So, I've nearly finished. Before I do that, I'd like to thank Harry Shapiro for writing fight in the last war. I'd like to thank all the KAC team who work on this in many different ways and have been involved in producing the report. I'd like to thank Suli Castro for organising this launch, and I'd like to thank the foundation. She's waving at the back. Hi, Suli. And I'd like to thank the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World for funding our work. So, are we going forwards or are we going backwards? As I say, some days the prospects look bleak, but overall I think the prospects are good. I think tobacco harm reduction is unstoppable. It's being driven by a dynamic of good products and consumer interest. We have to recognise that transformations in tobacco consumption have often taken a very long time. After the advent of the cigarette rolling machine, it took about 50 years for the manufactured cigarette to replace other forms of tobacco consumption. So the question for us is really not whether this transformation to safer nicotine products will happen, but the speed of transition, and of course, the longer it takes, the more deaths. So THR can be slowed, but not prevented. The question, I think, is not whether safer nicotine products will replace cigarettes and other harmful tobacco products, but when. So that's why I like to think that tobacco harm reduction is here for good. Thank you.
But your question was how do we get the discussion going again? So that was in my perfect world. We would have a new kind of report, and it wouldn't be about e-cigarettes, from the NASEM, from the National Academies. It would be about just nicotine and its potential health benefits for all of these things how effective is it for weight control? We do have an epidemic of obesity in this country, and I'm not looking at you, Patrick.
And they prescribed smoking in the 50s and the 40s.
Yes. Oh, yeah. But women have known this since the 30s, that they would smoke to stay slim. Ballerinas have known this for 100 years, that you smoke to stay slim. And you would think it would be the opposite, right? Because it would mess up your lungs and you wouldn't be able to be the athlete that you need to be on stage. They smoked. A lot of dancers as well. So this is like personal experience. This is like with cannabis. People say it really helps me with whatever, my issue. And lots of health benefits are ascribed to smoking cannabis. And they may be right. And it may be that we haven't devised the right study to confirm that. But we're talking tens of thousands of people using nicotine to control their weight. Well, weight loss, man. So we haven't even talked about that. And if that were true, but then you've got people on the other side saying, well, but experts disagree, which is a kind of typical merchants of doubt tactic. And the same will be said for nicotine benefits in Tourette's syndrome, ADHD, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, a lot of research is looking at cross-sectional studies that find associations and trying to claim that nicotine causes those things.
They want to
when all logic says that people with those things are using nicotine because it helps them, so we're going to face that. But I mean, one of the ways to deal with this is to get people to tell their personal stories. I should be the last one to ask anyone to do that. Why? Because an adult living with ADHD is already stigmatized. Or any of these other issues. You have enough stigma to deal with, and now you want me to go out in front of a camera or do something with reporters and confess that I use nicotine, the demon drug, to help me. It's a double whammy. So it's kind of I mean, I'm asking for your advice, for your opinions. Like, how do we address this? Because I think it's a real thing. I think it's a real benefit, and I think it's really ignored. And I think it's kind of like a winning point for the team, but it's hard to find the right way to address this respectfully for the people who are benefiting from nicotine.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me today for this GFN 5's presentation, the title of which is Nicotine and Inflammation. So why now is it important to consider nicotine and its biological effects in isolation? Well, in the past, nicotine has been part of cigarette smoke, one of the 5,000 to 8,000 constituents inhaled by a smoker when they smoke a cigarette. But with today's novel products, most of these constituents have been eliminated, and the role of nicotine as a biological molecule is far more relevant to look at. So how does nicotine behave in the body? Well, nicotine is a natural chemical compound found in tobacco leaves, and it's incorporated into all nicotine-containing products, either in its isolated form or as part of tobacco. But the one thing all of the products have in common is that nicotine is absorbed into the bloodstream. And once it's in the bloodstream, it's distributed all around the body, and notably has acute effects on the cardiovascular system and the brain. But because it's in the blood, it actually travels everywhere, and so we can say that the effects of nicotine could be systemic. So what about inflammation? Well, inflammation is the body's natural response to either insult or injury. And insults could be bacterial infection or viral infection. Injuries include bone breaks, burns, cuts, all of which have similar telltale hallmarks of inflammation, which include redness, swelling, pain, fever. But sometimes inflammation goes wrong, and the body produces an inflammatory response even when an insult or injury isn't there. And this can lead to autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, psoriasis, etc. Does nicotine then affect inflammation? And the short answer is yes. There have been a few studies to suggest that there is a pro-inflammatory effect of nicotine, particularly in the role of atherosclerosis, which is the formation of plaques in blood vessels. And it's thought to have this effect by stimulating a part of the nervous system called the sympathetic nervous system, which leads to a stimulation of the production of a certain type of white blood cell called a monocyte, which contributes to the inflammatory response. Not only this, but it's also thought to produce a signal for other cells to accumulate at that spot, also leading to enhanced inflammation. On the flip side of the coin, nicotine has also been shown to have anti-inflammatory effects as well, and has shown positive effects when used to treat inflammatory diseases such as Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis in a clinical trial setting. So if it has a pro-inflammatory effect, how does it also have an anti-inflammatory effect? Well, nicotine is actually able to stimulate different parts of the inflammatory pathway. And so in these anti-inflammatory instances, it attaches to a receptor on the cell surface of a certain white blood cell called a macrophage. And those cell surface receptors, called nicotinic acetylcholine receptors, lead to a reduction. It's sort of an off switch for the production of certain chemicals associated with inflammation, these pro-inflammatory cytokines. And therefore, it blunts that immune response to insult or injury. So what does this mean for nicotine-containing products? I think it's really important to remember that nicotine is a drug, and because it enters the bloodstream, it travels all over the body and leads to systemic exposure. And we also know that it is active and in the inflammatory pathways, although the long-term effects of this are still pretty much unknown. What we do know is that clinical trials based on nicotine replacement therapies like patches or gums suggest very low risk of long-term nicotine use in healthy individuals. And I think it's also really important to remember that we need to take this into context. Nicotine intake from the new novel products and from nicotine replacement therapies pose a fraction of the health risk compared to continuing to smoke cigarettes. So here I will just leave you with some quick take-home messages, and thank you once again for taking the time to join me today, and hope you enjoy the rest of the GFN conference.
In this episode, the World Health Organization has just released its report, and in it they continue to call for the banning of flavors, open tank systems, and nicotine limits. We look at the connection between Bloomberg Philanthropies, his funding of NGOs such as the Union and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, his donations to the World Health Organization, and the impact on policymaking in the Philippines and other countries. Harm reduction is an integral and accepted policy goal in public health, as seen with the COVID-19 pandemic, except when it comes to the use of safer nicotine products and the idea of tobacco harm reduction. The WHO released the Tobacco Product Regulation Report on the 5th of May. In it, they call for bans on all systems that are user-friendly. Basically, a ban on those aspects of vaping that make it so successful for smokers to switch off of combustible tobacco. Their justification is outdated science on secondhand exposure, with claims that bystanders will suffer from nicotine exposure, cardiovascular, and respiratory harm.
The Surgeon General calls it an epidemic.
Well, the FDA calls it an epidemic.
The youth vaping epidemic.
The myth of the youth vaping epidemic, even though latest statistics show that youth vaping is on the decrease. They also continue with the myth of dual use, stating that in the United States, over 70% of vapers are dual users with combustible tobacco. These all appear to be direct narratives that have been previously promoted by Bloomberg and his web of advisors.
We have no scientific evidence submitted to the FDA whatsoever that they're actually effective at helping smokers quit.
By now, we are all fairly familiar with the activities of Bloomberg Philanthropies to control the narrative around tobacco control globally. We have seen it in the Philippines, India.
The cabinet has given approval today to ban e-cigarettes.
And Mexico. Michael Bloomberg donates millions of dollars to the WHO FCTC for tobacco control initiatives and various NGOs that operate internationally towards the goal of banning safer nicotine products.
If your kid was doing this and winds up with an IQ 10 or 15 points lower than he or she would have had for the rest of her life.
Is that demonstrated?
The science shows that it has a negative impact on brain development. It's hard to measure those kinds of things. What we do know is there's no question.
There is a network of funding to NGOs that operate internationally and across borders to influence tobacco control policy and regulation to serve the interests of everyone but the health of the public. This influence is not based on sound scientific evidence or public health best practice principles, nor does it take into consideration local public health contexts.
Shockingly, the campaign against vaping has been based on a mountain of misinformation and outright lies.
Steve Forbes has called out tobacco controllers and public health officials on their war against vaping.
These authorities are consigning hundreds of thousands of people to unnecessarily premature deaths.
His comments are realistic, pragmatic, and hopefully will be considered. In the media, Mark Gunther is a veteran journalist, speaker, and writer. Since March 2015, he has been writing about foundations, nonprofits, and global development. In April, he wrote an article on Bloomberg Philanthropies and the war on vaping. In it, he outlined how people look at the work of Bloomberg Philanthropies and tobacco-free kids as an uncomplicated story of philanthropic success. However, Gunther outlines how Bloomberg Philanthropies used its money and influence to curb vaping without consultation of others who have worked for decades to reduce deaths from smoking. These experts say the ongoing campaign against e-cigarettes is misguided, built on unsound science, and likely to do more harm than good. The latest entry into the chorus of people challenging the near-puritanical approach to tobacco and nicotine policy comes from Clifford Douglas, J.D., formerly the American Cancer Society's Vice President for Tobacco Control.
You should not trust the claim that vaping is a safe alternative to smoking.
Exposure to nicotine from e-cigarette vapor does in fact cause lung cancer.
Douglas felt compelled to write a commentary after seeing a family member return to smoking from vaping because of negative media coverage. Douglas's plea to all advocates for tobacco harm reduction is this: where is the robust focus on people who are suffering now and will die before their time because they haven't been given due consideration, have not been told the truth by those who should be telling them the truth about the continuum of risk and the fact that nicotine does not cause smoking-related illness and death, and who are consequently collateral damage in this war between youth and adults, a war between well-meaning and dedicated public service-oriented people and organizations on both sides, but one in which the leaders of both sides have been unwilling to acknowledge the legitimacy of science that runs counter to their narrative. As previously reported, the FDA of the Philippines accepted funding from Bloomberg Philanthropies to help develop policies around safer nicotine products. When this was admitted, many representatives and senators in the Philippine Congress were appalled and then called for an inquiry.
So vaping is also dangerous and I am banning it. And if you're smoking now, you will be arrested.
In 2019, the government proposed a ban on the use of e-cigarettes and other smoke-free alternatives. At the same time, the Philippine FDA was also receiving funding from Bloomberg to help develop this policy. The legality of this activity is currently under investigation. Could it be that the attempt to influence policy has backfired for Bloomberg?
The House of Representatives has approved on third and final reading a bill regulating the use, sale, and manufacture of e-cigarettes and vaping products. House Bill 9007 was passed with 132 affirmative votes, 34 negative votes, and 4 abstentions.
On the 25th of May, the House of Representatives of the Philippine Congress passed Bill 9007 to regulate the manufacture, use, sale, distribution, and promotion of vaping, as well as heated tobacco products, in a risk-proportionate way. Once this bill and Senate Bill 2239 are fully approved by Congress, it will remove any of the remaining vestiges of influence from foreigners, such as raising the age to purchase to 25, a ban on flavors other than menthol and tobacco, which was due to come into effect in May 2022. If this becomes law, the Philippines will become the first country in Southeast Asia to officially recognize tobacco harm reduction as a public health strategy. The philanthropists, public health researchers, and tobacco control policymakers who denigrate and discount our lived experience are unwilling and unable to understand. This is because they reside in a world of laboratories and theories. Real life cannot be replicated in that environment, and that is why it is so important that we all band together and make sure that our voices become part of the process. If you haven't yet signed our petition, please do so and share it in your networks on social media and beyond. Stay tuned for the live panel session that follows this episode. In it, we will take questions from the viewers as we discuss strategy going forward with our advocacy and how to address the disinformation. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to add our panelists now. Here we go. Mr. Henage Mitchell, Miss Liana Hudspeth, Mr. Samsul Arifin, and last but not least, Mr. Paul Blamire. Welcome, guys. Thanks for joining us today. We actually have the first question. It's from Tom. He wants to know what our theory is on why Bloomberg is so anti-vaping. Does anybody want to pick that up and we can kind of discuss that? Go ahead, H. Please do.
Okay, Bloomberg, when he was the mayor of New York, was staunchly prohibitionist for drugs. He was staunchly prohibitionist for firearms. And as we all know, prohibition isn't really the best way to handle any kind of epidemic or any kind of problem. Drinking, whatever, it doesn't work. Never has. But that's his mindset. He's absolutely focused on telling people what's best for them based on what he thinks. That is his, essentially who he is and what he is, and he has the money to do it. So he's an idealist in that respect. He's not a pragmatist. He is an idealist. And as Carl Jung once said, every form of addiction is bad, no matter whether the narcotic be alcohol, morphine, or idealism. And Bloomberg is addicted to his power and the effects that the money can get to force people to follow his moral code. Sorry, Mr. Bloomberg, you're a capitalist. You're an absolutely horrible person when it comes down to the way you put your own personal agenda into the marketplace. But more importantly, you are corrupting governments and countries and states and nations around the world with your money and your lies. And we're angry about it. And okay, that's gone on for why he does it. So I'll just stop there.
Okay. Liana, I'm going to ask you. I have had discussions with Julie Weston from CASA, and she is always apologizing for the effluent that's coming out of America and how it affects everybody else. What is the feeling there in America right now about Bloomberg?
I didn't catch the beginning of your question, but I'm assuming that that was directed at me.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Audio.
Okay.
It's mixed. I see a lot of ordinary consumers and non-vapers that are just going with the flow and kind of ignoring it and just putting up with it, indifference. And as far as vapers, manufacturers, and other advocates, naturally, we're really upset. I can't speak for everyone else. You know, with the pandemic and everything that's been going on top of everything else, it's been hard to just focus on that subject and to see exactly where they stand. It's a really good question, and it's something that I want to look into more. But it's all mixed up. But I would say most people are just kind of indifferent and going with the flow. And that's what breaks my heart.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm muting people and then I'm going to unmute you because we're having audio issues here. We have another question. If the Philippines Senate passed the bill to regulate vaping, where are the other opportunities and risks in Southeast Asia to decide this decade for risk proportionate regulation and legislation? I'll take that one. and then I'll let H take that one afterwards. If the Philippines is able to get this through, if they're able to get this past the post, it will be the first country, obviously, in Southeast Asia to have risk proportionate regulation. If this does happen, there is hope, and I'm going to ask Sam about this when I finish. There is hope that other countries that are deciding about possibly regulating, that they will now have a template to follow. And I believe the next country up for that discussion is Malaysia. So I'm going to bring Sam Soul into this and ask him to have a little feedback on this. Sam?
Yeah. All right.
So talk about Malaysia.
Okay. I'm sorry if I'm a bit of a downer here, but we are just so tired with the whole situation. Malaysia is under a lockdown right now, and probably it's best for me to paint a picture of what's going on here in Malaysia. Earlier on, you were talking about Bloomberg, but somehow the effects or the reach of the Bloomberg initiative in Malaysia is somewhat isolated. We are not really influenced by that. But the thing is that what's been happening with WHO and their approach of being very prohibitive. Here in Malaysia, we have similar problems because the problems that we are facing is mainly with the little Napoleons in the Ministry of Health and all the other government agencies. So it's really like talking to the wall. You know, they are hell bent at stopping regulation. So what we did was we reached out to the policymakers, the elected representatives, and we somehow adopted a guerrilla approach. So we went down to the parliament, and most of them are smokers, and we give them a vape pen and ask them to try it on, and try to convert them into vaping, and much to our surprise, they took it up, and even to the point where one of the ministers in the parliament was caught vaping, and somehow that's a good thing, and this is the situation that we are facing now. The current situation in Malaysia is that we are now regulating, wait for it, zero nicotine liquids. Now, some people might say that, okay, they are at least moving towards regulation, but to me, I don't see this as a step forward. It is really a step backward. And, let's look at what is zero nicotine liquids consist of. PG, VG, and flavorings, basically things that you make for ice creams and cakes. Why would you want to tax and regulate that? And that will not help the government in terms of tax collection, and also it's not going to help the vapors. So we have launched a petition to voice our dismay and our issues with that, and we have garnered about in excess of 10,000 supports for that online petition.
Okay. Do you think the Philippines, if they do this, it's going to help you though?
Well, that's the thing here in Malaysia, because firstly we have the little Napoleons, the career bureaucrats in the government agencies. This is one group of people that we need to address. Then the other group of people is the elected representative, who do not look at the signs or what's happening around them, and they are just looking at scoring political points. So the situation here in Malaysia is more of them gaining some political points from the elected representative part, and also from the bureaucrats, which is really they are set in stone. It's really no point talking to them. We have represented them with researchers and papers and facts, but they are just hell bent on stopping it. So coming back to your question, whether what's happening in the Philippines might help Malaysia, I certainly hope so. It would be a good talking point and a good development in this region, something that we can use. But again, as I said, here in Malaysia, If we were to talk to the elected representative, they're just talking about, how can this issue score political points, and if we would talk to the bureaucrats, it's just talking to the wall. So that's the situation.
Okay. Paul, isn't that very similar to what's going on in Australia? You'll need to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yeah, we've now been starting to see the money appearing through Bloomberg-funded enterprises as such. And the way they've done it here is actually snuck the money through the universities, through grants programs. So we've seen that. We've got a little bit of a different situation here going forward into October 1, where we're under a full prescription model. They're trying that out. So you have to visit your physician, get a prescription. And as Clive Bates said the other day, he thinks it's very dumb and stupid that we're going down this pathway, and that we then either have to privately import liquids with nicotine in it, or we have to go to, like, with our prescription to a pharmacy. We don't know any pharmacies yet that are willing to take this up. Are they going to sit there and compound all the different levels of nicotine, whether they're freebase or salts or whatever else, or even synthetic for that matter? Here it's an absolute mess. Absolute mess here in Australia. The rhetoric that is coming out of the WHO is writing the policy here in Australia, and it's blatant. They're not listening to the science. It's just lies, lies, more lies.
Well, you see, that's the thing, and that's kind of ties back to what you were saying, Sam, about the bureaucrats and little Napoleons. And this also ties into something that Clive Bates has been talking about. I don't know how many people are aware of the letter that he and a bunch of experts sent to Tedros, I can never pronounce his last name, the head guy of FCT and FCTC, about the tobacco regulation report. Now, I don't know how many people are aware of it. For the people that aren't aware of it, basically this report calls for bans on everything. They open tank systems, nicotine limits, flavoring. It's the same basic effluent that they've been spewing since the last COP, and they're now trying to get everybody to go on board with this. I'm sure by now, in case you aren't though, I'm sure by now everybody's aware that Bloomberg puts millions and millions of dollars into the WHO FCTC tobacco control program. So even though Bloomberg may not have a direct effect on what's going on in Malaysia, he does have an effect on anybody or any country that is a signatory to that agreement because of his influence. I am going to ask H, if he would be so kind. Can you give us a background a little bit on Thailand? Because that's the other big country where there are a lot of vapors, but you're taking your life into your hands to vape. Unmute.
Unmute. Hello. Right.
Hi.
Okay. Before I launch into Thailand, I just want to pick up on Malaysia and Australia, if you don't mind. First of all, Sam, you said Bloomberg has no particular direct influence in Malaysia. That's not entirely true. You have a fellow in Malaysia whose name is Mohammed Hanaki bin Nik Mohammed. Does that ring a bell? Okay, he is one of the major naysayers, and he is a direct recipient of Bloomberg funding. He's a graduate of Johns Hopkins University, or Johns Hopkins Institute for Global Tobacco Control, which is directly funded by Bloomberg and has actually changed their name to Bloomberg now. And he is absolutely on board with the Bloomberg rhetoric, and he is driving that in Malaysia. So in Australia, you have a wonderful gentleman there by the name of Mr. Lopez, or Professor Lopez, I beg your pardon. So Alan Lopez, who is understood to be a molester of women, among other nasty things he does, has also received funds from Bloomberg and headed up the Vital Strategies, a anti-tobacco non-profit with long ties to Bloomberg, for which presumably he owns significant sums of money. Professor Lopez is another one of these Bloomberg clones who is absolutely messing up the entire legislative platform with his lies. He's also a molester of women, apparently, which isn't a good thing, and was eventually dropped from a number of institutions, finally, after it just became obvious that he shared the same predilections as our dearly beloved Professor Stan Glantz. However, you asked me about Thailand. So Thailand, again, is most certainly not immune to Bloomberg funding. It has a ridiculous stand on vaping. And it's one of those, essentially, it's not even a backdoor ban. Essentially, it is not illegal to have a vape device or juice in Thailand. That is not illegal. The problem is, since there is no tax code for it, you can't import it legally. Consequently, if you have a vape device, de facto you smuggled it. And the charge for that is economic sabotage. So owning this in Thailand constitutes economic sabotage and has an up to 10-year jail term. So that's where we're at now. The consumer groups in Thailand are very active. They're up against a very difficult situation where the government owns the tobacco industry here, so they own the tobacco production, the tobacco manufacture, the supply chain. They own it. They have no interest in vape. It just totally undermines and undercuts their money. And it's interesting that the principal mouthpiece for the anti-vaping group is also part of the Ministry of Health and runs the tobacco control unit of the Ministry of Health, and receives a considerably huge sum of money as a percentage of the tobacco taxes that are collected by the government, and it comes out to millions. And what does he do with this money? Does he set up smoking cessation clinics? Does he embrace the science? No, he just attacks vapors. He attacks anybody that supports vaping. He lies and lies and lies, and he, together with the head of Ash Thailand, are the principal drivers of the hatred and bile and vitriol and lies and basically corruption that is holding back the Thai government from actually passing sensible, proportionate regulation. But again, it comes back to that major thread that's going to run through this whole discussion, which is that we are being lied to, all of us, by people that really should know better, but they're receiving funding. So consequently, their job is to lie. So they do that. And this runs across the board from public servants, bureaucrats, health officials, to people who run medical associations like cancer associations, heart associations. They're all funded one way or another, either by Bloomberg or Gates, or let's not forget Big Pharma, who was directly responsible and funded the setup of FCTC. Let's go back. I'm sorry, I'm raving and ranting. Stop me if I'm going on too long. But when the FCT was started up, well-meaning, well-intentioned, that just happened to coincide with the launch of the pharmaceutical companies' smoking cessation products, which we all know don't really work for most people. So they saw this as a win-win. Throw a bunch of money at the FCTC, which they did. The first 2 years of the FCT were entirely funded by pharmaceutical companies. And they still throw vast chunks of money in. For them, it was just a great win-win situation. Okay, you're setting up anti-smoking. We've got an anti-smoking pharmaceutical project, which it isn't, but we'll just stick with that for now. So yeah, we'll support you. Oh, vaping's come along. Let's attack vaping. Here's some more money. Here's the script. And then, of course, Bloomberg, Gates, and the rest of those philanthropic moralists got on board and said, yeah, this is good, isn't it? But the whole thing was set up by pharma to market their smoking cessation products. And it's still happening today. Even Bloomberg's investing in smoking cessation products. Conflict of interest much? Yes. But that's it. So, yeah, Thailand is a seriously bad basket case because the tobacco industry is owned by the government, as it is in India, as it is in China, as it is in various countries that are particularly strong against vaping. So yeah, they're going to fall in with the Bloomberg rhetoric, and Thailand is right there. What's the way forward? Well, we can discuss that later.
Yeah, I mean, and here's another thing, and this discussion has come up only in the past couple of days. I don't know if people are aware, but Konstantinos Farsalinos has been attacked in the British Medical Journal. And he has found out that, Bloomberg and these people are also paying journalists. Not that this is surprising to any of us. I mean, but this is the thing, and this is the point where we're having this discussion, is you need to understand the enemy, friends close, enemies closer, right? But you need to understand that this web is so entrenched. It's public health, it's governments, it's the WHO, it's journalism. And this is what we're up against. Now, some of these, this is what makes the Philippines such an amazing success story, hopefully, because the people have been excluded from this, and they've done this because they know that if we get out there and we speak and we tell our stories, that we're going to humanize this issue. They don't want this issue humanized. I mean, that is the number one thing that will probably shoot this whole thing down. But in saying that, okay, I think that like what Sam has done in Malaysia and will probably continue to do, you need to take your advocacy and you need to take your actions, and you need to A, understand your enemy, but B, you also need to adjust it to be able to make it relatable to the people that you're dealing with. And that's something that we all really need to work on. One of the things I wanted to bring up is a lot of the time, a lot of us are, go on about the science. That's not our job. H was with me at that GFN back 4 or 5 years ago when Clive Bates was talking about what the consumers need to do. And he said this again recently. We need to humanize this. We need to tell our stories. There is nothing more important than our stories. We are the evidence. Okay. And the people that are against us are saying, oh, it's just anecdotal, or it's, it's not verifiable in a laboratory. We are the evidence. And right now is, how do we all work together in order to be able to work in the various locations that we have with kind of enmeshed with the scientists? The scientists do their thing. We do our thing. Our thing is we talk about our stories. We need to be able to communicate effectively. We need to make what we do relatable. I'm going to bring Liana back in on this. I know you're a newbie, and I know you're probably like, oh, stop doing this to me. But I want you to give me your input on what you think as a new advocate you would need to be able to be effective in this way.
Thank you. Paul and I were just talking about this. I don't have all these amazing facts stored up in my mind to just regurgitate. I am a new advocate. I've only been vaping a couple years. I know what it's done for me. I know that I was asked to do a news interview once right in front of my salon when I had only been vaping for a few months. And I had a client tell me, do you know what this stands for? And she said, look it up real quick. And I went out there and I got in front of, God and everybody, and spoke my mind on something that I was passionate about because it saved my life. And Paul and I were discussing the gap between the science, the consumer, and the general public. So looking at it from my point of view, no letters behind my name, we need small, digestible chunks. Something that's just as easy to digest as those flashy headlines that Bloomberg and everyone else has just been swaying to and feeding to the general population. It's not just vapors that we need to reach. It's everyone. It's everyone. It's the person that has no history of smoking, but their dad smokes. Their brother smokes, their sister smokes, their mom smoked, or whatever. It's everybody. So the links between the science and the facts that are truth need to be put forth in small, digestible easy to understand facts. And if they want to dig deeper, then they can dig deeper, because there are those that will. Me, I'm better one-on-one with people, and working with them, like at my salon. I have a client who is she's an administrative nurse who's on leave. She gave me permission to document, without her name, her trying to quit using vaping. And I want to help her do that. I'm going to help her set her up with the right device, this and that. And we're going to log everything. And I've already got a lot of the facts written down. That's what I can do for me, the one-on-one thing. But just as a consumer, and even if I wasn't a vapor and I was just reading general headlines, I'm being assaulted by this, and this bad thing, because that's what people gravitate to, just like, a scary movie. We need more small bits and pieces that are easy to digest, that are just as easy to remember as Ivali, which needs to be renamed. Okay. Just as catchy as that. Just simple, pure facts. That's just my opinion.
No, I agree. It makes sense. When I was watching the World Vapors Alliance live stream, which is available on, you can get to it, I think, on their Facebook page and also on their YouTube channel. But there was a discussion between Clive Bates and Ethan Nadelman. And Ethan Nadelman comes from the drug harms reduction background in New York, like in the 80s. Okay, so you've got these two pillars of harm reduction, okay, talking about what we as consumers need to do. And it basically breaks down to three main things. One is we need to educate ourselves enough that we can do these small little bites that Liana is talking about. We need to band together, join an organization or join some kind of group where you can get the information you need so that you can then turn around and take your small bites of information and your story, okay, and activate that, to help influence legislation or legislators or politicians and things like that. So my question, I guess the second part of my question to you, Liana, don't worry, I'll get to everybody else. Because you're new, I want to ask this because it's been a while that I've been doing this. And I think sometimes when you've been doing this for a while, you kind of forget what it was like to do it from the very beginning. And I think that there are a lot of people out there that want to get involved and want to do something, but they don't know where to start. Okay. So what is your thought about what we as advocates that have been around a while can do to help you or the newer advocates get involved, stay engaged, and fight the battle effectively?
I think one of the best examples that I most recently experienced that actually inspired me to try harder was just another person that had been in the game longer, catching a hashtag of mine, which was undo Bloomberg brainwashing, and running with that. Getting the opportunity on a show to appear not as a guest, but just, they had Son of Liberty Radio. We had just a moment that we could come on and tell our testimony of how vaping helped us quit smoking successfully. There was just a couple minutes, encouraging someone that's just trying to reach out and do something and make a difference builds us up and gives us courage to go further. That was the most recent thing that I experienced. And I have joined agencies, and there is a huge volume of information. Just looking at that WHO report and all 363 pages was quite overwhelming. But I can tell you what stuck out to me and what didn't. You know what I enjoyed reading? The Royal College of Physicians report on to the tobacco and harm reduction in health. Like that got to me. That's what I needed to read. I need more digestible little bits of that I want to put forth, It made sense.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, but isn't it interesting? You look at those two different reports and they're diametrically opposed.
One is transparent, one is not. And one is hypocritical, and one is truth. One has a plan and said, we tried to tell you this in 1962. And the other one is just like this diabolical, it's just evil. Like, and if it wasn't for you inspiring me to read that, I wouldn't have gone, I want to hide in my cave like everybody else. And like, what can I do? I can't make a difference. I read that and it just like lit me on fire, and I'm like,
well, that's good. I'm glad. My next question, don't worry, Sam, I haven't forgotten you. I want to go to Paul for a minute. Paul, one of the things that we've talked about in New Zealand, okay, is, and the thing that a lot of us here in New Zealand don't understand is, why is there no organized advocacy in Australia? And what can we do, the wider advocacy community, do to help you guys advocate?
Well, there are still advocacy organisations here. Yes, they do exist, but they're a little bit different to what you have in New Zealand. We've tried in the past to put things together here. They go a certain way forward and then they just start hitting hiccups. I've been advocating now since, 2015, late 2014, early 2015. And the changes and all the problems that we've had here in Australia, it's one fight after another here with the government. The government doesn't want to listen to us. The government will not even sit down and speak to industry leaders. They don't want to talk to us. They're just taking their own little pathway. They read whoever sends them their booklets, they're way out of date. That's for a start. And I'll guarantee you, because yes, we are a signatory to FCTC, and the professor down in Adelaide, who was right in the ear of the TGA here, or the Therapeutic Goods Administration, this is where the problem lies here. If we had an advocacy organisation, sure, there is ATHRA, Australian Tobacco Harm Reduction, there's also legalised vaping, but we've also had smear campaigns put across through the media here attacking these organisations, even for the seed money. And Dr. Alex Wodak, when the hearing was, the hearing on nicotine and vaping, the Senate inquiry, he turned around and he just slammed them in the end. He just mic drop moment. He said, well, hang on, we all work in this same area together. Guess what? Your money comes from tobacco too. And everyone's jaw just hit the canvas. I love the politician's face. It was just like, what just happened?
Yeah, I watched that. That was pretty impressive. Go ahead. No, go on.
It's hard here to get people motivated. That's a big thing about Australia. Like you get going with certain things, they'll go on for a little while and then they'll just hit roadblocks. But
why?
And a lot of the people that have been involved, we're all very tired. There's no two ways in that one, for the amount of fighting that we do here and the attacks by an idiotic health minister, Greg Hunt, that has no understanding of what harm reduction is. And his mantra for the whole last few years has just been not on my watch. Yeah. I wish that the people here would keep fighting a little bit harder, but they're all getting knocked down. Every time they get back just a regular everyday letter from a politician, from a government department, and it says the same thing, it's very disheartening. There's no personalization like in the conversations. That kills a person.
Yeah, no.
It's fine if you want to send a form letter, but come on.
Well, you see, and that's the thing. I think that's a big point is, when you look at the FCTC, again, I'm bringing that up, but, we have a right to be involved in this. And I think a lot of these people forget that they're talking about people. This is about people. This isn't about, they think about obviously is tax money, and tobacco excise, but this is about people. And I think that's the big part about humanizing this. Now, I've been watching Australia since 2015 because that's when AVCA started. And, it's, I see what you're up against, and we've tried to support you as much as possible. And CAFRA's tried to support as much as possible. But this is Liana, pay attention to this. This is something that we've seen in other countries too. We've seen it in Canada. We've seen it with some of the advocates in the United States, advocate burnout, which is what's going on in Australia. It's almost as if it just all becomes too much. And I wonder, H, I'm going to ask your opinion on this. I wonder if that's because we're not focusing on ourselves and our stories. We're too busy trying to do all these other things. And maybe if we focus down into our stories and making it about us and not about them, that maybe there would be a little more fire there. H, what is your thought on that? Unmute.
Okay. Thank you. I think the fundamental issue that we had to grapple with is exactly what Paul said. We need to humanize this. It's what everybody says. So you're right. Our stories are compelling. And regardless of how you feel about politicians, they do recognize that they're there, at least in most democracies, because the people have elected them. And if the people, and I'm talking about individual people, me, you, write a personal letter to their MP or to MPs in general, saying, hey, vaping saved my life. This is my story. This is my testimonial. That has an impact. Far more so than a scientific document, because they're not scientists. The very few of them that are, will read the science, perhaps, but a personal letter is important. And I think the fundamental thing that every vapor should be doing is just filing their testimonial wherever anybody asks for a testimonial. And it's as simple as writing it once, copying it and pasting it and sending out whenever and wherever. CAFRA has a page for testimonials. AVCA has a page for testimonials. I think MOVE has a page for testimonials. Australia, you have a capacity to collect testimonials. Liana, you have the capacity to encourage other vapors to say, look, give us just share your story. From once that story's done, as I say, you can copy and paste it. Organizations such as MOVE, such as CAFRA, can supply the contact details of politicians in your country, and you can just take that list and start firing out emails from your own email account to the politicians, your MPs, other MPs, ones that support vaping, ones that don't support vaping, and just get that out there. Flood their inboxes with testimonials. Put those testimonials up wherever you can, because our voices are incredibly powerful. On our own, not so much. Together, unstoppable. And I'll say this before. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Vaping advocacy, consumer advocacy, is a grassroots movement. The majority of advocates don't earn any money from this. It costs them money. They don't have support or anywhere. They're doing this because they're passionate about it. And that's the key thing. All of us who've used vaping to get out of cigarette smoking are passionate about it. It's something we did ourselves, and we're really happy for it. And we see in our own health, in our own bodies, the difference that it's made. Our families see it. We know. We can look at the science that it's 95% safer, but the newspapers are saying it's not. It's just as dangerous as tobacco. That's a lie. We have to just keep putting out there whatever they say is wrong, because this is my personal experience, and that really has an impact. And as consumers, that's incumbent on all of us to share our personal experiences, what it did for me, why you're wrong, why what you're doing is going against my rights, my choices, my health, and why it's not helping anybody except not even really the tobacco companies, because they would transition immediately to less harmful products if the demand was there and the regulatory framework was there. End of problem. So, yeah, that fundamentally your story is powerful, more powerful than you probably realize. And when all those stories are put together, they're unstoppable. As I said, we are grassroots, and the thing about grass, you can cut grass,
Grows back.
it will always grow back, and it always grows back stronger. So bring it on.
And the other thing to add to that, that's very good, families too. Kids that, their parents used to smoke and they couldn't walk a mile with them, and now their parents can be active with them. And, grandparents and spouses and friends, all of those are part of our narrative. And those are the things these people need to hear. Now, in saying that, Samsel, you said you got 10,000 people to sign the petition. Tell me about those 10,000 people. Who are those people? Are they vapors? Are they friends of vapors? How were you able to get them to get engaged and to sign that petition?
All right. We managed to get 10,000 support for the online petition in a short while. Within about slightly more than a week, we managed to get 10,000 support. The thing is that about Malaysia and Malaysian vapors is that we are very passionate about it. I would say that the nature of the vapors in Malaysia is somewhat mature, and they understand the issues, and they are totally on board. So what we did was, because we have a online movement with a move on Facebook, we have about 50,000 members there. So when we launched our petition on our Facebook page, it got a lot of attention and a lot of support. And this petition was addressing the issue about the zero nic tax, and they see our view, they understand, and they are somewhat very supportive. So that's what we did in Malaysia. And to add on to that, I would like to say that the Malaysian vapors are really mature. There's a huge group of vapors here in Malaysia, but it is not growing. It is not growing due to the fact that we have been getting a lot of bad press, and we have not been able to reach out to people who are anti-vaping. And recently, there's been a movement, aggressive movement, to ban vaping from the Anti-Cancer Association, because there's been a viral video about a child, vaping, and so I reached out to the local newspaper and told them that, look, we are against underage vaping as well. We are not for it, we are against it. And this is why it is more important for us to regulate it rather than for us to just, dismiss it off. So coming back to what you asked me earlier on, Nancy, it's just that, again, in Malaysia, I'm not too sure how the situation is in other countries, but the vapors here in Malaysia is very passionate about it. They are very supportive. And we do get a lot of support whenever we launch any campaigns or any petition.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, and I think that's a big, I'm going to mute you. I think that's a big point that needs to be made, is that the passion, just like H said, like you said. I know that with New Zealand, Paul can back this up. When we started out, it was like 10 of us. Now we're like 20 of it, 20,000 in the entire community, and probably about 2,000 people really active in the group. One of the things that we did, and which is also one of the things that goes back to what Ethan and Clive were talking about, is educate ourselves so that we can educate other people. And I think as vapors, I think every vapor should be an advocate, because you are an example of something that has made your life better. And it is your responsibility, I think, to share that information and to share the facts about this. And if this means, having to write the letters to the newspapers, yes, they may not accept them, but you keep doing it. Writing the letters to the politicians, keep doing it. Okay. It's almost, you feel like you're up against a mountain of, you're not getting ahead, but actually you are, because even if you can't get the letter published in the paper, or you can't get the meeting with the politician, like Liana said, if you can convert and switch one person over, that's a success. That is a success, and you have to celebrate that success. And I think that's the whole point of World Vape Day too, is, hey, look at all of us. I mean, when World Vape Day started last year compared to this year, I don't have the full stats yet, but I mean, it was much more active this year. There are many more people either A, vaping, or B, who now feel empowered enough to actually speak about it. And that's one of the big things we need to do, is we need to empower other people to speak about it. Okay. And to say, hey, this is about me. Let's stop focusing, let's stop focusing on what this person's doing or what that person's doing. Yeah, we need to know about it because you need to know your enemy. But let's more focus on what we can do to help each other and to help smokers and to help other vapors. Focus on that, and then the rest should kind of fall into place, because you could go crazy looking at all the negative things in the media and all the things that, the attacks on us. I mean, there were some consumer advocates that were attacked in medical journals and stuff. Okay, yeah, you address it. But the main core focus of what we're doing is we're trying to help people switch away from the thing that's going to kill them to the thing that most likely will not kill them. And I think that's probably a fair assessment. I open the floor to all of you. Unmute yourselves and speak.
I understand exactly what you're saying on that. We tried a couple of years ago to get our videos out to the different departments and people, like government organizations here. That didn't work too well. They weren't interested. Asking for meetings, they weren't interested. We'll just keep fighting. But every time we move forward here, then the health ministers just go bang and stop it again. We move forward again. They stop it again. They move forward. Oh, we go backwards 3 steps down. It's like playing snakes and ladders in Australia. And we're the only country where, yes, you need a prescription for nicotine, and the current law and the highest fine here for possessing it without prescriptions and things like that is Western Australia, and that's 45,000 Australian dollar fine. Then they were talking about the importation fines for when October 1 comes around. The original figure that was put on that was 220,000. Oh, but you got to add the 2,000 for GST, so it's $222,000. So you can't forget the GST in Australia. GST on everything. So you had to add the extra 2,000 for that. That's people going to jail if they ever go down that pathway. But I think that's more or less to stop big manufacturers moving in and setting up shop here. The other problem that we have here is putting together a proper framework for the liquid manufacturers and for the vaping industry. There's a whole lot of different things that need to be done. The lid has to be lifted. The lid has to be lifted on manufacturing processes. There needs to be proper videos put out from the manufacturers showing their ways through their labs, showing that everything is clean and above board, that it's not being made in your bathtub. Right? That's another thing. There's small things that all need to add up into one big picture. But until everyone comes and sits down or does their own little part, we're not going to move forward real quick here in Australia.
Yeah, and it's almost like the politicians don't realize they actually work for the people.
Well,
kind of like Malaysia.
Okay, we have the highest cigarette prices in the world now, and people don't also understand that around the world. We're watching lower socioeconomic actually now going without food so they can smoke.
Yeah.
That shouldn't happen
that
anywhere in the in the world.
No, it shouldn't.
But
it actually shouldn't. Well, I want to switch gears for a minute before we end this. There's something that also came up. Originally the FCTC was against smoking, and now it seems like the WHO and the FCTC, it's not about smoking anymore. It's about nicotine. There's been this change from smoking to nicotine. Okay. Maybe what we need to do, and I'm very weird. I don't want to denigrate a smoker. I smoked for so many years, and I know what it's like to be treated like dirt because you're a smoker. but how do you think we can best address that from a consumer perspective? Liana, do you have any ideas about that? Because I mean, they keep, the thing that drives me nuts is I'm always saying nicotine is like caffeine. It's a dependence. It's not an addiction. I can live without my nicotine. I'm miserable. Just like if I don't have my coffee, I'm miserable, but I can function without it. Is this something that's come out of the States? Is that something that's been running around in the United States, and that's why we're all experiencing that?
I've been trying to focus on for myself, the whole safer nicotine campaign, because I'm going to have my nicotine. I need my nicotine.
Right.
I need, I don't want to say I need. There needs to be a clear picture painted that it's not the nicotine that's causing cancer and all the problems. It's the tar. It's everything from actually smoking combustible cigarettes. It's not the nicotine. And so for myself, at least like on Twitter, safer nicotine has been something, or clean nicotine is a hashtag that's also, been part of my repertoire lately. But it's not the nicotine. It isn't. And I need it. It's the first thing in the morning. I can live without the caffeine. I'll get a caffeine headache, but if I don't have my nicotine, I'll have a breakdown. Seriously, I won't even be able to work.
I think a lot of us are like that. I know with me, and you and I have had this discussion, it helps me focus.
Mm-hmm.
Without it, I'm like, I'm all over the place. I mean, I'm all over the place anyway, but it keeps me less all over the place. Yes, H, I saw your face.
No, I'm just thinking about myself. Right.
That's okay. I just outed myself, but that's okay. How, the scientists are the ones that have to fight that. And luckily, we've got some really big names now that are up against it, and they're saying, hey, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. And people who were involved in developing the FCTC are turning around and going, wait a minute, it's not nicotine, it's smoking. I'm not sure how we can fight that battle. I think that may just be as the scientists and the experts. I'm going to switch it to H because he always has an opinion on these things and he's much more articulate than I am. H, how do you see we should, as consumers, don't make that face, should address that?
It's the gap between the science and the general population.
Yeah, how do we address that? Unmute.
That's a good question, and I don't think there's an easy answer. I think part of our problem is that people who are anti-nicotine, anti-smoking, anti-everything, right? They're entrenched in their position, and I mean, we see this a lot in the world these days. You're either for Trump or you're against Trump. There is no middle ground. For the vaping situation and the nicotine issue, it's very difficult to counter the propaganda and lies when 50% of doctors in basically the world still believe that nicotine is carcinogenic. It isn't. Even the WHO itself has said if you want to use a patch for the rest of your life, if that will stop you smoking, no problem, because there is no known health consequence from long-term use of nicotine. That's from the WHO. Use a patch, use it 24/7, 365, no problem. Bear in mind, a patch contains 30 times more nicotine than one cigarette. So if it's okay to put the nicotine 30 times the strength of one cigarette on your arm or wherever you want to put it, then nicotine's not the problem, is it? And I think that one fact right there, that one statement from the WHO just blows the whole thing out of the water. And I think it's something we all need to understand what the WHO said, what the Royal College of Physicians said, what a number of health, departments and what have you have said. Nicotine's not the issue. So now suddenly it's become the issue, but it's not the issue. So how do you do with it? I just want to segue from that into the. I get a lot of emails from Ash in the US and elsewhere. I don't know why, but I do, and I forced myself to read through them. But one thing that became clear to me is that when they're not talking about vaping and they're not trying to demonize tobacco companies, everything else I agree with. We need to get away, effective ways for smokers to get away from smoking. Harm reduction is one of those, and they deny it, but it is actually, as we know, WHO's, FCTC's, it's actually there that harm reduction is a part of tobacco control strategy. But I think that there is some mileage to be made from agreeing with the principal issues that are being raised by various ASHs, by various groups, that yeah, we totally agree. Smoking is dreadful and it needs to be stopped, and we need to support people to get away with it. We totally agree that it's totally inappropriate for vaping or anything else to be given anywhere near children. And any government that hasn't yet passed regulation to restrict the sale of vape products to minors are idiots. Total idiots. Why are you not paying attention to this? But we've seen it in Malaysia, we've seen it in New Zealand, we see it in Australia, we see it in the Philippines, we see it. It's the children. Yeah, but you know, it isn't an issue. Oh, it's an issue. No, it's not. Your figures that you're coming up with are completely wrong. The real figures, which are done by independent people who are not paid money to come up with the figures that you want, show that there is a decline in youth smoking, a modest uptake on vaping, very few children taking vaping that aren't already smokers. And anytime you see a tick up in vaping, you see a commensurate tick down in smoking amongst youths. I've segued away from nicotine. But what I'm trying to say here is we can agree with a lot of what the tobacco control lifers have to say. We do. We agree. We totally agree. And we did something about it personally by taking an alternative to smoking and have benefited accordingly. That's hence the you know, the importance of putting your story down. But there's one other thing as well, which I want to segue back to Bloomberg and the rest of it. Okay, there isn't a country in this region, not one, that has not had their health policy on tobacco control influenced by Bloomberg's money. Not one. He is funding not only universities and tobacco control advocates, he's also funding health departments and giving money in the Philippines, in India through the union, in Pakistan, in Indonesia. It's pernicious. And here's the thing, what the Philippines has noticed, and I have a great deal of hope on this, is that, you know what, this foreign billionaire and his money have corrupted our sovereign nation's right to make decisions based on evidence that is clean and truthful for the benefit of the people. Basically, what's happening here is the Bloomberg Foundation and others are actually corrupting sovereign governments throughout the world, and particularly in Asia. And whether you're a vapor or a smoker, whether you agree with it or whether you don't agree with it, there's one thing that anybody that is a citizen of a sovereign nation can most certainly get behind is, why is this government allowing foreign entities to fund and manipulate and direct health policies using, in this case, totally wrong science? There's laws against that kind of thing, both in the US, where Bloomberg is based, and also in every single country in this nation. In Australia, it's really, really clear. It was done to stop Chinese influence, but it works for us. Look, this guy's taking money from a foreign entity and he's influencing politicians. That is constitutionally and legally unacceptable. It is a crime. So if you're accepting money from Bloomberg or Pharma or whatever and spouting out their line, you have been corrupted, and you are deliberately using those funds to corrupt our sovereign government.
I'm going to
I
segue.
think that's a point we need to get across. And I
there's
think
another point.
We're coming to a point where that information is going to be very widely available, and our anger at the exposure of our governments receiving funding from foreign entities to influence policy negatively is going to spill over. And some people need to watch their asses, because we're coming for you, baby.
I'm going to segue into that. There's another thing as well. You have a right. You have a human right to harm reduction. You have a human right to make informed choices about your health. I'm always harping about this. People are like, oh my God, but it's in the FCTC Article 1D. It's in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Okay. not only are these foreign people going around and messing with sovereign countries, but individual human rights are being denied and stepped on. And that's something, a little small bite for you, Liana. That's something that also needs to be pointed out very clearly, because it is a right. There's a human right to health.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
So, that's something. Yeah. Sam, is there anything that you would like to add to this discussion?
Right. I just want to add on a bit about what H said earlier on about the nicotine patch. Well, you see, nicotine products is okay only if it is a product from the big pharma. So if it is not, then that's a problem. So that's the thing. The thing is that I am angry, but I believe we will win this battle because we have the numbers. The science is backing us up, and we are saving lives. Bottom line is that's what we are doing, and that's why I believe that we will win this battle.
Oh no, I agree. I feel the same way. It's Paul. Any final thoughts?
The only final thought, pardon me, the only final thought that I have here for Australia and the region for the minute is that just keep watching what's going on here. Because I said this actually on a show a few months back. Australia is like a petri dish when it comes to policy and how they want to try and play with something or test it out, a testing ground as such. We're seeing that now with the prescription model, and there's been other chatter from a couple of other countries that they might also look at it if it works here, which I think is very, very stupid. But plain packaging laws, that all started here in Australia, taxes or tobacco taxes and how to hike them up through the roof, that all started here as well with some of the bad policies that we've created. But please, if you see calls to action for Australia or you want to know what's going on, find us on Twitter and go down the rabbit hole and try and help out with what's going on here and in Malaysia. Where are you at now, Hennig? Are you in Thailand? If you're in Thailand, help out there as well. Nancy's over there in New Zealand and Liana's over there in the US. We all have problems with this same entity. How about we try and wipe a bit of sheen off this entity and say, well, look, enough is enough. You've been polluting the water now for so many years. Get out and let us swim. It's our time, not yours anymore. Bye-bye, Bloomberg. Get out of the water.
Yeah.
You're not welcome.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. And the more we fight again, and this is, you know how things always get worse? The night always gets darker before this dawn kind of thing. Things always get worse before they improve. I think that's what we're seeing. And I think that's what Samsol's talking about. And I think that's what H is talking about is, the more we know and the more information we have, the more they're going to try to, castigate us and knock us down because they don't want the truth to be out. So we've got to stay strong in that. And we have to, keep fighting because it's about us. It's not about them. It's about us. Liana, do you have any final thoughts?
It's hard for me to put into words, but when I read my fellow humans saying, why do I have to fight for something that's saving my life, that changed my life, it just gets to my heart. I don't really have final thoughts because I get tongue tied on things like this. All I can say is I'm going to do what I can do. And I'm really glad that you reached out to me, that you had me read those things, that people embraced that I wanted to do something more, and that you had me look at this on a global scale. It's easy for me to get caught up in just my country, and I saw a little bit of Australia naturally because of Paul's influence. But to look at where every country is at, to really look at it on a global scale, really, it reignited me. It pulled me out of the hole from the pandemic and everything else and said, what difference can I make? And where can I go other than just going to a rally, signing a petition, putting submitting a video for the Golden Oldies Tour, Capital Tour. What else can I do? And I am going to write that letter. And it's easy for me to Google who my leaders are. And I am joining other and supporting other groups and, regurgitating their messages wherever I possibly can until I do have enough of those facts that I can go forth and, maybe I can have lunch with a mayor someday and start there. I don't know. All I know is it's what can I do?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. As a new advocate, and in a way, you're in a better situation than the rest of us were when we started. There's more of us now. And even though I'm in New Zealand and I'm dealing with New Zealand and Asia, you can contact me. I mean, I talk to Ivana in Canada all the time. We're all here to help each other. We're all fighting the same battle. We're just in different fronts. You know what I'm saying? And, the main thing, educate yourself so you can educate other people. And it's really, you're the evidence. That's the one thing I can say to any new advocate or any vapor out there. You are the evidence. Clive nailed it. That's all you have to remember. H, do you have anything else you'd like to add? I'm going to unmute you.
Oh, okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for having me on the show, and honored to be in the presence of Paul and Sam and Liana. Really appreciate it. For anybody that's listening, I think there's a couple of clear takeaways from what we've been discussing. Your story is absolutely pivotal in getting the message across. We don't have to fight the vested interests, all of them, for everything they say, because some of what they say is actually appropriate. Yes, we all share certain things. So I think it's important to not just launch into an attack on somebody without saying, you know what, you've got some good points. We agree with this. This we agree with, but we do have an issue with this and this is why. That way you're giving them some support. Dear politician, we really support your efforts to end smoking and what have you. However, you're ignoring one of the key ways of doing this. Here's a shitload of evidence that you can have a look at, which you can't be bothered. But again, if a lot of people do that, it pulls the needle back, right? So we all have the opportunity, and I think that the moral duty to do that, to actually get our stories out there and engage with the regulators and politicians to let them know. And finally, though I could go on, as we all know, for forever. I think it's very important that wherever you are, find the local consumer group in your country, find the local advocates, find the local activists, and say, hi, what can I do? And it's usually pretty simple, as Sam pointed out. Sign the petition. Oh, CAFRA has a petition. Please, everybody, sign CAFRA's petition. It takes no time at all to click, 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 done. You're there. Add your testimonial, copy and paste it. There you go. Done. Keep doing this because, as again, Sam says, we have the numbers. We do. We have right on our, we have truth on our side, but we are up against people who have significant vested interests, whether it's the pharmaceutical companies who are trying to just destroy vaping so that it clears the path for their ineffective smoking cessation products, for the philanthropists who are on a moral thing, and actually both Gates and Bloomberg have invested in Have a Health Hale, which is a medical vaping device. So there's a conflict of interest there. And all the heads of the associations who are all paid for by Big Pharma's money. They're all supported by Big Pharma in every single country. You're not going to change their mind so long as they're receiving the funds, because if they say something that doesn't agree with what the script is, they're out of luck. They're out of work. There goes their salary. But we've seen it in Australia with the former head, I think it was the former head of the Australian Heart Association. He was on the Not On My Watch, and it's all dreadful, dreadful. 6 weeks after he lost his job, he said, actually, vaping's probably pretty okay, and people should consider that. So once they get away from the money, now they can start saying, oh, okay, I can put some integrity back into my life. I think it's incumbent on us. The last thing I have to say, and I'll repeat what I said earlier, the information is out there. We're getting more and more names and numbers of who's received what from where. And, you know, the problem is, who is funding this? And when I say who, I mean WHO. Who is funding this, right? Who is funding who? Because if you can identify that, and we know who you are, at that point there, you know, your little love fest of people all up there reading off a script and, you know, outdoing each other on rhetoric and hatred and vilification and ban. You're all low-level entities who are not speaking for the people that you're supposed to be representing. You are actually speaking on behalf of billionaire philanthropists who have a moral agenda and pharmaceutical companies who have a clear vested interest and always have worked to destroy the vaping industry. Well, sorry, but we're not going to let you do that. And the way to do that is to just be as angry and outraged as you should be once that information comes across your desk. My God, our Department of Health is taking money from a foreign entity and they're spreading lies on the back of that? Excuse me, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, these guys need to go and you need to launch an investigation and you need to disregard everything you've been told by these people because they've been utterly corrupted. And that's where we get to. That's where I think the next step is. Fundamentally, as consumers, we are allowed to be outraged when someone's trampled on our rights and has lied to our governments and corrupted our political systems with their billions of dollars because they've got the vested interests. And our stories stand as stark contrast to the lies that are being told. I took this up. I quit smoking. I am leading a much healthier life. That's it. Bottom line. Never mind all the science. This is me. This is how it worked for me. This is how it works for millions and millions of other people. And it can work for hundreds of millions of other people. And you will lose money on tobacco tax. That there is that. But hey, you're only collecting the tax because you say you've got to use that money to offset the damage that the health issues that are created from tobacco. You won't have those anymore. You don't need the money. You tried telling that to the government, but that's where it all comes down to. Money.
Yep. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed this conversation. I hope the people that are watching enjoyed this conversation. We'll probably do this again next month with, more people or different people or whatever. You just let me know. But any comments, leave it on the CAFRA Facebook page. I'd really appreciate that. And to my panelists, thank you all for joining us. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Vape on. Vape
Thank
on.
you.
So these are new vocabulary words for a lot of people.
Yes.
So neurotypical is someone who suffers from no mental health issues whatsoever. And neurodiversity is a relatively new term that's kind of politically correct for just the whole spectrum of different things. And it's people who are suffering from anxiety, people who are have chronic depression, adults suffering with ADHD or autism, Tourette's syndrome. And so it's a whole range of things here that, I'm a former smoker and I started vaping in 2014. And I've done a lot of things in global health, but I only began to look at the tobacco control stuff 3 years ago. And I remember when I started, because I'm a neurobiologist, so I'll take a look at what does nicotine do. And first of all, I found it was very difficult looking through the scientific literature to find what I was looking for, which is, well, is nicotine therapeutic for anything? Does it actually have any health benefits? Because most of the research is about smoking, right? But when you drill down, then you stumble across dozens and dozens and dozens of papers. Somebody might say, well, it's not conclusive because we don't have the whatever definitive trial, but it really starts to accumulate. And people, for example, in the Parkinson's disease research field will tell you straight off that, oh yeah, nicotine is neuroprotective. It prevents Parkinson's disease. I mean, that's kind of a conclusive thing now. We've known this. The smokers have much lower risk, but we now also know that people in Sweden who use snus have a 60% lower risk of Parkinson's disease. That's a neurological disease. And it looks like in animal models that is also confirming that the protective element is nicotine. It's not some other shit that's in the tobacco. Can I say shit on this show?
You actually may, and we appreciate it when you do, because that's a sign for us that we can also say shit.
Hello, my name is Dr. Nicholas Goldenson. I'm a behavioral scientist at Juul Labs. Today I will present data assessing the association of nicotine concentration in the Juul system with nicotine delivery and switching away from smoking among adult smokers. This slide displays my disclosure. Electronic nicotine delivery systems, ENDS, differ in their ability to deliver nicotine. Nicotine delivery from ENDS is influenced by the nicotine concentration in the e-liquid in addition to device characteristics such as battery power and user behavior. A recent pooled analysis of pharmacokinetic studies assessing ENDS found a positive linear association between ENDS nicotine concentration and nicotine delivery. However, high-power devices are capable of delivering high levels of nicotine with low nicotine concentrations. The current presentation presents data that assesses the effects of nicotine delivery from the Juul system, henceforth Juul, in different nicotine concentrations, as well as associations of nicotine concentration and switching away from cigarettes among adult smokers. First, I will present data from a pharmacokinetic study of 24 adult smokers that was recently published. The study utilized a within-subjects design and evaluated Juul in 3 nicotine concentrations and 2 wicking materials. 59 milligrams per milliliter with a silica wick, the product that is currently sold in the United States, as well as Juul in 18 and 9 milligrams per milliliter with silica and cotton wicks respectively, the products that are sold in the United Kingdom and the European Union. All Juul products were compared to participants' usual brand combustible cigarette. All products were used under controlled conditions. Primary outcomes were nicotine delivery as assessed by pharmacokinetic parameters, and subjective responses assessed with the modified product evaluation scale. Nicotine delivery from the combustible cigarette was substantially and significantly greater than all Juul products assessed. Nicotine delivery from the Juul products was directly related to the nicotine concentration of the e-liquid. 59 milligrams delivered significantly more nicotine than the 18 and 9 milligram products, and the Juul product with 18 milligrams delivered significantly more nicotine than the 9 milligram product. There was no effect of wicking material on nicotine delivery. Juul with 59 milligrams of nicotine provided significantly greater relief from craving compared to the Juul products with 18 and 9 milligrams of nicotine respectively. There was no significant difference in relief from craving between the Juul 59 milligram product and combustible cigarette. Next, I will present data from an observational longitudinal study of adult smokers who purchased Juul in the United States and Canada, where Juul is available in 59 milligrams of nicotine, to the United Kingdom, where Juul is available in a maximum of 18 milligrams of nicotine. The study compared switch rates, defined as no past 30-day smoking, between the 2 regions across 3 follow-up assessments over 6 months. Propensity score matching and logistic regression were used to account for differences in baseline demographic and smoking characteristics between the UK and North American smokers to create balanced samples for comparison. After propensity score matching and covariate adjustment and logistic regression, smokers in North America compared to those in the UK had over 50% greater odds of switching away from cigarettes at 3 and 6 months following Juul purchase. Evidence from controlled laboratory and real-world observational studies support the importance of sufficient nicotine delivery in facilitating smokers in switching away from combustible cigarettes. In a PK study, Juul in 59 milligrams of nicotine compared to 18 and 9 milligrams delivered significantly greater levels of nicotine and more effectively reduced craving for cigarettes and withdrawal symptoms. In an observational longitudinal studies, smokers in North America, where the 59 milligram product is available, had higher switch rates than those in the UK, after controlling for differences in smoking and demographic characteristics. Limiting nicotine concentration in ends may reduce rates of switching away from cigarettes among adult smokers. Adequate nicotine delivery is needed to support smokers in switching away from cigarettes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on this special episode of Funvocacy. Today we have two of the biggest names in the vape industry, celebrities, pundits, YouTube legends. And if you are a vapor, there is no way you don't know them. If you've been on YouTube searching for vape or anything related to it, from reviews to feedback to news, you know these people personally. So please welcome Phil Basado and Dimitris Agrafiotis.
Hello.
I sincerely appreciate that introduction, but I just want to make it very, very clear that I am much more popular than Dimitri, and I'm much more famous than Dimitri as well.
True.
So let's just go ahead and put that out there.
True.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us on the show.
And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, if there's any mothers watching, or to your own mothers.
Excellent. And co-hosting with me today on behalf of Association of Vapors India is Manish. Hi, Manish. How are you doing?
Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's safe at home and not venturing out too much. And we hope to give you some comic relief today from all the tension that's going on.
So as you guys might already know, but for those of you who don't know it that well, I'll still speak it out. Between the two of them, they have about 130,000 subscribers on YouTube and 18,000+ followers on Twitter. Over 1,000 videos of reviews, guides, and some rants. And they also host the Smokers Show, and they've been in the scene for over 10 years now. And they're really big. Like I'm excited, and to show how excited I am, to show my respect for them, I'm going to do today's show standing up, sort of a digital standing ovation, if you may, because digital times we're going to be doing it in different ways.
Wow.
So that
I
is
get
why
tired.
I'm standing.
I don't want you to get tired, though.
That's
take
okay.
a seat if you get tired, okay?
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yes, absolutely done. So, guys, before we get started, why don't you guys just tell us about yourselves first? Just introduce yourselves a little bit more. Tell us a little bit more about yourself, maybe at an intimate level, because at a public level, people do know you. YouTube is one of the biggest things for India, and we watch almost all of it. So we guys know you quite well.
Yeah, I watch all my cell phone reviews from India as well, too. It's because I'm very, very into cell phones. But go ahead, Phil.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You're the biggest star. You're the big star, so you have
You
to.
are the more famous one, right? So you go first.
Yeah, it's true. First of all, I do want to just express my I guess my sympathies for what's going on in India right now with COVID. I know we seem to be making the turn a little bit here with what's going on, but I do wish the very best and rapidly let's rapidly get rid of this COVID thing, right? Because I'm tired of it. I know a lot of other people are tired of it. I want to get back on the road and just spread the love of vaping with everybody again. But as far as intimate, like, how intimate could I get when it comes to mine and Dimitri's relation without getting us thrown off of YouTube? I'm not sure. But I met Dimitri a long time ago. We were both doing reviews. Somebody told me that you got to go check out this guy's reviews, and I did. We talked a lot behind the scenes. We found out we had very similar ideas about vaping. We've always been in this industry and been involved with this industry from a quit smoking and don't die perspective, right? I mean, that's why we do it. That's why we continue to do it. It's taken us all over the world. It's allowed us to meet some really, really interesting people. I'm so happy and proud to say that I do have friends, people that I consider friends all over the world. And now I have some new ones from India, which I think is fantastic. Maybe someday we'll get to actually come there and meet you guys and shake hands too, which would be wonderful. And I do find it really interesting that the Association of Vapors India can't vape on screen.
and you guys can't buy any vape product. I think that it's just horrible. It's the struggle that we're all having, right? It's the fight that we all have. And I understand that the need to keep it out of the hands of children, but I also understand the need to make this available to adults who smoke, who want to live a longer life. I think it's so important. I think it needs to happen. And I think governments really need to wake up and to look at science and start to thinking about opening things up and making it easier for people to vape.
Yeah, I think from a perspective of intimacy with me and Phil, what I found very interesting in our relationship was, the style of vaping. Obviously, for us is a harm reduction tool. It's a way to get away from cigarettes, and we quickly realized in early 2011 and 2012 that this is going to get big, right? This is going to explode, because we saw the benefits as being a little bit older than what the normal YouTube you'd say at the time was for vaping. We thought that this was a great opportunity for us to spread the word and get more people, especially in our age group, interested in trying to find this wonderful invention that helped me and Phil quit smoking. So what I found really interesting in our dynamic was that no matter what we were doing, because we didn't live in the same state, right? Phil lived in New York at the time. I lived in Tennessee. So we only talked online. But what I found really interesting is that even back then, when we were testing out products for Chinese manufacturers, when we were getting ready to do reviews, or when we were talking about nicotine delivery, liquids, devices, tanks, is that we were very, very similar in the way that we approached it. And we always approached the product on how satisfying it would be for a smoker. And of course, that a little bit changed over the years as vaping became popular and new styles of vaping came in, and vapors kind of took their own path. Where we kind of forgot about the smoker. Me and Phil never veered away from that road. We've always focused on, even when it was not popular, because in 2016 and 2017 with the big sub-ohm craze, unfortunately, our style of vaping was not popular, but we always stuck to that because we believed that if people like me and Phil that were married to a cigarette can quit, everybody can do it, as long as you have some guidance and some good information and support, like nicotine specialists, right? So that dynamic is what brought us together and kept us together. And then on a personal level, we found out that we had a lot of similarities as well, too, from our upbringing, our families, our backgrounds, our preferences, and we quickly became very good friends. And I think that friendship relayed really good in front of the camera for the vaping crowd and the YouTube crowd, and that kind of elevated us to where we are now. But it's been a whirlwind. It's been a roller coaster of a ride through this decade. And I couldn't pick anybody better than Phil to be riding that little cart with.
And, I'll say this, as well. I completely agree with Dimitri. He really couldn't pick anybody better than me. I totally. And by the way, like there's probably going to be a lot of ball busting. We pick on each other, right? And a lot of people think that's shtick, right? That's just something that we do on camera. Guys, it's nonstop. It is nonstop. I will get ridiculous text messages from him. I will get, as a matter of fact, I just left him a message the other day, and the message went something like this. I said, I can't believe it. I said, years ago, you would run to the phone to get a phone call from the great Phil Bashardo. You would run to the phone. Now you just let it go to voicemail. It's ridiculous.
It's kind of like in a marriage. When you first get married, the first couple of months are so hot. You're in your honeymoon phase, and then after 10 years, if your wife calls, you don't want to answer the phone. It's just like, oh my God, what does she want now? So
yeah, we have been equated to an old married couple several times. Yeah.
That's amazing. What does that say, that you were going to get me flowers today, Dimitris? This was supposed to be like a date thing.
Yes, I did. I offered to bring you flowers. You said that you don't want them, so I figure you're a cheap date. So yeah, we'll make it work. Don't worry.
But why does he get flowers? Okay yeah, that's what I was bringing up. Is he okay with it? Does he know about us?
Yes. Well, listen, he's okay because he knows no matter what, he's always my number one. Like no matter what I do at night, I'm gonna go home bed to him. So he's not concerned about our relationship. He's not insecure in our relationship at all. He knows I'm always dedicated to him.
I will say you are kind of cute, but I am a one-man man. So
that's right, one-man man.
My heart does belong to Dimitri. So
Right. Excellent. Excellent. Now that we've got all the amazingly polite and appropriate things to say out of the way, let's get down to the topic at hand. I know times are tough and harsh for everyone, and we're all hoping for a better tomorrow than today. But in the meantime, we do hope that we can cheer up your day with a little bit of humor today, and we can talk about some things related to the vapes. This is going to be the funnest show we've done till date. We're going to only have fun. So I've been told I can crack as many jokes as I want, as long as I'm not upsetting these two. So
Yeah,
with that,
there's nothing that you can say that will upset us, by the way. Nothing. Everything is a free roll today. No problem.
Beautiful. But with that, let's get down to the first question. MTLs are making a comeback. And, like you guys said, you guys have a style of vaping, in specific sub-ohm style. I'm from the same category. I like big mods with really massive coils and a lot of wattage and giving me a good, hot, dense vape. But MTLs seem to be making a serious comeback. And what do you guys think is the reason behind it?
Well, I'll go first. I will tell you, there's, first of all, and Phil will expand on this, there's nothing wrong with a sub-ohm style of vaping. I think when somebody quits smoking, what they do afterwards, where their path, their journey in vaping takes them is perfect. No matter what style of vaping that you're using, as long as you're not smoking, you're doing it correctly, okay? So we don't have any problem with that. The issue that me and Phil have had over the last 4 or 5 years is that we can't only have sub-ohm vaping. We need to have a balance of vaping styles in order to be able to convert smokers. There seemed to be a period of 2-3 years where MTL was just not available. And it's very hard to get somebody that's been smoking 2 packs a day to quit with Alien, Clapton, Staple, Dinosaur, Triplesaurus, NASA astronaut coils, 3 milligram liquid, and 17 millimeter holes for airflow. It's impossible. I mean, in my opinion, it's impossible. I think there might be some exceptions out there that can help people like that quit, but the majority of people need tight draw that mimics a cigarette with high nicotine content. And unfortunately, that got away. And I think that with the introduction of big tobacco companies coming into the market with Juul and some high nic devices out there, they started to capture the smokers. I think the industry quickly realized, oops, we messed up. We really need to go back to that. And that's why we saw a lot of the independent vapor companies going back to MTL. And I want to think, Phil, that maybe, maybe me and you had a little part in bringing MTL back.
Well, we could have potentially. We could have. Everything that you just said, I completely agree with. Right? I mean, that we're on the same page when it comes to vaping and when it comes to MTL. One of the things that we say on the Smoker Show is we have this little this slide that says, if you don't smoke and you don't vape, don't do either. Continue to do neither. Right? It's not our goal to bring people into vaping that have never vaped and smoked before. That's not what we do. That's not what we're all about. What we are all about is adult smokers who have tried these standard cessation products and nothing's worked for them. Maybe then you give vaping a chance, right? Because, we know by the numbers and we know by the science that it is much less harmful than a traditional tobacco cigarette. But I mean, as far as the comeback of MTL, I've always said that at heart, I'm still a smoker. Okay. I still like that smoking experience. I like that tighter draw. I like bringing the vapor into my mouth first. Then I like bringing it into my lungs. I like to feel that. You like that? You enjoy that?
Hot. So sexy.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that little, that throat hit, that thump that you get in the throat when you bring that vapor in. I still want, because I mean, I was a smoker for so long, I still want that smoking experience, but I want it for my vape now. Like Dimitri said, I don't care how you vape. If you were a smoker and what it took to get you to be a vapor is vaping, a giant sub-ohm tank at 200 watts, and it's that is making you not smoke anymore, then more power to you. I think that's fantastic, right? But I think it's so important. The mouth to lung style is so important because that is what most mimics a cigarette, right? And it's always been my argument that you have to, if you want to get somebody to convert to vaping, you have to make them comfortable. You have to give them something that they're familiar with, that they're used to, right? And that mouth to lung style is is like a cigarette. I mean, that's how you. Anybody who says they direct lung a cigarette, I don't believe it. Right? Maybe the funny looking cigarette, but not a standard cigarette. And as far as like the comeback of MTL or the resurgence of MTL, I think it has everything to do with devices like the Juul. It was the Nic salt craze, right? The very, very high nicotine strengths, because they were just too strong to put into a direct lung sub-ohm device. So I mean, we do have some restricted direct lung devices now, and we still have direct lung devices, but I think really that's the main reason, is that those higher nicotine strengths, and people just realizing that, to get somebody to convert over to vaping, you have to give them something that they're used to, something they're familiar with. And if you're a smoker, that's MTL.
I also think, I just want to add one more thing. I also think that at some point vapors just they got tired. I think vapors themselves, once they transitioned into vaping, and then this big sub-ohm craze for a couple years took over, they realized, oh, hold on a second, I have to carry with me 650 batteries today. Also, I have to carry with me a gallon of liquid to get through the day, right? And at $25 a 60 mil that the market was at the time, you were spending more money on vaping than you were on cigarettes. And at the end of the day, you weren't, I mean, let's face it, you weren't as satisfied. And we even saw the sub-ohm craze going from that 100 watt down to that 40 watt. People are still direct lunging, but they're direct lunging at lower wattages, at higher resistance coils. That way the liquid taste lasts a little bit longer. So I think that even the market itself got way out of hand, where it made vaping more expensive than smoking. And the perfect example for us, because we do a lot of market research with Phil, was when we went to Iniken in 2017, we saw in the market, especially in Europe, keep in mind that the European market is very, very different than the American market. European vapors and international vapors in general are more frugal with their money. They can't go out there and spend $50 every week on liquid, right? So the European market really needed more mouth-to-lung devices, because there was nothing on the market in 2017. Literally just the Aspire Nautilus was the only thing on the market that would do MTL. So when me and Phil went to Iniken and we designed the Zenith and we put the Zenith on the market, we sold almost 3 million tanks, which is, I mean, it's huge. But we saw that need in the market for more devices that would vaporize nicotine liquid efficiently and cost effectively. So what our market research showed in Europe is that you'd have a customer that go into the store, they'd buy a 5-pack of coils, they'd buy 10 ml bottles of liquid, and they had enough for the rest of the month, which is exactly the way that the product was designed to be used, right? Stay away from cigarettes, be 1/4 of the cost of cigarettes, and be satisfied at the end. So I think that's why we saw MTL making a comeback, and I think it's a good thing. But on the other hand, we need to be able to cater to all the vapors, whether you direct lung or restrict direct lung or direct lung. We need to have products for everybody, when the ultimate goal is to stay away from cigarettes.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I'll go ahead and mention something here too, is that I remember, okay, what it was like to go to a show and have nothing available for me. Nothing there, right? When we were walking around and we were, mouth-to-lunging devices at, a high, 12 milligram freebase nicotine, and everybody looking at us like we're crazy, whatever. We're dinosaurs, right? We're walking around with these, and everybody's, direct lunging and this and that. And now we walk around vape shows. Well, when we could walk around vape shows, it started to change, right? Everything was these smaller devices, and these disposables, and these high nicotine, and everything was mouth to lung. And what we saw were direct lungers now walking around the shows going, "There's nothing here for us," right? And I get that. I can totally understand that, and I can totally relate to that, right? Because now maybe they don't feel like they're included in the game as much as they once were. Yeah. And that's why it's so important to have all kinds of product for all kinds of people. The vaping always chases the fad, right? It chases the fad, it chases the hype, and it leaves everybody else out at times. Yeah. And it can't do that.
If I may add to that, to Demi's point, that when the gadget freaks among us may like all these mods where we can set everything and control whether it's wattage or whether it's the type of coil that we're using. But for the larger part of the public, they want to keep things simple. So if you have a device where you just insert a pod, no button to press, no batteries to change, charge it and use it. Pull on it, and it gives you vapor. That's it. Just drag and you're done.
I partially agree with you. I agree that it's great to have products that are easy to use to get people converted. However, the biggest mistake that this industry has done for the last decade is that they only do that. Okay. So, in 2015, strawberry milk. Oh, strawberry milk is the hottest liquid. All the companies make strawberry milk, right? In 2016, the Aspire sub-ohm tank comes. All the companies make sub-ohm tanks. Then the donut craze comes out. Everybody's making it. It's the problem with that is that when you only target one thing that it's hot, you're leaving out a huge population out there that possibly that might not work with. And we're seeing the same thing with disposables right now in America, right? I will tell you, I have customers that make disposables. The amount of disposables that is being sold in America today it will blow your minds. However, it might not work for everybody. So what I'm saying is that we need to have a balance. We need to have pods. We need to have disposables. We need to have mouth-to-lung tanks, restricted direct lung tanks, mechanicals, 2 battery mods. We need to have a balance of everything and not just whatever is hot at that time, because guess what? It might not just work for somebody. So why not have all the options available for that person to find exactly what they need and exactly what they want to quit smoking?
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with that. It doesn't matter what your vice is. It doesn't matter which one works for you. If sub-ohm works for you, use sub-ohm. If a pod mod works for you, use that. But as long as you quit smoking, I think that's the ultimate motive that you should. And the industry should definitely keep this in mind, that it doesn't matter what the masses are changing. You need to cater to everyone, and you need to keep both kind of products available, definitely.
Yeah,
keep the
and
innovation going on both of them.
Also, I forgot to mention one thing, which is the most important thing, is nicotine strengths. Okay, so now all these disposables are 50 milligram in America. Like the majority that are being sold are 50 milligram. And again, I don't have nothing against high nicotine. Don't get me wrong. I'm a high nicotine vapor myself. But if ultimately the goal is for us to be able to control our nicotine, be happy, we need to have a variety of nicotine strengths as well too. Because ultimately the goal is to disassociate ourselves from a cigarette. But a 50 milligram nicotine product creates initiation. Okay, somebody that's going to pick it up and get a little head buzz from that nicotine and continues to do that, you're not really disassociating yourself from a cigarette, because cigarette gives you that same feeling. When you light that cigarette the first time and you inhale, you get that big, massive rush of nicotine into your body and it calms you down, right? So we need to be able to have a variety of nicotine so people can throttle their nicotine and enjoy vaping in the way that we know it as well too. So vaping does not become a task, a job. A cigarette is a job. You wake up, you're going to open up the pack, you're going to take a cigarette out, you're going to smoke it. That is a task. It's a job. And vaping was not meant to be that. Vaping is meant to be a pleasure of you enjoying nicotine, a way to get away from that task. High nicotine disposables are great to get people converted, but I don't see it as a long-term tool for people to disassociate themselves from smoking. In fact, I think it creates the opposite, and it also creates initiation, which is something that we're being, accused off from the government all the time. But the truth is that if you look at these high nicotine pods, they do create people that are going to pick it up, get a little buzz, maybe they'll try it, and then within 2-3 days their body craves it even more.
Absolutely.
That was very well put, and that is one of the reasons that the government of India also gave for banning e-cigarettes in India. They call them e-cigarettes. They banned all kinds of vapes in India. And one of the main reasons that the health minister gave in parliament was that youth is picking it up. They have confiscated it from children in school and things like that. So yes, high nicotine does have that dangerous effect.
I wonder if the Indian government has confiscated cigarettes from kids in school, because listen, that argument is, again, I think because on a political level, when I talk to politicians here, whether it's going to be in my city, in my state, or in my federal government, they always bring the kid argument up, right? But before we explore the kid argument, we need to understand the product. right? So whatever your government is telling you obviously is not true, because if you don't understand the harms of what that kid is initiating with, then there's no reason for us to have a further discussion. Because if me as a parent, I have 2 daughters, I would rather my kids experiment with vaping than experiment with real cigarettes. So as long as cigarettes are sold in every corner in India, there's no way that the Indian government can tell me that they're trying to protect youth. Until they take cigarettes away from schools, then vaping is just a way of them covering up wanting to ban a product that's going to take away money.
That's because you're talking with logic on your side, and not everybody believes in logic or follows logic. I don't know why, but it just seems to be the trend 2021, and we still don't seem to have politicians who believe in logic.
With e-cigarettes being banned in India, like, I find this very fascinating, right? I find it very fascinating that I'm on this show right now, and you have the emblem that says the Association of Vapors India, right? But it's banned there. So how prevalent is vaping in India? How are you able to have this show? How many people vape there?
You're trying to get them arrested,
Let me try
Phil?
to give you a small summary. The law only bans 9 activities, which includes import, export, selling, warehousing, transport for selling, etc., etc. It's all related to business. And the health minister has clarified, they've also tweeted about it, that personal use and personal possession is not banned. So therefore, we are, and Association of Vapors India is the consumer voice. We work in advocacy. We do not promote any brand or any product as such, and therefore we are allowed to exist. We have this show because before the ban, we had an estimate about 1 million vapers in India. The numbers went down after the ban, but personally, I believe they're going up again. I don't have statistics to back me up, but from anecdotal experience, I can tell you that the numbers are rising again. We don't talk about availability on this channel, so let's not talk about availability.
Yeah, sure, of course.
So Phil, Dimitri, basically the thing is, how in the COVID cases, everything is being underreported. Half the news channels are saying it very verbally and very clear that these are the figures which are being reported, but the ground reality is a little different. It's the same thing with vaping. What the situation is and what the government likes to portray is they're very different things altogether. But since I did bring up the whole COVID thing in this discussion right now, a lot of our viewers keep asking how soon after they get COVID or they recover from COVID can they start vaping, or if there is absolutely any correlation between vaping and COVID at all, actually.
Absolutely not. In fact,
No.
the opposite. That what all the recent studies that have come out, and there've been some really, really good studies in France and Africa and China, that people that get nicotine, whether it's going to be smoking, even more so for smokers, but vaping as well too, are less likely to get COVID. So I think again, it falls back on the misinformation of the government, telling people that vaping is going to enhance your chance of getting COVID. No, I mean, if you don't wear a mask and you don't watch your social, that's going to get you COVID. It has nothing to do with vaping. So all the studies with Dr. Farsalinos, which is a very good friend of mine, and I talk to him almost on a daily basis, all the studies that have come out do not show any correlation between COVID and vaping at all. In fact, quite the opposite.
Right. And so basically, in a nutshell, then if you have COVID and you recover from COVID, there is no time frame which you have to wait for to start vaping. You can essentially be vaping while you had COVID, as long as you're keeping up your health. Don't sacrifice your health naturally, because it is going into your lungs eventually still. But there is no study which says that there is any correlation or it's doing any damage.
Absolutely not.
Right.
No. But I find really interesting that it's just like every government around the world, not just India, but even here in America, they find an excuse to go after a product that threatens their financial being, right? So here in America, since 2015, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, has gone after vaping, and they try to find everything that's relevant to bash. In 2015, there was a rash, with the mechanical mods, batteries blowing up, right? So the CDC immediately goes out and says, electronic cigarettes explode. So that title alone is misleading, right? That title alone, because e-cigarettes don't explode. Batteries explode. And if you put a battery in your pocket with no protection and your keys, then you're a dumbass. It's going to explode and it's your fault. You shouldn't have put it in your pocket, right? But the title never says this guy is a dumbass, because that's what the title should be. The title says e-cigarettes explode, right? In 2017, we had the big, rash of EVALI and, popcorn lung, 2016, 2017, popcorn lung, CDC immediately. Vaping, electronic cigarettes may cause popcorn lung. Again, this is leading headlines in most publications of media here. Then in 2019, EVALI. All these people are getting sick, even though it was not from vaping. It was from illegal THC carts. CDC. Stop using vaping products, any vaping products immediately. So all those, what they try to do is they try to cherry pick all this information and try to mislead people into trying a product that they simply don't profit from. Because trust me when I tell you that if the government was profiting from this product, or if these associations, these so-called public health associations, were profiting from this product, you would not see those headlines out there.
Speaking of headlines, I don't know if you guys heard the latest one, but the latest one is that vaping prevents you from getting an erection. Did you hear that one? That's actually, yeah. Yeah. Oh, so first of all, yeah. So no, I'm getting there. First of all, I can confirm that is not true. Okay, I can confirm that is not true. That's number one. Number two, but like Dimitri said, right? If you look at the article, it says vaping may cause this, and further investigation needs to be done to confirm it. Right? How is that even a news article in these times? Because if that's the case, what I could do is I could write an article that says there may be orange elephants in Tennessee. Now, I need to study that more to confirm that, but there may be. How can I publish that as a story when I don't have the facts, I don't have the proof, I don't have any of that? But yet these stories are being published with words like may and could and more studies needed. It's ridiculous.
And then they claim to be scientific journals, by the way. These are scientific journals which are using these words.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, I do want to confirm. This is very, very serious.
Oh boy.
I do want to confirm that I have been vaping for 10 years, and this morning I woke up with an erection. I just want to put that out there. I just want to make sure everybody's just want to make sure everybody knows.
Manish, why don't you tell us about your erections as well?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please tell us.
Manish, stand up and tell us about your erections. Come on.
I think instead I will convey the public's request. That's a specific request to you, Phil, that the next Inokin that you two design must be available to the public in the color Dimitri.
Yes. We try to make as many. I think honestly, as a company, I think that Inokin has done a great job to try to cater as many devices to women, which is a hugely under marketed to demographic in vaping. I mean, if you ask me, just go to a show, you're going to see 10 women and 5,000 guys, right? But I think that when me and Phil we left Kangaroo and we went to Inokin, we really made it and rightfully so. To their credit, Inokin is very good with that. They listened to us and we said, listen, when we make these devices, we need to have purples, we need to have pinks, we need to have colors that attract women or whoever likes those colors. I mean, if you like pink, I don't care if you're a woman or a man, but we need to have more decorative pieces that are going to attract more demographics to vaping. Because a lot of women smoke, and unfortunately, we've made this little cult, man's world under vaping that it's not attracting a lot of women. So, and why not? They're customers. Number one, if you're doing a business, you want to sell to everybody, right? Number two, why not save women's lives? They smoke as well too. They should figure out vaping as well too, and have devices that they're attracted to. So, to their credit, they've done a good job.
I'll tell you a little funny behind the scenes story. I can't remember what product it was, but there was a pink version of it. And I went back to Inokin and I said, we should call it Dimitri Pink. And they didn't understand. They didn't get the comedy. They didn't get, I said, no, trust me. I said, trust me. Yeah. It would be funny we should call it Dimitri Pink. Well, unfortunately, I didn't get my way. They didn't call it.
Yeah, that's
Dimitri
one of
Pink.
the things that I credit Phil for, to his to my demise. Really, I mean, I have fought for this product in this industry for the last 8 years. I have defeated 96 pieces of legislation in Tennessee. I have passed 2 bills of my own. I have gone to cities, states, federal, different governments, fighting on behalf of vaping and taking time away from my family. And the only thing I'm known for is Dimi Pink.
Yep.
Really, that's going to be on my tombstone when I die. This was Dimi Pink.
Very proud of that, by the way. Yeah.
It's going to be there. We didn't tell you the poster which we made for today was also in Dimi Pink, but then we had to change it later.
Yes, I did see that. It's very, very nice of you. Thank you.
Most welcome. So,
by the way, when I just to let you know, when vaping does become legal in India, right? One of the first flavors that you really should bring in is the watermelon peach, the #1 best-selling flavor in the unsalted line. You should bring. It's very delicious.
It is the #1 selling. Yes.
Yes.
I shall, and I have your number now. I'll WhatsApp you my address.
I love the way, Kanav, I love the way that Phil did not say if vaping becomes. He said when vaping becomes legal in India. I love you, Phil, for that.
They have to.
He didn't say
they
if.
have to. Manish, listen, the science is overwhelming, and it's getting better and better and better every day. At some point, there's no way that any government in the world can say vaping is banned once it's been proven to be better than smoking, right? So at some point, it's going to take some financials and who's going to bring it to the market and all that. Again, that's irrelevant. The whole point is for it to be available. But at some point, there's no way us as citizens and you guys in India, but all over the world, at some point, people are going to be enough is enough. I mean, we're going to have to revolt against the government or do something to tell them to stop. I wish we do it more now. Unfortunately, our passive stance as citizens, it's not like it used to be 50 years ago where people used to go out in the street and die for what they believed in. People just sit behind their computer and just, post on Facebook now. But at some point, I think the people are going to say, hey, our people are dying here, right? Especially India, which has a huge population of smokers. People are dying here. You need to offer more choices to us. And I think that eventually in a perfect way, it might not be in our lifetime, but eventually we're going to see that vaping is going to take over and it's going to be embraced as long as people get their percentage of money out of it that they need to.
No, but in all fairness, I've been saying enough is enough for a while. Nobody seems to listen to me.
Yeah.
I wish somebody would hear me out.
It takes more. It takes more than just one person. Unfortunately, it takes an army of people to say enough is enough. 1 million vapors in India is a huge number, but the problem is, and the same problem that we have in America, that out of those 1 million people, there's going to be 100 that are very passionate about vaping. The rest of them, not that they don't care, but it's not their job. They just don't want to smoke. They don't want to go out there and fight for, they never had Marlboro come and tell them, hey, you need to go fight for cigarettes. Get out there in the street and tell them we need to sell cigarettes. They never had to experience that in their life. So a lot of them don't even know.
Yeah, we do have another problem. India is slightly closed-minded. We've got all sorts of people over here, and a lot of them who are still not very open-minded, and that's why a lot of people try to keep it the closet vapors, as I would call them. They vape, but they keep it hidden. They don't want anyone to know. They don't want their families to know.
Right.
And they were smokers. They were closet smokers who switched to closet vaping, and now they've gone back to closet smoking. But they're not comfortable coming out in public and talking about it.
Yeah. Culture is another problem.
Yeah. You said it's possession is legal. Can you walk around on the street and use the product or no, or you have to be in private?
So do I.
Yeah, I do. And I also vape in my car, and I vape on the streets, on the footpath. What do you call that? The sidewalk in USA.
See, the problem I'm facing is I can vape anywhere. The thing is I can't leave my house anymore. That's what they've changed.
Yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. Hopefully that will be over with soon. I really hope it's
really hoping for that. Yeah. Okay, so you guys were talking about the next product line, which you guys, whenever you guys get down to, working with anything and coming up with a new product. Do you guys have anything in mind or anything which you guys are planning for? You did talk a little bit about those things right now, but anything in specific which is close to materializing in any which way?
I think that, well, let me preface, I'll let Phil talk about what we got coming up, but I will preface this that to give you a little bit of how we operate, which is very, very unique versus other reviewers, if you want to call that, or other companies. When we signed on with Inikin in 2017, part of our process of coming up with products is actually going to China. So we go to China twice a year, and we sit in a room with a board and the engineers, the whole team. It could be 10 people inside there, and the lead project manager, Kathy, she's fantastic. She's great. And we come up with ideas, and it's very hard if you're just over a computer sending emails to explain what you're trying to do. So we try to relay the passion of vaping because we're vapors. Most of the engineers in China are not vapors, right? So we try to come up with ideas and products and then relay to the engineers how we feel about using them. So that requires us to be there. So unfortunately, because of COVID, the last year, we haven't been able to go to China. Ironically enough, Americans are banned from going to China. This is like, this is just a little funny side note. But so everything has been a little bit delayed. Markets have closed down. Distribution has changed a little bit. Some of the stores in our biggest markets, like France and the UK, were shut down. So everything was pushed back. We had a lot of products that were coming out last year, and we had to kind of space them out going into this year. But it's taken a lot of back and forth in order to make sure that we perfect the products as well too, because now we're not there. We can't try them. We have to wait till they're shipped to us. Then we try them. Then we send back our feedback. Then it's changed again. And that process takes what would take us a month. Now it's taking us 6 months or even longer. But I think we've gotten to the point now where over the next 3-4 months, we have some really cool stuff that's coming out. Phil.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure exactly what I can talk about. I'll talk about what I know I can talk about. Then you add on to it.
That works.
Just to kind of piggyback on what Dimitri said there too. One of the things we do is we do design documents, right? So right now, I think our current design document has like maybe 10 to 13 different product proposals in the document. And, that document goes to Inikin. And then every now and then we'll be like, hey, did you check out the document? Is there anything that we want to, start working on? But really, it benefits us to go to China and actually, okay, now let's look at this. Which one are we going to work on? And then we say, okay, we're going to work on this. And then we go on the whiteboard, like Dimitri said, with all the engineers in the room. We start designing, we draw, they talk in Chinese, that gets translated to us, what we're saying gets translated to them, and then things happen, right? They happen pretty quick at that point, right? But unfortunately, with the travel bans, that's hard right now. We do have a new tank coming out for sure. That is going to be the Zenith 2. We have actually a very, very let me just talk about the Zenith 2 for a little while. So the Zenith 2, we have the original Zenith, we have the Zenith Pro, and we have the Slide, right? So you could think of the Zenith 2 is kind of a cross between the Zenith Pro and the Slide. So what we wanted to do was to have a cost-effective tank, right? Which in some, maybe the Zenith Pro wasn't necessarily a cost-effective tank for some folks, but we wanted to have something cost-effective, something very, very easy to use, something that you can change the glass, right? But also something that did mouth-to-lung really well, but also did restricted direct lung really well. The original Zenith did not do that. The Zenith Pro did do that. The Slide did not do that. That's why I say it's like kind of a combination between the Zenith Pro and the Slide. Now, the other thing that what we really wanted to do with this tank was to release a new coil. We've been testing this new coil for a long time. The new coil does have some new technology in it. We're very excited about this new coil, but unfortunately, the new coil is not ready to be released yet. It's not perfect. It's not as perfect as we want it to be, right? So we're going to have to hold off on that and release that at a later date. But we do have the Zenith 2 coming out. The Zenith 2 is going to be released on its own with the 0.8Z coil and the 0.3 ohm Z coil for restricted direct lung, and it's going to be released with a product as well. And I'm not sure if I could talk about the product. So
a new device.
Yeah, it's going to be another device that will can I say it's going to be? Can I say it's going to have a replaceable battery?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. Can I say it's going to have some of the Census technology in
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
Okay, well then there we go. I just said it. So yeah, so that's some of the exciting stuff. The Census technology is really interesting. It's we're kind of with that technology, we're moving away from the flat DC signal, going to more of an alternating current signal. The purpose of that signal is to really extend coil life and potentially enhance the flavor of the coil. I find the enhancement of the flavor coming from the extension of the coil life, right? My coil tastes better for a longer period of time. And in today's economy, if we could get a little bit of more life out of a coil, I think that's terrific too. So Inokin, I think as far as some of the Chinese companies, they've always kind of tried to do their own thing. They've always kind of went to the beat of their own drum, and I think this is another really good they're doing that again in this situation with technology like the Census technology, which they're calling foray technology.
And also we got some direct lung stuff, and believe it or not, we have some direct lung stuff coming, because just like Phil said earlier, it's just like now everybody's doing pods. So me and Phil said, well, nobody's taking care of the direct lungers now, so let's cater to them as well too. Let's make some new products for them. So we have some, believe it or not, me and Phil are going to put out some direct lung stuff, and I think it's important because it's needed on the market. I want to go back a little bit in 2017. I don't know if you guys remember and how long you've been vaping, or your viewers have, but back then in 2017, there was a huge problem. Every new tank that was coming out would have a new coil. Smock, for example, every new tank they put out, new coil, right? So that created a huge problem for vapors, and that created a huge problem for stores as well too, because every store would have a wall with 25 different coils, right? So when we came up with the idea of the Zenith, the first tank that we put out, we sat down with the engineers and we said, look, we want to have one coil that's going to go into 10 different devices. It makes it easier for the consumer, it makes it easier for the distributor, and it makes it easier for the shop. So we kind of set that trend back in 2017. We're seeing more companies do that now, but back then, keep in mind, in 2017, nobody was doing it. So we put out the Z coil, then we created the Zenith, we created the Slide, the Zenith Pro, we created the Chroma Z. All these devices, the Beep, all these devices that were using the same coil to make it easier for the consumer. If they pick up a tank, then they want to buy another device, they already have the coils, and the store itself can only stock 2 or 3 coils that's going to cater to a lot of these devices. So we're going to keep that thing going, even with the direct lung stuff that we're putting out. We're going to go across the board with a couple of really good coils that are going to be able to be used in multiple devices. So that's about all that we can say on that. I can't really, expand on more on that. But yeah, we got some really, really cool stuff coming.
And
we have a viewer from Greece, and he says hi to Phil and Dimitri, and he has a question. He's typing in Greek. Do you have a estimated date when the Zenith 2 will be available to the public?
From what we got last, early June. So end of this month, early June, the tank should be out. But then again, keep in mind, stuff happens, and you know how production is. So, but we have a device, an 18650 device that's coming out with the Zenith 2. Early June is what they told us from China.
Yeah, I just had this conversation with Paul from Inokin. We were talking about promotions for the new Zenith, and I told Paul, I said, one of the things that we tried to accomplish with the Zenith, we wanted it to be more than just the like a pre-filled pod, right? You take the pre-filled pod, you throw it away, and you put a new one on. We wanted to try to make it as easy as that, or as close to as easy as that. And if you think about it, even with today's press fit coils, this tank is still one of the easiest ones to work with, because I can do this, right? And I can pull that coil and I can change the coil. Now, this is a full tank, right? This coil's wet. And I just took that coil out and I put it back in the tank, right? And my fingers are still clean and dry, right? And with even when I'm seeing the press fit coils, And I've tried because I've reviewed several of them. Sometimes you grab it from the bottom and you pull it out, and instead of pulling the whole coil out, you just pull the plug out that holds the positive pin there, right? Or sometimes you actually, like Geek Vape gives you a tool to pry the coil out of the tank, right? And I said, this is something that Dimitri and I should still be really, really proud of, right? Is that after all this time, we still have one of the easiest to work with tanks on the market today.
It goes back to what you're saying. You said people want easy. And unfortunately, again, I keep bringing up these years, 2015, 2016, 2017. Unfortunately, those years, we made vaping very complicated, right? Don't forget, we had temperature control, voltage, wattage. Then sub-ohmic came around and building your coils, and then single battery, dual battery, triple battery. Kangaroo put out a 5 battery mod. I mean, for crying out loud. No wonder the Kangaroo's not around anymore. But settings and wattages, and I mean, you needed a PhD to operate some of these devices. And I mean, for you Indians, it's okay because everybody has a PhD. But for the rest of for the rest of the world, I mean, it became very complicated to vape. You went into a vape store, and there was no way that you can get educated on the product. So simplicity is key, and we try to relay that to Open Vapor as somebody would relay to a pod system. Here's a tank, very easy. Change the coil. No, you don't get no liquid on your hands, and you get a satisfying vape. So, yeah, and we're going to continue to do that. That's something that me and Phil have close to our hearts, and we're always trying to think of ways of make vaping an enjoyable vaping, like we know it, make it easier for the consumer.
Yeah, well, we're actually talking about designs for the Aries 3 at this point, and Dimitri came to me with a couple of ideas on how to because we want to be able to more easily capture exotic coils. So if somebody's using a double, what do you call it, a double rhinoceros, whatever you would call it,
Triplosaurus.
Yeah, we want to be able to easily capture that. And he had an idea, and I said, I still want to maintain the ease of use that the Aries is known for, and the Aries is known for just like a very simple. You drop the coil in, you tighten the screws down, and it's done, right? Yeah. And you wick it. And I still want that. So we came up with a couple more ideas, and again, they're in that design document. Yeah. So now it's just a matter of Inikin saying, okay, green light this project. Yeah.
Right. So.
You mentioned alternating current. Can you expand on that a little? Because we've always seen direct current only.
Yeah. So the Census uses an alternating current, right? So if you look at any one of my charts, I'm really known for my charts and my signals. You have the center line, and then the mod just will fire here somewhere, right? Well, with the Census technology or the Foray technology, it's a wave. So it goes above and below the zero line, right? And what the goal of the technology is, because it's doing that, it's actually pulsing or vibrating the coil a little bit, right? And as it's vibrating that coil, it's making it more difficult for particles to attach themselves and gunk up the coil. Now, it's not going to make the coil, last forever. There are some people that are seeing like 50% more life from their coil. That's about what I saw on the tests that I did. I got about 50% more life out of the coil. But even that technology is in its early stages, right? They call it, there's several different features on that mod. There's an F0, there's a Coil Plus, and there's a refresh mode. So F0 is just constantly hitting the coil with that wave, with the AC signal, right? Coil Plus hits the coil with a normal wattage, and then when you release the button, it hits the coil with the wave real quick, right? So what it's basically doing is you're vaping it normal, you let go of the button, and it kind of shakes up the coil at the very, very end. But in addition to shaking up the coil at the very, very end, it's also creating some additional heat in that coil, right? So after you let go of that button and you have that heat still happening in the coil, what that does is it improves the capillary action of the wicking material, so it potentially pulls a little bit more e-liquid in there, and it makes the coil, ready for your next vape. And that's very, very similar to what Refresh does. What Refresh does is it takes that little kick at the end of coil plus and it just kind of extends it out. So when you use Refresh, it sends that sine wave, a smaller, not a very, very high powered sine wave, but a sine wave to the coil, again, to shake it up a little bit, maybe potentially clean some of the carbon buildup on that coil off. Not substantially, but maybe a little bit. But I think more importantly, when you're using that refresh function, again, it's heating up the coil a little bit, improving the capillary action, and bringing some additional e-liquid into the coil. So you kind of get that clean, fresh hit after you use refresh, because it's got the coil seeing more liquid at that point. So these are some really interesting things. Now, with this technology, especially with F0, you are able to adjust the frequency, right? So the frequency is in the hands of the user. So the idea is, find your frequency, find F. So you can make adjustments and kind of find what works for you. Obviously, Inikin has the Find F Facebook page where people kind of go and they share experiences with the frequencies. And I think I say it's in its early stages because I think Inikin wants to make this, okay, like, here's the technology. Now here's what else we could do with it. And kind of, instead of making it, okay, here's what you're selecting and you have to select a frequency. Well, instead, it's just kind of the technology running in the background without people knowing it, right? And there you're getting better flavor, you're getting longer coil life, but you really don't care how that's happening. You just know it's happening, right? And that kind of goes back to what you were saying before, where it's good to keep some of that complexity out of the hands of certain people. Certain people want that complexity, but certain people just want to vape, right? And if we can make that technology, technology in a way where it's giving you a better experience, but you don't know why or how, who cares? It's giving you a better experience, right? Yeah. So that's what's going on with the senses with the Fourier technology.
And like Phil said, it's early stages of the technology. Ultimately, imagine this. I have 3 stores in Greece, and I can't tell you how many times a customer will come in and say, man, this does not taste good. And my employees will open it up and pull the coil out, and they haven't changed the coil in a month. Because they're new. They didn't know that, they probably went to a store that didn't help them. And then you look at the coil and it's black inside. And you're like, when did you change this last? Oh, in 2019, something like that. Right. So ultimately, think about this. If we can get this technology and simplify it where it does it automatically for a new user, there's so many benefits to that. The more that we can extend the satisfaction, they don't get a dry hit, they don't get a burnt taste in their mouth, they don't get a bad experience with vaping, the more we're able to keep new users to keep doing the technology. Most of the people that quit vaping is because they have a bad experience in the first 2-3 weeks. And there's a lot of bad experiences, right? They'll see their buddy vaping on, a triple source coil. And they're like, oh, that's what I need to get as well, too. They don't realize that that's not the right product for them. So the technology has a lot of future into it. The way that Inikin released it, I think, was correct. Let the users try out their frequencies, find what they want. We're not going to tell them what to use. Let them play around with it if they want to. It's in a hidden sub menu in the interface. So when somebody buys it, they can't automatically go in there. So the device does the work for them unless they want to go into that hidden menu and find it and start playing around with it. But ultimately, is where do we go next, right? I mean, vaping was kind of stagnant for a long time. We had, voltage, which really nobody uses. We had wattage, and we had temperature control. Again, temperature control really nobody uses except Phil and maybe 2 more people internationally. So I think things got stagnant, and I think bringing up new stuff like that makes it more exciting. We need excitement in vaping for the existing vapors to be motivated. I want to find what's new, where our industry needs it a lot, but also how can we take that technology and improve the experience of the new user that comes out, which is more important than us that we know what we want.
There's my turn to speak again. That's been a rare thing today. I've barely gotten to speak. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, we can go on for hours. Don't worry.
I know. I can figure that out.
Or horses.
We'll have to do it off the show later on. But in the meantime, I do have one more question which I wanted to ask you guys, and that is, you guys do a lot of reviews, and your reviews are famous all over the world for vape gear. How do you guys choose what equipment you're going to be reviewing? Is there a process, or is it just very random?
Phil?
Yeah, well, for me, it's gotten to a point. What I get, it's kind of what I get. What comes in. Devices used to come in hot and heavy to me. I would get something like every day in the mail. It's changed a little bit over time, right? I think one of the things that's kind of, or a couple of the things that's worked against me in the review world is that I just don't do it like the other reviewers do it, right? I don't put out 2 or 3 videos every week. The way I review, I can't do that because I actually kind of use the product, right? And I think that works against me. It worked against me when Dimitri and I were traveling so much with Inikin, right? I mean, we were hardly home a couple of years ago. We would travel every single weekend, and when you're away like that, you just can't review, right? So like what I review now, yes, I still get a lot of requests to review. Stuff still comes into me. Like I really don't review disposables. I have no interest in disposables, number one. Number two, most of the disposables are 50 milligram strength, right? And I don't want to subject myself to 50 milligram strength. I don't want to increase my habit more, right? And that's what I would do if I started using 50 milligram. I tend to not look at restricted direct lung or direct lung devices only, which also works against me, right? Because that's not how I like to vape, right? And I'm not saying anything negative about that style, but I don't enjoy it. And if I don't enjoy doing it, how can I review a device that only does that, right? I can't give you a good idea. So when a device comes with a restricted direct lung or direct lung tank, what I'll usually say in the video is, I'm focused more on the device. I said, if you want to know more about the tank, go see a reviewer that does more direct lung or restricted direct lung. But what I've recently started doing a little bit is product presentations, okay? Which, hey, at least I'm being honest about it. Which may not be happening with a lot of the other reviewers, right? But at least I'm being honest about it. I'm telling you it's a presentation, right? And if it is, like, let's say a pod system that does only restricted direct lung and direct lung, I'll do a presentation. I'll do a little fancy presentation, do a little photos, do a little close-up, tell you how it works, tell you what the features are, maybe give you like an idea. Like if I come across something that's like really kind of bad on it, I'll point that out, or really kind of good on it, I'll point that out. But outside of that, it's really just a presentation. So that's kind of what I've been doing.
Also, it's changed a little bit. I mean, I think most YouTube videos should be presentations these days. They don't necessarily have to be reviews, because there's so many variables in vaping that it's impossible for me to say what this is the best or this is really, really good, because everybody's style of vaping and nicotine strengths and viscosities of liquid, there's just literally millions of variations of it. So it's very, very hard. Between 2010 and 2015, reviewing was fun, because we anticipated some new technology, something new that's going to come out. You get it, you work with it for about a month, and then you do a video, right? But now it's just like the product comes in from China, you go out there, you make a video because you want to be the first one, or because the Chinese company told you need to put the video out today, and it's just not the same. I remember, when the Proveri was big here in America, when we had variable voltage that came out, it was huge, right? It was huge. And then all of a sudden, the lava tube. Does anybody remember the lava tube? This is a Chinese mod that does variable voltage coming from China, but it doesn't cost $200 as a Proveri. It costs $40. Me and Phil were so excited. We actually got the first lava tubes from China, way before everybody else got them. And we were working with it for about a month and a half, going back saying, oh, it does this and it does that. We were very, very excited to do that with no pressure of putting a video yet until we fully understood the technology. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen today. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 products in a row that all do the same thing. They're pod systems, you put 50 milligram liquid inside, you vape it, you get vapor. It's all the same thing. So the excitement, it's not there. It's more of a business than it is an excitement.
Just like the marriage system which you were talking about.
Yes,
right now.
yes, just like the marriage system. Yes. I think more reviewers should be more honest about. I'm sorry. I think more reviewers should be more honest. This is a presentation of the product. This is what it does. This is how I feel about it. You know, if it's my style of vaping, and this is what comes in the package. This is how you adjust it. It should be more. I don't think they should be considered reviews as much as they used to be in the old days, where there was a limited amount of product and people would have to order it online. There was no stores and so forth and so forth. So it's definitely changed from the early days.
Yeah, you know, when I first started doing reviews, they were reviews. They were absolutely reviews of the product. I mean, really, one of the reasons why I started doing reviews was because when I was doing it, there were no vape shops, right? So people couldn't go into a physical store and hold and feel and touch the product, right? They couldn't do that. So it was up to me to describe to the person who was watching, how does it feel? How does it work? How does it function? How hard is it to push the button, right? And that's what I was doing. I was reviewing the product to make to allow the consumer to make a better educated decision on where to spend their money, right? And that's kind of when I enjoyed reviewing. Reviewing now has become more of a business for a lot of people on YouTube. I mean, this is how people earn a living, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think when it started to become more of that than what I started out doing, it kind of turned me off a little bit too, right? I still do it, and I do it in my way, but it's not a business for me. That's not how I make my income. I'm actually very, very happy and very lucky that I've always been had the opportunity to earn a living without having to do it with the reviews, right?
I remember back.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you have so many followers because you do that. You're true to your reviews. You don't do it to pimp the product. You do it because you feel for the product, and that is why you have so many followers who are loyal followers. They don't.
And I will tell you, I can vouch for that.
Somebody thanking him for the reviews, honestly.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate that.
When I go down to Florida to visit Phil, and I go quite often, 4 or 5 times a year, I walk into his house, and I see him using a device, and I was like, "What's that?" He's like, "It's next up for review." I mean, he literally picks up the devices and uses them for a week before he does the video. I mean, he goes through the process and the experience, even today, which is very rare. I can tell you that most reviewers just open up the package and they shoot the video. So I can vouch for that, number one. But number two, I will tell you that it's very hard to stay motivated in that unless it's a business, right? Because if it's not a business, if you don't have the excitement of doing it, then there's really no reason to do it. I remember one time in I think it was 2016 or 2017, maybe 2016, I looked at my desk and I had 10 sub-ohm tanks. I had Sense, Freemax, Aspire, Kangaroo. I had 10 sub-ohm tanks on my desk, and I called Phil literally on his cell phone, and I said, "Phil, I'm looking at these 10 tanks that are on my desk," and I said, "Guess what?" He says, "What?" I said, "They all do the same goddamn thing. All of them. They all do the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. There's just what can you do in a video to separate one? You have a tank, you put liquid inside, it hits the coil, you hit it at 70 watts, you get vapor. Okay. So, if you want to talk about the small details that would differentiate these tanks, I would literally have to spend 6 months going through them and to be able to bring those small distinctions between one another. Well, nobody does that. I mean, nobody today does that for sure. So yeah, it's hard. It's very hard.
I don't even have to go to the chat. Even I, when I started vaping, used to only go to your videos for reviews and understanding the product.
I appreciate that. That's one of the questions I used to get a lot was like, what tank tastes better? Does this tank taste better? Or does this tank taste better? Any reviewer who would tell you, "Oh, it's this one," right? Without just ask the question, and they say it's that one. Either it's like that much better, or they're blowing vape up your ass, right? Yeah. Because the only way that I can tell you what tank tastes better is to take both tanks, fill them up with the same e-liquid, and start going like this. And even then, it's hard to tell, right? And go like this, and then say this one. So, like, if anybody ever asked me that online or in an email, I would say it would take me a while because I have to take both tanks out, set them all up the same way, and try it. So yeah, you do. You actually use the product, right?
Also, so I can get a little bit serious here as well, just for a few minutes, and then we'll get back to the fun. But vapors make that mistake as well too. If there's something that I have to tell your viewers in India is, don't be a closed mind vapor because it hurts the industry. Okay, I can't tell you how many times vapors themselves will get that question from somebody. So somebody that's smoking looks at him and says, "Hey, what's the best vape device?" And the person that's vaping will tell him, this is the best. The one that they're using is the best device, which is the wrong answer. It might not necessarily just because you like it doesn't make it the best device. So the way to answer that is to start asking questions. How much do you smoke? How long have you been smoking? How dependent you are on nicotine? Where do you work? Try to find the device that's going to match them and not necessarily the device that you're going to match. Prime example is in 2019, I was walking in my hometown in Athens from my house down to the store, and I find a classmate of mine. We went to high school together. I mean, 30 years later, I just happened to see him in the middle of the street. So we start talking. And he says, what are you involved in? And I said, I'm doing vaping, blah, blah, blah. I got a couple stores here and all that. He's like, oh, I tried vaping back in 2016 and I spent all this money and it didn't work for me. So I asked him, I said, what did you use? He says, well, a friend of mine, I asked a friend of mine and he told me to go get the Alien kit with Baby Beast tank and liquid at the store. So he goes to the store, he gets an Alien device, he gets a Baby Beast tank, he gets 4 18650 batteries. Of course, you have to buy a charger because you have 4 18650 batteries. You buy a charger, and he buys a big bottle of 3 milligram liquid. All in 140 euros at the time. That's a lot of money. 140 euros for somebody that spends 4 euros to buy a pack of cigarettes is a lot of money. But, he wanted to give it a try. So he gets this whole kit. He goes back home, and he's trying to get nicotine in his body. He can't get it quick enough. And what ended up happening is a week later, he went back to cigarettes. It didn't work for them. And it was because of his friend that gave him the wrong advice. So just on a serious note, it's not only the industry that's making mistakes, but sometimes us vapors, we make mistakes. I took him down to my store. I gave him an Inikin T20S with a bottle of 12 milligram liquid, all in $20, all in $20. And he hasn't had a cigarette since because that's what he needed to quit smoking.
I hear you, Dimitri. Before the ban, I used to have a vape store, and I can totally relate to what you're saying. I mean, the bad advice will put people off vaping because they see a new person. You can talk to them and convince them about vaping, but the person who comes and says, "I've already tried and it doesn't work," it's very difficult to get him to try again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think most of the time it happens because they have the wrong equipment. I mean, it really does.
Exactly.
And they're influenced by their friends. I have customers that come in Greece and they say, I want to buy this. And I'm like, listen, don't spend $80 right now. And they don't believe me. Like, they find it weird that I will tell them not to spend 80 and spend 20. Right. But they really appreciate that once it works, and then they're going to come back and they're going to spend more money. But if you're trying to get $80 from the beginning and you give them the wrong device, you've lost the customer. So when customers come, we try to get them in as cheap as possible because I know if they quit smoking, they become a loyal customer and they're going to bring their friends. The most difficult customers I have are the ones that come in that said, my friend said that this is the best electronic cigarette to have. And we try to explain to them, yes, for him, it might be. But for you, you smoke 3 packs of Lucky Strikes with no filter. This is not going to work for you. Trust us. We know what we're doing. So, yeah, just be very, very conscious about the advice that you give to smokers. So it's very, very important to go back to that like we did in the early days and help people quit smoking.
I think it's time to take a little from the viewers. Christian Dunga says that it's been 4 months since he quit smoking. But he's getting a lot of flack. I mean, he's from Brazil, now in India. And he asks, why are people so disgusted by nicotine? Then Raj says,
are they
MTL tanks? Okay.
Let's answer that first one.
Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Are they disgusted by nicotine or are they disgusted by vaping?
Well, I think yeah, I think what he's trying to say is
nicotine.
Yeah, nicotine, because there's this big misconception. So the governments have done a great job, right, of brainwashing people. So when what the government has taught their citizens is every time you see this, That's cancer. No matter what's coming out, as long as they see it's cancer, right?
Yeah.
So they've convoluted nicotine with cancer, which we know these two things are not even relatedly close, right? So if somebody has been educated like that and it's coming from your government, usually you trust your government. Well, not so much the last couple of years, but over years, you've learned to trust your government. If your government tells you that nicotine is bad and it's altering your brain and it's going to cause cancer and it's going to, so when you see it, naturally, you're going to be afraid of it. You know, when I'm vaping sometimes in public, people go like this. You know, that's just psychologically, they've been trained like that. So we have done a poor job as an industry trying to educate people of what the message is. The message is that nicotine does not kill, but smoke kills, right? That's the message that we should be getting across. So don't take it personally to our friend from Brazil. Don't take it personally. That's just where we are. All it takes is 5 minutes of you explaining yourself and say, hey, look into the facts. Let me show you the Royal College of Physicians report. Let me show you a couple of things here for you to understand that nicotine is not the problem, but smoke is the problem, and try to educate one person at a time. Unfortunately, we don't have money to go on NBC and Fox News and tell everybody like these guys do, like our government does, but we can, one person at a time, try to change their mind.
Yeah, nicotine is not the enemy, right? The enemy is the delivery system that nicotine has been associated with for so many years. That's the enemy, right? And unfortunately, that's it. Nicotine is associated with that, so therefore, nicotine is the evil and it's the enemy. You know, if you're from Brazil, you know coffee, right? So I always do this comparison. Well, you know, what if nicotine came from a bean? And to get the nicotine out of the bean, you took the bean and you dry roasted the bean, and then you ground up the bean and you made a delicious coffee flavored beverage to get your nicotine. Well, then nicotine wouldn't be the enemy anymore, wouldn't it? Would it? Right? Because it would be caffeine at that point. So if you have you got your caffeine here, you got your nicotine here. I mean, they're actually very, very similar. What I would recommend is maybe even go and do some research on the benefits of nicotine, because there are some studies out there that show you benefits of nicotine, and you nowhere will you read that nicotine causes cancer, because it doesn't, right? So just like sometimes knowledge is power. And to have that knowledge so that when somebody is like, oh, you know, you say, well, actually, no, here's the truth, right? Knowledge is power.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to interrupt for a moment, guys. We've had a lot of serious talks, but I need to get this clear. I need to know this. See, Phil, you basically do reviews only after you've been intimate with the product and you know it inside out. You want to be very genuine when you're giving the review, right? And you've been very intimate with Dimitri now, right?
That's true.
I'm worried about where this is going. Yeah,
more than I want to. Trust me.
Do you know? I've seen him in his underwear more than like anybody. I've seen anybody else in their underwear. That's true. That's true.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I don't like to wear pants, so when we're in the hotel together, I just take my pants off and I'm just in my underwear. You know, I just feel comfortable. So
here comes the question.
That's great. Yeah. So my question is, now that you've known him all this while, how difficult do you think it is for somebody to cope up with him?
How difficult is it for somebody to?
If somebody was to how difficult would it be for his wife to be with him?
Yes. How difficult would it be to be with me, basically, after you've reviewed me and you spent so much time with me?
Oh, you want me to review Dimitri?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Well, first of all, how long is the show? Because it's not long enough. Okay. Here is. I will give you Dimitri in a nutshell. I can review him really quick. Okay. This is what I've said about Dimitri several times. He is the worst best friend a guy could possibly have. That's it, right? He's we butt heads a lot. I mean, we do. We butt heads behind the scenes a lot. He's definitely more of the business mind. I'm more of the technical mind, and sometimes that just doesn't work together very well. I think at a certain level, he thinks at a different level, and sometimes he's got to say, "Hey, Phil, come on down here. We need to be a little bit more realistic about this stuff." Sometimes I get very, very pig-headed about what I want, and he talks some sense into me. I take everything personally. I take everything, like, you have no idea how personally I
Very
take
sensitive.
everything.
Very sensitive.
I'm very sensitive. And he helps me through that. He's actually helped me through some difficult times in my life, recent times too, that I would not have been able to get by without him. So he's a great friend, but there are times when I want him more as a friend than I want him as somebody that we do business together. Does that make sense?
That
It
does.
Yeah. But
Have you ever wanted to hit him on the head with a hammer?
Oh God, yeah. I'm sure he has.
What's that? What was that?
Are there times that you want to hit me on the head with a hammer?
Oh my God, you have no idea. Hammer? No, that's too small. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we've had argument. We've had breakups.
Yeah,
we've had breakups. Where I would be like, I've just fucking had it. I've had it, man. And it's just like I just don't want to talk to him, and it'll go like for a week. I said something wrong to him. This was years ago. Oh my God, that was a full on breakup. Like we didn't talk for like a month. I actually went to his wife and asked his wife, is he okay? What's going on? And then we started talking again eventually. But
I mean, it's just like any relationship. There's ups and downs. Yeah, absolutely. There's just like any relationship. I will tell you, everybody has their own personality, right? So I have this talent, this this skill, if you want to call it, to pick up on weakness. And then when I pick up on something that's weak, I like to make fun of it. So I only do that with my friends. I don't do that with people that are not my friends. But Phil is like so easy to pick up on. For example, Phil used to wear Skechers shoes a lot, which they're a very comfortable shoe. Don't get me wrong, but they're not stylish at all. I mean, they're just old people wear Skechers. I mean, that's just the truth, right? So I picked up on him wearing Skechers, and then like the pink thing, I made it into an entire saga drama, like an Indian soap opera. I made Skechers I tore him up. So for 2-3 months on the internet, I was making fun of the Skechers. The next time that we met, me and Phil were traveling to go to China. He shows up at the airport and he's wearing Tommy Hilfiger shoes. So that's how much I can get into his head, which it makes it fun. I know it bothers him sometimes, but he knows I'm just joking. But that's just the special talent that I have. And sometimes when I push it too far, he does get on there. But like I said earlier,
but I would love to have that talent on my side when we start fighting the government. We are fighting the government to reverse the ban. So to pick on their weakness and to be at it until they do the other thing. I mean, that would be a great.
But I think that's why I'm so effective in my advocacy here in America as well too. At least for my state, in Tennessee since 2014 that I've had this association, I've been able to do that on a political level, and I've been able to avoid taxes, flavor bans, restrictions on vaping, because I've been able to network and talk to these politicians in a way that they can understand, number one, what the product is, and number two, they can understand that if they pass some laws that are going to affect small businesses, it's going to hurt them in a political scope as well too. But yeah, I do take that not to the extremes as I do with Phil for sure, but I do pick up on some weaknesses that maybe a bill has that comes across. Last year they were trying to pass 5 cents per meal tax here in Tennessee. And I did pick up on the weaknesses of the bill, and I was able to go to the sponsor and a couple of other people that were co-sponsoring the bill and have that bill removed completely. And again, demolish the 7% wholesale tax that was coming this year to Tennessee as well too. So yeah, it does work in my favor in some spots, but it does piss off Phil a lot. That's
it does. Like he looks for that crack. and then once he finds that crack, he inserts a jackhammer into it, and he starts going like this until you can't. I do. Anyway. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I do, but it's fun. I mean, it keeps everybody on our toes, and it's part of our relationship. The bromance is real. When I tell you that it's like this, it's worse when we're off camera because there's a lot of stuff that we can say that we can't say on camera. But it's fun. It's what I look forward to, and the last couple of years have been challenging because we haven't been traveling as much. But at some point, I spent more time in a hotel with Phil than I did in the bed with my wife. I mean, that is just, it's an amazing statistic. we traveled 140, 150,000 miles a year across the globe. So we spent a lot of time together, and I was just trying to keep it fresh, by busting his balls, just make it interesting.
I'm sure people who've been married for more than 5 years are very envious of you guys.
Can I ask one last serious
Sure.
question before we wind up? What are your thoughts on synthetic nicotine to take tobacco completely out of the picture and change the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very interesting proposition, especially here in America, because the law was written based on tobacco nicotine. Synthetic nicotine was never mentioned in the Tobacco Control Act of 2009. So I will start in the U.S. first, then I'll take it internationally as well. A way of skirting the regulations here in America has been for products to use synthetic nicotines. And we've seen that with a lot of disposables that are coming out now that are being sold in the market here. And basically the companies themselves are saying there's nothing you can do about it. And, partially they're right, because there are no restrictions to synthetic nicotine. You don't have to follow PMTA. The problem becomes with the government is when you challenge them openly like that. Like if I was making synthetic nicotine, I would go to the government first and say, hey, look, we have this product. Can we make an arrangement of me selling it in this country? You get a little piece. That way I'm protected. If you go out in the government and you challenge them and embarrass them, because that's exactly what the companies did here. They've embarrassed the FDA. It's very easy for the government to say, well, synthetic nicotine tomorrow is Schedule 3, or it's a pharmaceutical product and you have to apply through the pharmaceutical route for you to sell it in America. They can do that overnight, literally. I mean, not overnight. It's going to take a little bit, but they can do it. And what happens in America is being copied across the world. So I think short-term synthetic nicotine is a good solution. Again, on synthetic nicotine, there's good synthetic nicotine, there's bad synthetic, just like freebase, the same thing. There's good and bad. I think it's a good short-term solution, but I think in the long run, governments will adjust very, very quickly based on what the U.S. does. And as soon as the U.S. deems it pharmaceutical, you're going to see the rest of the world follow suit as well, too.
I'll actually answer the question from a completely different perspective, if that's okay. Because in this tank, right, I have watermelon peach, the #1 best-selling flavor in the unsalted line. It's very delicious. You should try this if you can. In this tank right here, I have an orchard blend. I actually like, sometimes I like to switch it up. I don't
know if you can show that. Yeah. It's India. Yeah.
Okay. But it's a synthetic nic product, right? The first time I tried a synthetic nicotine, I think it was like maybe a China show that we went to. I can't remember what it was, but I didn't like it. I really didn't like it. And the reason why I didn't like it is because I couldn't get throat hit from it. I absolutely need throat hit from my vape. If I don't have it, I'm not satisfied. I'm not happy. So Five Pawns said they sent me this new synthetic nicotine that they were using, and they said, here, try it. And I expected to have the same experience, right? I expected like no throat hit and I wouldn't be satisfied. Complete opposite. I can't tell the difference between my freebase and the synthetic nicotine that they're using in their product, which is kind of cool, right? I mean, because if that works for me, then I kind of know that it's going to work for other people as well. So if we get into the situation where maybe this is what you have to use, I think it's going to continue to work for people because it does for me. Very satisfying. Like I said, I can't tell the difference.
Also, from a business perspective, keep in mind that there's grades. We have a lab that's making nicotine, right? So, we don't know what they're putting in, number one. I mean, there's nothing wrong with good old freebase, tobacco-derived nicotine. It's been used for years in pharmaceutical products and NRT products. There's nothing wrong. Good USPS clean nicotine is good. However, synthetic nicotine, I've tried many in the market for my clients. I will tell you that there are different grades, number one. So we don't know what these people are putting in, right? Where it's coming from, who's making it. Number two, it's very, very good. Synthetic nicotine is $10,000 US dollars per kilogram. Now compare that to $900 of freebase nicotine, right? So good synthetic nicotine is financially not feasible right now for open vapor, meaning if I'm going to make a 12 milligram bottle of 60 ml bottle of synthetic nicotine, it's going to cost retail $30 or up, even more. So financially, it's not there yet. If more people start using it, the price will come down. but you can't compare the production of regular nicotine versus synthetic. We're talking about millions and millions, of gallons of free-base nicotine versus, a couple 100 gallons of synthetic nicotine. So obviously the cost right now is not feasible for everybody to start using it.
Right.
But down the line, we can expect innovation to happen, and if that's the only way we can get it to be legal, so that may not be maybe
I
an
think
option
right
in
now,
some countries.
I mean, it depends on how your law is written. I think it might be a way to be able to skirt it, but then again, it's going to be a short-term solution if you don't go to the government first. The mistake is if you just put a product out there and say, "Oh, guess what, government of India or any government, I am playing you around because this product is not covered." The government is not going to stand for that. They're going to come up with some law to be able to capture that as well too. I think in every instance of our industry, we have failed to educate and get across with the government before we try to do something. And the problem is that governments don't like to be embarrassed in front of their citizens. No politician wants to be embarrassed in front of their citizens. So what I would do in a country that has a ban, I would go talk to the government about it and try to find a way where I can market this product and sell this product, but also assure the government that they're going to get a little piece of it. That's how every other industry does it. We're talking about the oil industry, the cigarette industry, all these vices, everything that's, brings money. Always first they go to the government. That's why we see laws come out that protect them. And as long as the government gets a little piece of it, I think everybody's going to be happy. It's all about the money. It's not about your health.
I see, Phil, what you mean by he sees the business angle every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on that note, guys, I have just one last question to ask you today. And that is, when will you be joining us next? When can we have the pleasure of your company on our show?
Oh, anytime. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, yeah.
I'm going to hold you on to that.
Yeah, anytime.
Dimitri will send you his PayPal account, and we'll just we'll talk about it.
That's banned in India, guys.
The bad thing, is that I'm Phil's secretary as well too. I mean, you noticed that through this process when you told me, I sent him the links, the times. I got to do all that shit like I'm his bitch, So, but send it to me, and I'll make sure that we're available. Look, for us, spreading the knowledge and having fun or talking serious stuff is very important to us. We really, really enjoy that, especially in especially in the American market, because the American market has changed tremendously in the last year and a half. And it doesn't make us happy anymore. I mean, it really doesn't. So being able to internationally reach out and talk to other countries, and try to prevent the mistakes that we made is very, very important to us. Greece is the prime example. I'm on the association there as a member. I'm not in the, even though a lot of people want me to be, I can't because I'm not in Greece. But we had a meeting a month ago, and I stood up and I said, listen, we have seen what America has done wrong. Don't do the same mistakes. Create some labeling guidelines by yourself, right? Back in 2015, I tried to do that here in America. Don't put cartoons on bottles of liquid is what we told them in 2015. Nobody give a shit. Everybody start putting cartoons. And what did the government do? They used that against us. So now in Greece, I saw some labels coming out, and I said, you don't wait for the government. You as an association set the standards today and say, look, if you're going to create a bottle of liquid and put it on the market, you can't have cartoons on it. It has to have these warnings on it. Do it yourself, right? So this is the kind of stuff that we can share with across the world. Just one small example of what we can do in other countries to prevent the tragedy that has happened in America. And it really is a tragedy because our industry never took this product seriously.
I'll share a little something with you guys real quick. So we were talking about reviewing before, right? And like Dimitri said, these products all for the most part they work very, very similar. There's very little innovation. I think like the census from Inikin, the census. I mean, that's kind of innovation. That's something very, very different. One of the main reasons why I still continue to do reviews at this point is so that somebody who watches me, who has been watching me for years, will say, hey, you know what? He's able to still vape and he's never gone back to smoking. Well, that's going to give me the motivation to do that too. or somebody is going to find me and say, hey, you know what, that guy's he's 52 years, very good looking, 52 years old, I might add.
Old, very old.
You know, he's
100%. Yeah.
Thank you. Like that guy's 52 years old and he vapes, and let me listen to him because I can relate to him, right? And I think it's important that we have all kinds of people out there in the public so that people can find somebody they can relate to. Maybe they can relate to somebody with green hair better. Maybe they can relate to somebody that's covered in tattoos better. Maybe they can relate to a 52-year-old that doesn't have any tattoos that was a former engineer better, right?
Or somebody that matches the cushions of his couch with his shirt.
Absolutely.
I mean, that could possibly happen as well too. Yeah.
So I think it's more important for me to continue to do what I do, not necessarily to review a product, but instead to motivate people to not smoke and to continue to vape. I think that I think I have a stronger benefit there. So there you go.
100%. And
yeah, I mean, senior citizens like Phil need to quit smoking.
See the son of a bitch.
It's
See,
very,
you see
very
what I'm saying?
important. I mean,
You
they
see
need
what I'm
to.
saying? You see what I mean? I say something very serious. I come from the heart, and this is what the son of a bitch does all the fucking time.
It's true though. It's true.
Also from the minute we
Unbelievable.
Older people have been smoking many more years than the young people, so
You see what I'm doing? And
very
by the
important
way,
for them to quit smoking.
I'm only like 1 or 2 years older than him. Don't let him. Don't
2.5 years. 2.5 years.
Bullshit. Because I remember. Do I have a pair in front of me? I don't. I remember because as you get older, sometimes you need to use the cheaters. You need to use the reader glasses, right, to be able to read. I remember the first time I took a pair out. And I put them on. Oh my God, he lost his fucking mind. He's like, he starts taking pictures and he's putting them on Facebook. Look at the old man. He needs glasses. I can't believe it. I needs glasses. All of a sudden, one day he woke up and he needed glasses.
True, that's true.
Right? And he did, but he won't even wear them. He won't even put them on. God forbid I get a picture of him with those goddamn glasses on. He would rather walk into a fucking wall than put those glasses on.
I'm smart.
That's how he is.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So you get an idea of what I got to deal with, guys.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I do. I'm looking forward to dealing with it myself too. Now that I'm in touch with the two of you, I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to stay in touch with you guys.
Good.
Yes, absolutely.
On that note, I think we're going to end tonight's show. At least we'll keep the discussion going after the show.
Kanav, the tragedy with this format is that all our audience is virtual, and if this had been a live show, we would have got a standing ovation. So I'll do it on behalf of the
thank you so much.
I've been doing it from the start, guys. Don't forget. I would also have a standing ovation.
I would stand up, but I don't have any pants on. I
really
And believe me, nobody wants to see that. You actually want to get views, right? Well, he would do it at the end of the show, yeah.
Yeah, but hey, listen, it was great. It was great being with you guys and talking to you guys and getting to know you a little bit better. And we wish nothing but the best for your country and your citizens, whether it comes to COVID or whether it comes to smoke, and both very, very important. We don't like to see people die from either. But it's nice to be able to relate our humor to you guys as well too, because it's sometimes challenging with different cultures. So the fact that you guys can pick up on our humor and see that we need to have a little bit of fun. I mean, in our industry, every day is a struggle. Every day I wake up, I look at my RSS feed and I'm like, where did they screw vaping today, right? What city, what state, what country? Every day I wake up to this. So being able to, at least me and Phil, bring a little bit of humor to this discussion, I think is very, very important for all of us, for our sanity as well too, and for the viewers' sanity as well too.
Now do me a favor and tell them what you really do every morning when you wake up.
I go pee.
No.
Oh yeah, I make sure this is true. Every morning I wake up, I ask myself, how can I make Phil Busardo's life easier? Which is true. Like, I wake up to these messages. Just the other day, he's like, I don't have the number on my apps to know that if I have a notification. So I literally had to give him instructions how to go on his phone and get the notifications back on his apps. I'm not even Indian. I knew how to do that. And I gave him all the instructions and I was like, here, go.
But the reason why
I watch a lot of Indian reviewers I have an obsession with cell phones. So I watch a lot of Indian reviewers. I like international dual SIM phones, and here in the United States, we don't get them. So I watch a lot of Indian reviewers on.
I will say that, but there's a reason why I go to him for that kind of information, okay? Because Dimitri can work his cell phone and social media better than any 16-year-old on the planet. He's amazing with it. He really is. Like, he's unbelievable.
By the way, can I get to make a request while I'm here and we have some? Why do you know what's a very big pet peeve of mine is Indian reviewers that mix both their language and English in the same sentence. Have you seen these reviews? They'll start a review and they'll talk a little bit of English and then they'll talk Indian and then English again. And why do they do that? Just make one video in English.
What you're talking about? मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखा ऐसा होता हुआ.
Make one video in English and one video in Indian for put subtitles on the back. Why are you mixing me up? Like I'm listening.
It's called English, and it's like the Indian head wobble thingy, which is very popular in the West. It's the same thing. English is a concept where they mix their local language and English and they speak. It happens.
I get it, but I get lost. It's like. It's like, oh, no, the new model Snapdragon 888. I was like, what? What did he say? Was that something I should pay attention to? Should I know that? What is that? But,
don't worry, Dimitri. You have us. We'll translate anything and everything that you want. Henceforth, every review which you watch, you just send it to me. I'll translate the Indian part and send it back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Will do.
Once the COVID restrictions are over, we'll invite you to India. You can come and experience that firsthand. That's the way half the country talks. We talk mixed English and vernacular. We mix that, and it's just natural. We don't do it.
Sign language is a very crucial part of our communication. Like half of the conversation is usually with signs. So,
really? Oh, that's Italian. Italians do that all the time.
We talk with that.
Absolutely.
I don't think I should be doing that on screen.
We'd love to. We'd love to come there. India, Dubai. We had 14 trips scheduled last year. We had 14 international trips that all got canceled due to COVID. So, and one of them was Dubai as well too. But it's unfortunate, but it's me and Phil have talked about it as well to be able to go to these countries that we had. I mean, France, the first time that we went to France, it was exciting. You know, we saw the Eiffel. Then we've been, 12 times to France. So it's not as exciting, not that it's exciting to go see the vaping industry. It was just not as exciting, but going to a place you've never been before, like India, and meeting with people that you've talked to online and you have this common thing that, hey, look, I mean, think about how amazing that is. The only reason that I'm talking to you is because we quit smoking with vaping. I mean, how powerful is that, right? So the fact that we can possibly come to India and meet up with these people and see the country and see your culture and talk about vaping is just an extraordinary thing that we would never in a million years would we have the opportunity to do if we were still smoking.
It's absolutely true. I mean, you think about it, like vaping gave me my best friend in Dimitri, and it gave me my worst nightmare in Dimitri. Really, both.
It's true.
Yeah. No, but we do look forward to, as and when things improve and travels are not an issue anymore. We would really love it if you guys would come here. We
absolutely.
ABI has people all scattered all over India, and we'll make sure you get the entire country tour because India has a lot of different cultures. It's not just one standard culture. So,
by the way, we can't bring our vape gear inside, right?
Don't worry. We'll tell you how you can get.
I got another
question.
Don't
worry about that. I told you.
How about when Phil travels, he has an inflatable doll. Is that allowed for him to bring it in?
Yeah, that's allowed for the time.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And a pump too, it goes with it because he doesn't want to blow it. Okay, all right. Okay, no problem. So I just want to make sure.
It's human nature. You need that release. So
absolutely. It's very important for him. Very, very, very important.
I can understand. Habits can be difficult to get rid of. Yeah.
Like when celebrities go to a hotel.
But you have to. Wear pants. But
you know how celebrities when they go to somewhere they have a list of demands. I have to make sure his demands are met as well too.
I got a rider. Yeah. I come with a rider. Yeah.
Come with a rider. Yes. Yeah. Vape, curry, and an inflatable blow up doll. So that's a party in itself, right there.
Oh my God.
All right, we said it all.
Okay, so on that note, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you guys are all safe. If you can, please stay in your house. Don't get out. Times are bad. COVID is spreading everywhere. And sanitize, wear masks. Your safety is important to us in all which ways. Be it quitting smoking or be it staying back away from the COVID. It is crucial for us. Stay safe. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you all. And thank you, Dimitri and Phil, for this presence. It was amazing. You guys were Personally, I'm a big fan of you guys, but the show was probably the most fun show I have had till now. The humor, the jokes, and the knowledge was unbelievable. And I'm going to need you guys to come back because there are a lot of serious topics which I did not touch today, and I'd like to bring them up in the future
Absolutely.
when times are a little better. And thank you, Pradeep Bhai, for making sure this can all be arranged. Right? And thank you so much, AVI.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.